Chapter 1998. Schwa. Just as Qin Feiyang released his aura, the madman took a step forward and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, slapping out with his palm. Qin Feiyang moved his feet and easily avoided it. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't fight head-on, the madman couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He turned around and clenched his fist, punching towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's figure flashed again and again. In the same realm, he wasn't afraid of anyone, including speed. What do you mean? The madman was furious. Divine power surged out and blocked all of Qin Feiyang's escape routes. Then, he punched towards Qin Feiyang. This scene seemed to be out of Qin Feiyang's expectations. He looked slightly flustered. He hurriedly raised his arm and slapped out. Seeing Qin Feiyang finally make a move, the madman's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes. He was looking forward to the appearance of the golden light, which was the return formula. However, the golden light he was looking forward to did not appear. The fist and palm met in an instant. Humph. Qin Feiyang let out a muffled groan as his body shook. Immediately after, he was like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains below. Boom! A majestic mountain range that was thousands of feet tall collapsed in an instant. The madman was stunned. What about the golden light? Below. Qin Feiyang climbed out of the dust, his face was as pale as paper. He looked up at the madman and said, "You won." Won? The madman's face was dull. Immediately after, a monstrous anger roared out. The madman roared, "What kind of joke is this? Who was the one who confidently said that I might lose? Now it's over? Do you think I'm stupid? Why don't you pretend a bit more?" "I'm not pretending." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then tell me, why didn't the golden light that reflected my divine power in the morning appear? Such a heaven-defying method hasn't even been used yet and you dare to admit defeat? Do you really think I'm a fool?" The madman's hair stood up in anger, his body was full of hostility. Don't misunderstand. That golden light is indeed very powerful, but it can only be used once a day. Qin Feiyang said. Once? The madman raised his eyebrows. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then we'll wait. Let's spar tomorrow. The madman said. What? Qin Feiyang looked at madman in shock. He thought that the madman would stop after hearing this, but he didn't expect that he still wanted to fight. That's right. He came here purely as a show to satisfy his desires as a battle desire. But now, he still didn't stop. There was still didn't still this was a bit was SS madman simply sat cross-legged in the air. He looked at Qin Feiyang and coldly snorted. Before dawn, none of us are allowed to leave Turtle King Island. Restricting my freedom? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. But the madman didn't pay attention to him and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this battle. Madman. Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke. The madman still ignored him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he slapped out with his palm, golden light rolling out. The madman suddenly opened his eyes and they flickered. Qin Feiyang said, "Since you insist on fighting, then I'll accompany you, but there has to be a prize. Are you playing with me?" The madman turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of killing intent. Playing with you? There's no need for that, I just don't want to do something meaningless. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As long as you're willing to go all out, I can satisfy you. The madman raised the corner of his mouth and laughed. Sure enough, you're a battle maniac. If you lose to me, you have to do something for me unconditionally. Similarly, if I lose to you, I have to do something for you as well. Qin Feiyang said. No need. If you lose to me, you have to give me that technique that can reflect divine power. The madman said. Deal. Qin Feiyang nodded. Huh, straightforward enough, confident enough. Let's fight. The madman laughed, and with surging divine power, he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't dodge anymore. He took a step into the sky and threw a punch at the madman. Neither of them used divine power. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura, like a tide, surged out in all directions with the two as the center. The surrounding void was crazily shattered. Huh! Both of their eyes revealed a trace of surprise at the same time. The madman said, "You've tempered your body?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "You've tempered your body too?" "Yes." The madman nodded. Huh! The two laughed at the same time, waved their fists, and began a physical battle. Bang! Bang! Rumble. The sound of fists colliding was like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding in all directions. Outside Turtle King Island. Above the sea, a group of people gathered here, looking at Turtle King Island curiously. These people were the disciples of 9 Heaven Palace that were driven away before. But later, they quietly followed behind. They had already sensed the battle fluctuations inside. But because Turtle King Island was too big and Qin Feiyang and the madman were in the central area of Turtle King Island, they couldn't see the situation inside. Why are they fighting? You still don't know the temper of the madman. Who can escape from him? But then again, for Jiang Haotian to be invited to Turtle King Island by the madman, his strength definitely can't be underestimated. I used to think that this person had an undeserved reputation, but now it seems that he really has some ability. Aren't you talking nonsense? Is Turtle King Island a place that ordinary people can enter? In the past, only Feng Zihan had entered. Feng Zihan, that's the #1 powerhouse on the heaven list. Even some elders are inferior to her. Even now, I still remember that the last time the madman and Feng Zihan fought here for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, even the great elder was alarmed. And this Jiang Haotian is the second person to enter Turtle King Island after Feng Zihan. Do you think his strength is simple? I just don't know how long Jiang Haotian can last in front of the madman this time. Everyone was discussing. They all wanted to enter Turtle King Island and watch the battle up close. But no one dared to take half a step forward. Huh, awesome, awesome, in the sky above the center of the island. The madman laughed loudly as he attacked mercilessly. Qin Feiyang also went all out. The power of his physical body poured out like a torrent. However, after countless rounds of collision, neither of them had any injuries. The madman said, "It's about time to warm up." Yes. It's time to get serious. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Boom. The two released their divine power at the same time. The madman's divine power was blood red, as if it was condensed from blood. It dyed the world red and emitted a monstrous evil aura. Qin Feiyang used the power of fire, turning into a sea of fire that swept in all directions. This world was like a big furnace in an instant. The two divine powers carried a destructive aura as they roared in the sky and fiercely collided together. Boom! The world lost its color and the void was annihilated. The two retreated at the same time. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. A stream of blood rushed to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. The purple gold dragon blood must not be exposed. And the madman naturally didn't need to hide it. Wisps of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I really didn't misjudge you. You are a powerhouse worthy of a battle. The madman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The boiling battle intent became even more terrifying. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Feiyang smiled. But in his eyes, there was a bright light. This battle couldn't be in a stalemate. He had to end it quickly. Otherwise, with the madman's strength, he would definitely be injured. Clang! One after another, sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. Guiyuan sword technique. A total of 70 sword shadows, sharp enough to tear the world apart. Without any hesitation, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 70 sword shadows slashed towards the madman. Divine technique? The madman paused for a moment, then his face was filled with disdain. A mere low-grade divine technique can't hurt me. He didn't even activate his divine technique and directly took a step forward. His face was filled with confidence. Boom! Madman punched out with a powerful aura, instantly shattering a large portion of the 70 sword shadows. Actually, Qin Feiyang also knew that low-grade divine techniques couldn't pose a threat to the madman. Because the madman's body was as strong as his. With the strength of their bodies, they could even crush middle-grade divine artifacts. And the grade of divine artifacts and divine techniques corresponded. Low grade against low grade. Middle grade against middle grade. High grade against high grade. Perfect grade against supreme grade. So even if someone of the same level used a middle grade divine technique, they couldn't hurt them. Even if it was a high grade divine technique or high grade divine artifact, they could still fight with their bodies. Knowing that it wouldn't work but still doing this, it wasn't that Qin Feiyang was stupid, he had a purpose. Although the madman seemed simple-minded, as a battle maniac, he had more battle experience than anyone else. For people like this, as long as they entered a battle state, whether it was their perception or their senses, they would all be focused. In short, on the surface, he seemed careless, but in reality, he was always on guard. So, Qin Feiyang wanted to make the madman careless and slowly underestimate him. As long as the madman was careless, he would quickly defeat him. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 70 sword shadows were all shattered. Qin Feiyang's blood boiled. Purple gold dragon blood rose to his throat several times, but he swallowed it back down. Boom! He raised his arm again, his index finger pointing in the air. An invisible force burst out. Void returning art. The current void returning art had transformed into a middle-grade divine technique. If it was in Great Qin or Forgotten Continent, a middle-grade divine technique would definitely be a treasure. But here, it wasn't anything. Especially in front of the madman, he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. You don't know my body and strength, this level of divine technique is useless against me, can you be a bit more serious? The madman said angrily. He thought that Qin Feiyang was deliberately playing with him. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him and once again conjured the sun and moon eclipse. Still a middle-grade divine technique? The madman was furious, he leaped forward, and instantly shattered it with a punch. He stared at Qin Feiyang, and said gloomily, "If you continue like this, I will be angry." Literature Museum. Chapter 1999. I'm just afraid that you won't get angry. Qin Feiyang snickered secretly. The void returning art, Guiyuan sword art, and eclipse moon were once again evolved. Enough. It's really enough. The madman roared again and again, like a demon god, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He shattered the Guiyuan sword art with a punch, shattered the eclipse moon with a palm, and then smashed the void returning art with a head-on collision. The three great divine arts were instantly disintegrated. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. Swish. Following closely. The madman took a step forward, his entire body erupting with a shocking killing intent as he said, "Since you only have this little ability, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Now is the time." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he activated the return art, directly disappearing from the madman's line of sight. The madman was startled. Then, he felt a fatal sense of danger behind him. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing behind the madman, a wisp of blood-red light shooting out from his fingertips. The madman's hair stood on end. Over the years, he had fought with countless people, been injured, and lost his life. It could be said. He had crawled out from death. But this sense of danger was something he had never felt before. It was as if there was a death god standing behind him, waving a sickle, about to chop off his head. Even when he fought with Feng Zihan, the number one on the heaven list, for 3 days and 3 nights, he did not have this kind of feeling. The blood-red light was like a flash in the pan, instantly shattering the madman's flesh and blood, heading straight for his Qi. The outcome has been decided. Qin Feiyang muttered, a smile creeping onto his face. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on the madman's body. The blood-red light that was about to enter his Qi was actually blocked by the golden light. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face suddenly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! Immediately after, a mighty divine might, like a volcano, rushed out from the madman's body. That wisp of blood-red light was actually shattered. Puff! The bloody light shattered. Qin Feiyang could no longer hold it in. A mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat and directly sprayed onto the madman's back. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The aura of dragon blood? Although the madman's back was facing Qin Feiyang, he could feel the aura of the purple-gold dragon blood the moment it appeared. He abruptly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. There was still a trace of purple-gold blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. He then touched the clothes on his back and lowered his head to look at the purple-gold dragon blood in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock. Who? Looking at the madman's expression, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. The nervousness in his heart disappeared. It wasn't because the madman didn't recognize the purple-gold dragon blood. The reason for that was because he had already decided to kill that man. Since they were all going to die, what was there to be nervous about? This is purple-gold dragon blood. The madman's eyes trembled as he raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Now you know why I admitted defeat before." The madman said, "You were afraid that if we really fought, your purple-gold dragon blood would be exposed." Yes. Just now, I kept using low-tier and mid-tier techniques to deliberately anger you and make you careless. In the end, I succeeded. But what I didn't expect was that you actually had the ability to block my kill formula. Qin Feiyang said regretfully. Kill formula? The madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "At this time, there is no need to ask this." Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the madman inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. There is indeed no need. But I want to know, who are you to Qin Badian? The madman said solemnly. Qin Feiyang said, "If I say that I don't know him, or that my original body is a purple gold dragon, you will definitely not believe me." Nonsense. The madman sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "All right, I admit that Qin Badian is my ancestor." What? Ancestor? Then why are you called Jiang Haotian? The madman was shocked. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Isn't it obvious?" The madman's pupils shrank as he asked, "What is your real name?" Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Feiyang, the madman murmured and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that Qin Badian actually has a descendant. Today, if I want to leave Turtle King Island alive, I'm afraid it won't be easy." You are indeed a smart person. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Huh, then let's give it a try. Let's see if you have the ability or not. The madman took a step forward. His divine aura was vast and shook all directions. However, his cultivation base didn't change at all. It was still suppressed to the level of a war god. Qin Feiyang also took a step forward. The power of the divine dragon surged out. The divine dragon seal instantly appeared. Its terrifying divine aura shook the heavens. Since the purple gold dragon blood had been exposed, there was naturally no need to hide anything else. The power of the divine dragon, I'm really envious. The madman sighed. But his eyes became sharper and sharper. Boom! Accompanied by a boom, blood-colored divine power surged out like a tide. A palm-sized blood-colored square seal appeared in the sky. It was surging with blood energy and a murderous aura. Let's see if your divine dragon seal is stronger or my blood demon seal is stronger. As the madman's voice fell, the blood-colored square seal expanded in the wind. In an instant, it was like a mountain, carrying an unparalleled destructive power as it blasted towards the divine dragon seal. This aura, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. The so-called blood demon seal's aura was actually stronger than the divine dragon seal. Could it be a peak-level divine technique? Not daring to be careless, the power of the divine dragon surged. The divine dragon seal also quickly expanded to thousands of feet. It was no different from the blood demon seal. In a trance, there seemed to be a dragon roar that shook the sky. The two square seals collided and shattered in the void at the same time. Blood light and purple gold divine light illuminated half the sky. Puff! And at the same time, the two retreated several feet. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. It's indeed a peak-level divine technique. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the divine dragon seal and the blood demon seal appeared to be equally matched, it should be known that Qin Feiyang's divine dragon seal was innately stronger than other divine powers. A divine technique evolved from the divine dragon power was naturally stronger than other perfect divine techniques. In other words, if the blood devil seal was a perfect deity formula, then the divine dragon seal should have had the upper hand and not the current situation where both jade and common stone were destroyed. The power of the purple gold divine dragon is indeed worthy of its reputation. Frenzy's fighting spirit rose. Roar of the blood demon. With a roar, blood-colored divine power soared into the sky. A figure shrouded in blood mist appeared in the sky. Roar. That figure was tens of thousands of feet tall. It stepped on the void and had a blood-red crown on its head. It was also wearing blood-red armor. That monstrous evil aura surged in all directions. From afar, it really looked like a terrifying blood demon had returned. The blood devil raised his head and roared. A blood-colored wave rolled out and pounced towards Qin Feiyang from all directions. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. That blood-colored wave was not formed by divine power, but a sound wave. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It made one tremble in fear. He was more and more surprised by the strength displayed by Frenzy. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, the purple gold divine dragon appeared out of thin air and let out a deafening dragon roar. Waves after waves of formless sound waves blasted out in a mighty manner. Boom! The two sound waves crazily collided in the sky. The void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shattered. The island below was even more fragmented and in a complete mess. In the end, the two divine techniques ended in a draw. Unbelievable. A mere perfect battle technique can actually be on par with a peak divine technique. This is the power of the purple gold divine dragon? Frenzy murmured as his body trembled. This was not fear. It was excitement. The blood in his body was boiling. This was the opponent he wanted. What identity the other party had was not important to him at all. As long as he could fight with him happily, it was fine. As expected of a battle maniac. Qin Feiyang shook his head. To be honest, he admired this person. But there was no other way. Even if he admired him, he had to kill him. Who told this person to know something that he should not know? Clang. Boom. With a thought, the emperor's statue appeared in the sky. The mighty emperor aura instantly shrouded all directions. Qin Badian. Frenzy looked at the emperor's statue with bright eyes. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and hurriedly said, "You've seen my ancestor? If you win, I'll tell you." Frenzy laughed. Blood-colored divine power roared and the blood demon from before appeared again. But there was a halberd in the blood demon's hand. That halberd was also like blood, surging with a murderous aura. Why do I feel that this person's divine technique is similar to the divine dragon technique and the fire phoenix technique? Qin Feiyang frowned. The first blood-colored square seal, then the roar of the blood demon, and now this move. They all had the same effect as the divine dragon technique and the fire phoenix technique. Before he could think about it, the blood demon had already charged over. With every step he took, heaven and earth trembled. He was like a peerless demon king with a shocking aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. The emperor statue also took a step forward. The broken sword exuded an apocalyptic aura as it slashed over. Clang! The broken sword and halberd met in the void, creating an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, the dazzling flames were like fireworks in the sky. The emperor statue against the blood demon. The broken sword against the halberd. This was a marvelous battle. The two colossal figures continued to clash and collide, causing the sky to darken and the earth to dim. Let's not be idle. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and waved his hand. Killing intent immediately erupted. A blood-colored light streaked across the sky like lightning and swept towards Frenzy's Qi Si. Yes, yes, yes. That's the way it should be. Frenzy laughed. The golden light in his body surged again and blasted towards the blood-colored light. Boom! The blood-colored light was blocked again. And after a moment of stalemate, the light shattered. What the hell is this? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Although the blood-colored light was only formed by a wisp of killing intent and didn't even have a third of the power of the kill character art, it could even seriously injure a half-step divine lord. And according to his estimation, the power of this wisp of killing intent was comparable to a legendary divine technique. But this frenzy actually shattered the killing intent twice. Wait! Could it be that he still has a legendary divine technique? Chapter 2000. Just as Qin Feiyang was bewildered, Madman's body was covered in blood light and gradually formed a set of blood armor on his body. An even more terrifying murderous aura was emitted from his body. Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly recovered. When he saw Madman at this moment, he was furious. Don't panic, this is not a divine artifact. Although I am belligerent and disgusting, I am still a man of my word. If I say I won't use a divine artifact, then I won't use it. Madman grinned. Not a divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Could it be the same as his battle word art, a divine art? Boom! Above. Suddenly there was a deafening noise. Both of their bodies shook and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Then they looked up at the sky at the same time and saw that the blood demon and emperor statue had been torn apart and were dissipating. It's a draw again. Qin Feiyang frowned. Madman retracted his gaze and laughed. Come on, the real battle has only just begun. After that, he took a step towards Qin Feiyang. The blood armor on his body was covered in blood light. His hair and eyes were dyed red. He was a living blood demon. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky with some hesitation. Don't worry. The Sky Dragon Sea is a very special place. Those old things in Nine Heaven Palace can't see the scene here. So just make your move. Madman said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and then smiled. As long as the big shots of Nine Heaven Palace couldn't see the scene here, then there was nothing to worry about. Boom! At this moment, a shocking battle intent roared out from his body like a volcano. A set of blood armor also appeared on his body. It was the transformation of the battle word art. Madman was stunned. Don't worry. I, Qin Feiyang, am also a man of my word. If I say I won't use a divine artifact, then I won't use it. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. With surging battle intent, he threw a punch. Interesting. Madman laughed and punched out without dodging. Bang! The two fists collided like lightning, destroying everything in their path. Puff! The madman spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground like a cannonball. What? So strong? Madman was rather shocked. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all. Like a god of war, he stood proudly in the void, his aura shaking the clouds. The battle symbol art was a heaven-defying divine art. Once he put on this armor, it was equivalent to activating the battle formula. As for the mad scientist's blood-red armor, according to his observation, it was only formed from a pinnacle deity art, so its defense was naturally inferior to the battle symbol art. After all, the armor formed by the battle formula could block 90% of the attack power. 90%, what kind of concept was that? In other words, after wearing this armor, Qin Feiyang would only take 10% of the damage. If the madman hadn't suppressed his cultivation, that 10% of the damage would have caused Qin Feiyang serious injuries. But it was a pity. The madman had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him. Therefore, with the madman's current strength, it was like scratching an itch on his body. It was not worth mentioning at all. So, the madman rushed out from the ground and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Staring at the armor on Qin Feiyang, his eyes were filled with shock. Take out all your tricks. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through the defense of this armor. Qin Feiyang said. What kind of joke is this? The madman was instantly enraged. Blood-red divine power surged out and crazily pounced at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood in the void, motionless. Boom! The divine power quickly drowned him. But after a while, there was not a single injury on his body. This. The madman was dumbfounded. Blood demon seal. Blood demon roar. Following his low roar, the three divine arts instantly swept through the air, destroying everything in their path. The seal, the sound wave, and the halberd bombarded Qin Feiyang one after another. However, despite suffering such a terrifying bombardment, the armor on his body did not have a single trace of damage. And he himself was not injured at all. Even his breathing was not messed up. How is this possible? Your armor, what level of god art is it? The madman asked with a dazed expression. A mere set of armor was able to block all of his attacks. How was he going to fight? That is not important. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Haha, to be honest, I am a bit regretful now. Why did I suppress my cultivation? But then again, it is more interesting to defeat you like this. The madman laughed. Is that so? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as the blood-red armor dissipated. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? The madman frowned and said angrily. It is indeed a bit interesting. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Bastard, immediately put on that armor for me. The madman roared. If you want me to activate the armor again, let's see if you have the ability. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Finished. He waved his hands, and the Guiyuan sword art, void returning art, eclipse moon, and other god arts appeared one by one. Fuck. Qin Feiyang, you are too much. The madman rushed towards Qin Feiyang with monstrous anger. Not only did he put away the armor, but he also evolved these low and middle-tier god arts. This was simply a humiliation to him. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. With a wave of his hand, the various deity arts covered the sky as they shot toward the madman. Shatter for me. Madman rushed forward with a ferocious aura. It was a completely overwhelming suppression. But for this, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest reaction. Divine Dragon Art and Fire Phoenix Art also appeared one after another. What? It's actually the Fire Phoenix Art. The madman was stunned. This time Qin Feiyang could not remain calm. How did the madman know about the Fire Phoenix Art? Fire Phoenix Art, Lu Xingyang's self-created god art. It is almost on par with the first three moves of the Divine Dragon Art. Are you a descendant of Qin Badian or Lu Xingyang? The madman shouted. You even know this? Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. This madman actually knew so much. Could it be that he also knew the whereabouts of his ancestors? No. This person could not be killed. Even if he had to kill him, he had to think of a way to control him and read his memories. You want to know? Okay, I will tell you. They are all my ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Ah. The madman was stunned. After reacting, he pondered for a moment and asked very seriously, "You are a hybrid? You are the hybrid. Your whole family is a hybrid." Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. All the god arts rushed forward and directly sent the madman flying. The madman vomited blood. The armor on his body was also shattered. Blood flowed out from the broken armor. After all, this time he had the divine dragon art. The power of god force coupled with the perfect divine dragon art was comparable to a pinnacle god art. "Bastard, I am also angry." The madman roared. "Humph." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and rushed forward like lightning. A bloody battle more terrifying than the previous one began. Gradually, the god of life faded away. Both of them were covered in blood, but their aura and fighting spirit were becoming more and more terrifying. However, there was a doubt that had been lingering in their hearts. The doubt in the madman's heart was that Qin Feiyang clearly had stronger means, but why didn't he use them? Why did he keep using these god arts that could not defeat him? Qin Feiyang's suspicions were similar as well. The strength that the madman had displayed so far could only be considered average. With just this bit of strength, it was impossible for the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace to be so afraid of him. And the upper echelons of Nine Heavens Palace would not allow him to run amok in Nine Heavens Palace. Therefore, there was no doubt. This madman must still be hiding some trump cards. For example, the golden light that shattered the blood-red color was a terrifying trump card. In other words, right now, the madman was only testing his strength. He had not shown his true ability. Therefore, what made him puzzled was, what was the madman's true method? Although both of them had not shown their true strength, the battle was incomparably intense. After all, when one's cultivation reached this level, no matter how weak they were not comparable to those false gods or combat emperors. Time quietly passed. In the sky above the island, the two figures could no longer be seen. Only the rumbling sounds of collision could be heard, echoing in all directions. An hour had passed since the battle began. The madman was still testing Qin Feiyang's strength. But Qin Feiyang had already thrown away all his doubts and was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle. There was even a smile gradually appearing on his face. It gave others the feeling that he was enjoying it. Actually, he was enjoying it. Because only by enjoying the battle could he seek a breakthrough in the battle. Yes. This was his plan. Raise the level of the various god techniques. For example, Guiyuan sword technique, void end technique. These god techniques were still useful in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent. But in the ancient world, they were completely useless. Although the 6-word divine technique was already enough for him to establish a foothold in the ancient world, he could not rely on the 6-word divine technique for everything. Therefore, it was necessary to raise the level of the various god techniques. Especially the divine dragon technique and fire phoenix technique, they had to be raised to the peak level, or even the legendary level. Rumble. The battle had already reached its climax. The various god techniques were all evolved to the extreme by Qin Feiyang. Although the madman did not know what Qin Feiyang wanted to do, his brows gradually furrowed. Because Qin Feiyang's aura was becoming more and more shocking. Moreover, it was gradually emitting a sense of oppression. This sense of oppression went straight into the heart, oppressing the soul. And this sense of oppression seemed to be growing, becoming stronger and stronger as time passed. Especially the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, which was getting brighter and brighter. This made the madman start to feel uneasy. Chirp. Suddenly, accompanied by a high-pitched phoenix cry, the fire phoenix 4 styles instantly appeared out of thin air, and the divine power it emitted gave the madman a fright. It was actually a level stronger than before. Wait. Could it be that this guy, the madman's body trembled as he stared at the fire phoenix 4 styles. His eyes quickly surged with anger as he roared, "So this is your goal, to use me to comprehend in battle and raise the level of the god techniques. However, Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear it, nor did he look at the madman. He even seemed to have forgotten that he was fighting with the madman. Apart from the Fire Phoenix technique, he also quickly evolved the Divine Dragon technique and other god techniques. And all of this seemed to be his instincts, and he did not deliberately evolve these god techniques. Chapter 2001. The various god arts continue to evolve. The form of the Fire Phoenix art finally appeared in his sea of consciousness. The form of the first move was a fiery red god seal. The form of the second move was a lifelike fire phoenix. The form of the third move, Emperor of All Spirits, was a statue of Lu Xingyang holding a long spear. The form of the fourth move, Rebirth from the Ashes, was a ball of beautiful flames. The form of the four god arts was the same as the dragon god art, with Qin Feiyang's soul as the center, floating in his sea of consciousness. Once the form appeared, it meant that the Fire Phoenix art had officially stepped into the ranks of the perfect god arts. The Returning Ruins art and Eclipse Moon had also evolved into high-grade god arts. The Guiyuan sword art had also evolved into a mid-grade god art. Enjoying the battle and seeking breakthroughs in the battle, as expected of the descendant of Qin Badian. The madman murmured, his eyes flickering. The Blood Demon 3 styles continued to evolve, and killing intent shrouded the world. 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang whispered. In the void behind him, incarnations continued to appear. 10. 100. 500. In the past, he could only summon 500 incarnations. But now, it was still increasing. 600. 700. 800. 900. 1,000. A total of 1,000 incarnations stood in the void behind Qin Feiyang, densely packed in a large area. Each incarnation, whether it was temperament or appearance, was exactly the same as the original body. One incarnation was the initial stage. 1,000 incarnations were the initial stage. 2,000 incarnations were the final stage. 3,000 incarnations were the perfection stage. Now that Qin Feiyang could summon 1,000 incarnations, his consciousness had officially stepped into the initial stage. Incarnations? No. They don't seem to be incarnations. The madman looked at the 1,000 incarnations, dumbfounded. Divine Dragon Seal. Divine Dragon Roar. Supreme Emperor. Suddenly, 1,000 incarnations, together with Qin Feiyang himself, shouted in unison. At that moment, purple gold divine light illuminated the world. 1,000 divine seals, 1,000 purple gold divine dragons, and 1,000 emperor statues were in the sky. The terrifying divine might and dragon might shook the sky. It can even evolve the divine dragon art? Furthermore, the aura emitted by each clone is no weaker than that of Qin Feiyang himself. What kind of divine art is this? Madman's body and mind trembled. The earth-shattering deity arts attacked his soul and gaze. Boom! All of a sudden, the divine dragon seal, divine dragon roar, and the aura of a ruler soared to an unprecedented level. This is the aura of a peak-grade deity art. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang, and his heart was in turmoil. He could also evolve the godly arts. Not only that, those on the 9 Heavens Palace's Earth ranking were capable of doing the same as well. But usually, the most it could do was evolve the lower, middle, and upper grades to perfection. In other words, a perfect deity incantation was already the limit. As for raising a perfect deity art to a pinnacle deity art, in the entire Empyrean Palace, only the monstrous geniuses on the heaven ranking could do it. In other words, this person's talent was already sufficient to contend with those monstrous geniuses on the heaven roll. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang finally looked at the madman and smiled. Thank you for fighting with me for so long. These deity arts are my thanks to you. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang and an incarnation waved their hands at the same time, and the sky full of deity arts suddenly turned into a torrent, majestically charging towards the madman. The madman's expression changed. 1,000 incarnations, just a perfect deity art was already enough to make one's soul tremble. Not to mention that this divine dragon art was a peak-grade deity art. He definitely couldn't take it head-on. In the nick of time. Schwa. The madman took a step forward, and his body rapidly expanded several times, instantly disappearing from Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Although the speed displayed by the madman couldn't be compared to the attainment art, it was still faster than a peak-grade support deity art. In other words, it was very likely that the madman was using a legendary support-type divine art right now. This guy really can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang muttered. If there was a legendary support deity art, then there might also be a legendary killing deity art. However, even so, as long as the madman kept suppressing his cultivation, then there would be no suspense in this battle. Schwa. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 1,000 incarnations simultaneously stepped on the attainment art, crossing the void. Without waiting for the madman to recover, they once again surrounded the madman. Damn. This speed. The madman's speed surprised Qin Feiyang, and Qin Feiyang's speed surprised the madman even more. Kill. Qin Feiyang shouted. The 1,000 incarnations killing intent immediately soared into the sky. Divine Dragon Seal, Divine Dragon Roar, shook the sky, destroying all directions. So many peak-grade deity arts, I'm afraid even if I use all my means, I still won't be able to block them. Unless I no longer suppress my cultivation. The madman looked around, his eyes flashing. But if he went back on his words, he would lose face. The most important thing was, once he let go of his cultivation, it was equivalent to admitting defeat. What should he do? Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura rolled over from the distance. The madman was startled. He looked into the distance and hurriedly said to Qin Feiyang, "Quickly put away the divine dragon art and go hide." Qin Feiyang also sensed the aura. It was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the war god. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you say that without your permission, no one dares to step onto Turtle King Island?" The madman's expression was awkward. "That woman is an exception, you should quickly retreat, otherwise if she sees the purple gold dragon blood, you won't be able to survive even if you have 10 lives. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. The madman said, "Don't worry, I will help you keep your identity a secret." Qin Feiyang looked deeply at the madman before dispersing his incarnation and entering the black tortoise world. The deity arts that filled the sky also dissipated. I used to be annoyed by that woman. But this time, I really have to thank her. She came at the right time, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. The madman chuckled and with a wave of his hand, his divine power surged to the ground below. The purple gold dragon blood on the ground was instantly annihilated. The remaining dragon aura in the void was also quickly erased. Soon, a woman in a light purple dress broke through the air. She was tall, her skin was white, her hair fluttered in the wind and her facial features were exquisite. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. However, her entire body emitted an ice-cold aura. Her face was also extremely cold, as if she was an ice fairy that kept everyone 1,000 miles away. Feng Zihan, what are you doing here? Didn't I say that Turtle King Island is my territory and no one is allowed to enter? The madman looked at the woman with dissatisfaction. However, Feng Zihan directly ignored him and looked around, asking, "Where's Zhang Haotian?" "What Zhang Haotian?" The madman was suspicious. "Don't play dumb. I received news earlier that you brought Zhang Haotian into Turtle King Island. Not long ago, when I came to Turtle King Island, I heard from the disciples gathered outside that you and Zhang Haotian had already started fighting. And at that time, I did feel the fluctuations of a battle." Feng Zihan looked at him coldly. "You really talk too much." A trace of hostility flashed across the madman's face as he laughed dryly. "Zhang Haotian was already defeated by me and ran away with his tail between his legs." "Is that so? Then why didn't I see him on the way here?" Feng Zihan said. I say, what do you mean? Am I your prisoner? Such an interrogative tone. Also, what does my sparring with Jiang Haotian have to do with you? Why are you so nosy? The madman said impatiently. Feng Zihan's eyes were filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it and said, I just came to see what kind of person is qualified for you to invite into Turtle King Island. Whether others are qualified or not is up to me, not you. If there's nothing else, then leave. Don't bother me. The madman waved his hand as if he didn't like this woman. You. Feng Zihan clenched her fists as anger rose on her face. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said, I'll leave, but before I leave, I have a question. Speak. The madman said. Previously, I sensed a dragon's aura here, but when I came here, I didn't see any divine dragons. The dragon's aura seems to have been deliberately erased by you. What's going on? Feng Zihan said coldly. I already said that this has nothing to do with you, so why are you asking? Do you want to fight with me? Then come, don't dawdle. The madman said angrily as he rolled up his sleeves, looking aggressive. Bastard. Feng Zihan was so angry that her body was trembling. She glared at the madman before turning around and leaving angrily. The madman smiled disdainfully and even raised his middle finger at Feng Zihan's back. Black Tortoise whirled. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and Feng Zihan, his eyebrows tightly knitted together. What did the madman mean? He actually helped him keep it a secret. Also, the relationship between the two seemed to be somewhat thought-provoking. The anger that Feng Zihan showed towards the madman before was not the anger of an ordinary person towards an ordinary person. Instead, she seemed to be a little wronged. After Feng Zihan left, Qin Feiyang found a pool in the Devil's Land and washed the bloodstains on his body before changing into a clean set of clothes. This set of clothes was taken from Qingli and had a flame pattern on it. And in the universe bag, other than a pile of clothes, there were 10 soul stones. This was the monthly salary of an outer sect disciple. It's really pitifully little. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Compared to Feng Zihan's 1 million soul stones per month, it was really a drop in the bucket. Shwa. With a flash, he appeared beside the madman. Looking at the incomparably clean Qin Feiyang, the madman teased, your movements are quite nimble. Qin Feiyang teased, let's not talk nonsense. What is your relationship with Feng Zihan? What do you mean by that? What relationship can I have with her? The madman frowned. Qin Feiyang suspiciously said, but why do I feel like she was jealous just now? Jealous? I think she took the wrong medicine. The madman pursed his lips. Took the wrong medicine? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. It seemed that this person was also a blockhead. Previously, Feng Zihan was clearly displeased because madman brought him to Turtle King Island. If this wasn't jealousy, then what was? Maybe this Feng Zihan still liked the madman. However, the madman was a battle maniac and probably didn't notice this. Chapter 2002. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, let's end today's sparring here, let's go back. End here? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He grabbed madman and said, this won't do. Why not? Today, we've met our match. It's a draw. Madman said. Evenly matched? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Qin Feiyang said angrily. 3,000 incarnations, evolved to the small success stage. When Feng Zihan finally came, he clearly noticed that madman was at a loss. But now, he actually had the audacity to say that they were evenly matched and the victor could not be determined? Wasn't this clearly trying to act shamelessly? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, madman's expression was quite awkward. This time, he was really careless. Why did he suppress his cultivation? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught by this person. Suddenly, his eyes turned and he secretly laughed. If you don't want your identity to be exposed, I can fight with you again. Identity exposed? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I know that woman Feng Zihan very well, she definitely hasn't really left, she should be hiding somewhere and monitoring us. Madman said. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly released his divine sense. It's useless. Feng Zihan's spatial divine item is embedded with the hidden soul stone. Madman said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, he didn't know if Madman was telling the truth or not. You don't believe me? Okay, I'll call her out. Madman laughed mockingly, looking at the surrounding void. He said angrily, damn woman, where are you hiding? Shwa. A woman in a light purple dress suddenly appeared in the void not far away. She's really here. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Madman stared at Feng Zihan and coldly snorted, I knew you wouldn't leave so easily. Feng Zihan coldly glanced at the madman before looking at Qin Feiyang. That cold gaze caused Qin Feiyang to feel a chill in his heart. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, so it's senior sister Feng Zihan. It's an honor to meet you at last. Feng Zihan said, I heard you say that frenzy lost to you. This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer. Bitch, you're humiliating me, do you know that? I am Nine Heavens Palace's fiercest. How could I lose to a rookie who just entered Nine Heavens Palace and is even an outer disciple? Madman said angrily. Shut up. Feng Zihan glared at the madman. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Zhang Haotian, I have long heard of your great name. Why don't we spar and see if you have the qualifications to step onto Turtle King Island? Ugh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The first few words were just pleasantries. The last sentence was the main point. Did he have the qualifications to step onto Turtle King Island? If this wasn't jealousy, then what was? It seemed that this woman really liked the madman. It was a pity that the madman, who was a battle maniac, couldn't understand. Feng Zihan's gaze was aggressive. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, as senior brother madman said, I'm just an outer disciple. How would I dare to spar with senior sister Feng, who is number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? Don't be so modest. I'll also suppress my cultivation to the level of war god like madman. After Feng Zihan finished speaking, she really suppressed her cultivation. And without any explanation, divine power surged out as she took a step towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Was this woman jealous, or did she want to take the opportunity to help Feng Zihan kill him? Shwa. But suddenly, Madman took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and said angrily, You stinking bitch, you're not done yet, are you? What did you say? Feng Zihan froze and stared angrily at Madman. Lousy said you're a stinking bitch. Madman said. Bastard, I'm not done with you. Feng Zihan was enraged and turned to slap Madman. Madman saw that the situation wasn't good. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew away like lightning. Stop. Feng Zihan shouted angrily and followed closely. Really troublesome. Brother Qin, let me tell you, in Nine Heaven Palace, Lousy isn't afraid of anyone, but I'm afraid of this woman. Madman was secretly annoyed. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This woman likes Lousy, but Lousy doesn't have any feelings for her. Actually, it's all Lousy's fault. I shouldn't have fought with her back then. Madman's face was filled with regret. Fighting with her and her liking you, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with it, right? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. Who said it's not related? That's when she started to like me. At that time, we fought on this island for 3 days and 3 nights. We were almost exhausted. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a sea beast suddenly barged in. And it was extremely strong. If it was at its peak, whether it was me or her, we could easily deal with it. But at that time, we didn't have much strength left. Seeing the sea beast charge at her first, I stepped forward to protect her. Don't misunderstand. I really don't have anything to do with her. It was completely out of a man's instinct. Madman thought. I won't misunderstand. But obviously, this woman misunderstood. She thought that you protected her because you liked her. Qin Feiyang snickered. Isn't that the case? Later on, she came to find me every few days. It gave me a headache. Madman rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Qin Feiyang glanced at Feng Zihan behind him and snickered. I thought you didn't know that she likes you. Laozi isn't blind. Madman glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and thought, let's not talk about Feng Zihan for now. In short, thank you for helping me keep it a secret. But you have to do what you promised me. After all, you have to keep your word. Wait. What did I promise you? Madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang suppressed his anger and said, you said that if you lost, you would help me do something unconditionally. Also, tell me about the situation between my ancestor and Lu Xingyang. Did I say that? No. I don't remember. Madman shook his head and laughed. Are you really going to go back on your word? Do you believe that I won't spread the news that you lost to me? Veins popped out on Qin Feiyang's forehead. Madman said indifferently, but you have to admit that we didn't win. Moreover, I have something on you, so you can't threaten me. All right. Let's get rid of Feng Zihan and change places. Then we'll fight again. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth. Forget it, after being disturbed by that woman, I've already lost interest. Let's wait for the next time. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang was incomparably annoyed. His eyes turned and he suddenly sneered. I really didn't expect that you would be such a person. What kind of person am I? If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you off. Madman's tail was suddenly stepped on as he said angrily. Qin Feiyang sneered, touch your conscience and tell me, if you don't release the suppression on your cultivation, can you beat me? Madman raised his eyebrows. Finally. He glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, fine, I admit defeat. I promise you, I will help you do one thing. That's more like it. If you want to spar in the future, feel free to find me. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Don't. I can't afford to provoke trouble like you. Madman hurriedly said. I'm trouble like that? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. What I mean is, if I had known that you were the descendant of Qin Batian, I would never have asked you to spar. I'm just looking for trouble. Madman shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. It was as if in his eyes, Qin Feiyang was a god of plague. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. Madman's words had a hidden meaning. Madman glanced at Feng Zihan behind him and said, let me tell you this, if your identity is exposed, you will be finished on the spot. The entire North region will not tolerate you. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that his worries were true? His ancestor and Nine Heaven Palace had really turned against each other? It's not convenient for me to say the details. You can investigate it yourself. In the future, try not to find me, I don't want to be implicated by you. No. I have to move out of my current cave and take the initiative to keep a distance from you. Madman thought. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Move out of the cave? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? A moment later. The two left Turtle King Island. Feng Zihan followed closely behind. Outside the island, there were no less than 300 to 400 people gathered. Madman glanced at those people and said angrily, who spread the news of me and Jiang Haotian sparring here? Hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed. But there were 4 people who didn't leave. They were 4 black-clothed men. They stood in the void and ignored Madman, only looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 and found that there were no flame patterns on their bodies. They were obviously not from Nine Heaven Palace. Moreover, the aura they exuded surpassed War God. Who is it? Madman looked at the 4 suspiciously. Feng Zihan flew over and was also puzzled. One of the men with a scar on his face looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, You are Jiang Haotian? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the four. The scarred man cupped his hands and said, "We are the guards of Star River City, Lord. Please follow us to Star River City, young Master Jiang." His tone and attitude were very polite. But when he heard the word Star River City, Qin Feiyang knew what these four wanted to do. Not free. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Star River City, Lord, at the same time. In the void behind, a light flashed in Feng Zihan's eyes. When the scarred man heard Qin Feiyang's words, he couldn't help but feel angry. He said with a fake smile, "Young Master Jiang, we are just following orders, please don't make things difficult for us." Qin Feiyang's eyes also gradually became gloomy. Madman suddenly took a step forward and grinned at the four people. Hey, may I ask, what is this Star River City Lord thing? You dare to come to our Nine Heaven Palace and ask for someone? Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. Didn't he say before that he wanted to keep a distance from him? Why did he take the initiative to help him now? When the four people saw Madman stand out, their pupils shrank. They obviously knew Madman's name. Chapter 2003. Sir, this is a private matter between us and Jiang Haotian. Please don't interfere. Moreover, we are in the Sky Dragon Sea and not Nine Heaven Palace. The scarred man looked at Madman and tried to maintain a pleasant tone. There is nothing wrong with what you said. The Sky Dragon Sea is indeed not under the jurisdiction of Nine Heaven Palace. However, Jiang Haotian is now a disciple of our Nine Heaven Palace. You coming to capture him is equivalent to going against our Nine Heaven Palace. Madman grinned and did not give the other party any face. Sir, this is a bit too much. We have been politely inviting him to Star River City. When did we say we wanted to capture him? The scarred man frowned. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Jiang Haotian was brought out by me. I naturally have to bring him back alive. If you have nothing to do, then get lost. Don't block my way. Madman shouted. The four's eyes trembled and unwillingly retreated to the side. Let's go. Madman smiled proudly and swaggered past the four of them. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four and chased after Madman. But just as Qin Feiyang passed by the four, the scarred man's eyes flashed and he sent a palm toward Qin Feiyang. The other three were also filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the four. The moment the four attacked, he immediately activated the walk word art and retreated far away. This speed. Seeing this, Feng Zihan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. At the same time, Madman was also taken aback. He turned around and stared at the four with hostility. For early-stage divine lords dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Courting death. Boom. Before his voice faded, Madman's aura was fully released and a terrifying blood wave rolled toward the four. No, the scarred man and the other three had a change of expression. But it was too late. The blood wave drowned them. The four screamed as their divine bodies were torn apart in the void. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded by what he saw. For early-stage divine lords were killed in an instant. This is Madman's true strength? Terrifying. It was too terrifying. If the madman hadn't suppressed his cultivation, he would have had to activate his slaughter domain to have a chance. How is it? Are you scared, silly? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and stepped forward with a frown. Aren't these people a little too arrogant? They clearly know that I am a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace, yet they still dare to attack me? What's wrong with that? As long as it's not within the Nine Heavens Palace, those old bastards above us won't care. Moreover, you're only an outer court disciple. Who would make such a big fuss for you? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and cupped his hands. Thank you. Madman waved his hand. Speaking of which, with your strength, shouldn't you stay in the inner sect? Why do you want to stay in the outer sect? Could it be that it's really as the rumors say, that you were expelled to the outer court because you were too mischievous? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Expelled to the outer court? What a joke. If I'm not willing, do they have the ability to do so? I can kill my way into the inner sect in minutes. I can only say that it's lonely at the top. Madman shook his head and sighed. Show off. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He had never seen someone who could show off so much. Madman smiled and glanced at Feng Zihan. Actually, it's related to this woman. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't I just say that this woman would come to find me every few days? I had a headache, so I hid in the outer court. Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So this is the reason why you're in the outer court? Yes. This woman, although she likes me, she cares about her face. She can't put it down and follow me to the outer court. So I just want to hide in peace. Madman said helplessly. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. To be able to make Madman afraid to this extent, how difficult was this woman Feng Zihan? Feng Zihan glanced at the 4 dead men before looking up at Madman. He asked, Madman, did you and Jiang Haotian know each other before? No. Madman shook his head. Then why are you helping him? Feng Zihan raised his brows. Can't I have fate with him? Madman snorted and swept up Qin Feiyang and left without looking back. Saying that you have fate with a man, don't you feel disgusted? Feng Zihan said angrily. It's none of your business. I like men. Madman roared. Bastard, bastard. Feng Zihan stamped his foot in anger. Divine items shot out in all directions like a waterfall, causing the sea to churn for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Countless sea beasts were affected and cried out miserably. What a terrifying woman. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Once she was angry, the sea would shake. If she was provoked, wouldn't she pierce through the sky? However, Madman's words made him more concerned. Like men? He turned his head to look at Madman and goosebumps appeared all over his body. What's with that look? Madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. I have heard about the grudge between you and Feng Zijuan. Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai aren't simple characters. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang sighed, they have already begun to deal with me. So fast? Madman was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, do you know why the city lord of Star River City sent people to find me? Is it related to Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai? Madman asked. The city lord has a son called Niayun. This person was bribed by Feng Yuan and wanted to get rid of me during the assessment. But in the end, I killed him instead. There's also the matter of slandering 9 Heavens Palace. I believe you should have received the news. This was also arranged by Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang thought. I didn't expect him to act so fast. Looks like my decision was correct. I can't afford to offend Feng Zihan's family. Not only will I have to avoid them, I will have to stay away from them. Madman snickered. Avoid? But why do I feel like you don't care at all? Can you not always exaggerate? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Madman chuckled. Under Madman's full speed, the two soon left the Sky Dragon Sea. When Qin Feiyang's image crystal also sounded. I'll leave you to it. Madman said as he directly opened an altar and flew up. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Madman and said, Can I trust you? You have no choice. Because you can't beat me and you can't kill me. You can only choose to trust me. The madman smiled playfully and his figure quickly dissipated. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. Feng Zihan flew out of the Sky Dragon Sea and looked at Qin Feiyang. Jiang Haotian, what was the result of your fight with Madman? Qin Feiyang smiled. Senior sister, you should ask senior brother Madman personally. Feng Zihan said angrily, if you will tell me, will I put down my face to ask you? Senior sister, it's just a spar. Is there a need to be so concerned? Or does senior sister have other intentions? Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan's gaze instantly changed. It was as cold as ice, causing the entire area to turn cold. But Qin Feiyang didn't have any fear and looked straight at Feng Zihan's eyes. And the image crystal in his hand also stopped trembling. After a long time, Feng Zihan opened an altar and stepped on it without looking back, saying coldly, you're on your own. I should be the one saying this to your Feng family. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Feng Zihan suddenly turned around and two cold lights burst out of her eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression was calm as he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Senior sister, take care, I won't send you off. As his voice fell, Feng Zihan disappeared from the altar. Qin Feiyang sighed. Although he had just met Feng Zihan, it was not difficult to see that whether it was her brain or strength, she was much stronger than Feng Zijuan and Gong Zifeng. Even her father, Feng Wenhai, might not be comparable. She was definitely a difficult character to deal with. This Feng family is really a big trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, entering the black tortoise world. Wang. Not long later. The image crystal buzzed and trembled again. Qin Feiyang's divine power surged and awakened the image crystal. Two phantoms suddenly appeared. It was Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. Young master, what are you doing? We've been sending you messages, but you didn't respond? Zhao Tailai said unhappily. Qin Feiyang said, I was in the Sky Dragon Sea before, so I couldn't receive any messages. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Tailai said in a deep voice, it's not just a matter, it's a matter of life and death. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and he said, tell me. Here's what happened. Didn't we go to find Shengguan Qiu as you asked? But she recognized us at a glance, we're your subordinates. Zhao Tailai said. What? How is that possible? Qin Feiyang's face was blank. Tang Hai said, what old Zhao said is true. We didn't even have a chance to speak before we were directly kicked out. Shengguan Qiu also threatened that we're not allowed to enter the treasure pavilion again. How dare she? Even if you're my people, she shouldn't have kicked you out. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. That's not the point. The point is, how did she know our identity? You know, we've never shown our faces in the ancient world. Tang Hai said. There's something fishy about this. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, and his eyes trembled slightly, and he said, could it be them? Who? The two of them were surprised. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing. Now, only the two of them know of your existence in Sky Dragon City. Wait. Shengguan Qiu suddenly blocked me, and he didn't say a word about the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, and he knows you, this matter. Qin Feiyang frowned, and suddenly understood, and his eyes shone with a fierce light, and he said, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing are behind this. Tang Hai said, you mean, Shengguan Qiu has already reached an agreement with Mu Tianyang? Yes. Disguise yourselves and go to the treasure pavilion. I think the treasure pavilion will auction the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill in the next 2 days. Think of a way to get the alchemy fire and cauldron no matter what. Also, I want to know all the details about the city lord of Xinghe City. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Yes. The two of them responded respectfully, and the shadows quickly disappeared. Mu Tianyang, you're good, stealing my business. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang sneered, and left the black tortoise world, and opened an altar to return to the 9th Heaven Palace. Chapter 2004. 9 Heaven Palace. Cave Mansion number 1000. Qin Dage, didn't you say that you would be back very late? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang, who hurriedly entered the cave mansion, and asked in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled, something happened. Then what were you busy with? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Still hiding it from me. I already heard that you and Madman were sparring on an island. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at him. Heard? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Right now, the entire Nine Heavens Palace is abuzz with the news. Everyone is curious as to who won and who lost. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This was too fast. How was it? Fire Lotus's eyes were filled with curiosity. Qin Feiyang said, Madman is very strong. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat him. So, you're saying that you won? Fire Lotus said. It's not really my win. Because he has been testing my strength and didn't use his true means. If it wasn't for Feng Zihan coming to disturb the situation, we would probably still be fighting. Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan. Fire Lotus was stunned and said in surprise, that big sister of Gongzi's? Yes. This woman's strength can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then, did she do anything to you? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. She didn't. Although the battle with Madman this time didn't end well, I still gained a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. What gains? Fire Lotus was curious. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Guiyuan sword technique, I've already upgraded it to a mid-tier god technique. The Ruins of End incantation, Eclipse Moon, has also been upgraded to a high-tier divine incantation. The 3,000 incarnations have also entered the initial stage. But all of this is nothing. The most important ones are still the Fire Phoenix technique and the Divine Dragon technique. The Fire Phoenix technique has been upgraded to a perfect deity technique. The Divine Dragon art has evolved to a pinnacle deity art. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Even he couldn't help but feel excited. Huolian was also stunned when she heard this. All the major deity arts had been upgraded. Didn't this mean that Qin Feiyang's current strength was several times stronger than before? What a scary guy. Qin Feiyang sighed. However, my identity has also been exposed. What? Exposed? Who knows? Fire Lotus exclaimed. Only lunatics. However, what I don't understand is that he actually helped me keep it a secret. Qin Feiyang frowned. Regarding this matter, he could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. Keep it a secret, Fire Lotus muttered, her eyes suddenly trembled, and said in shock, he couldn't be lying to you, right? Lying to me? Qin Feiyang was startled. He said that he would help you keep it a secret, probably to make you careless, and then secretly inform the upper echelons of the Nine Heavens Palace, and then kill you off. Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Could it be like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although he had just come into contact with the lunatic, it was not difficult to tell from his personality that he was not such a sinister person. However, one had to be wary of others, so it was better to be careful. Otherwise, when the time came, he would really be caught off guard and there would be nothing he could do. Stinking woman, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry shout came from outside. The voice of a lunatic? Fire Lotus was startled, and frowned. Who is he angry at this time? Stinking woman, I think only Feng Zihan can call me that. Qin Feiyang thought. Feng Zihan? What did she come to our Sword Peak for? Fire Lotus was surprised. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he turned and walked outside. Fire Lotus also hurriedly followed. When the two of them walked out of the cave, the people from the other caves, such as Gao Xiaowei, Ma Guang, and the others, had already run out. Everyone looked at the first cave abode above. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus also looked up, and saw a woman in a light purple dress standing opposite the lunatic in front of the first cave abode. The two of them, one was as cold as ice, the other had a face full of anger. Who is she? Her aura is so strong. someone muttered. Seeing that Feng Zihan did not speak for a long time, the lunatic became even angrier, and shouted, I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Feng Zihan said indifferently, what do I want to do? There's no need to report to you. The lunatic was so angry that his face turned red. Fire Lotus said in a daze, Qin Dage, what's going on? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, Feng Zihan turned and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. So beautiful, when they saw Feng Zihan's appearance, the hearts of the men present could not help but tremble. Feng Zihan said, from today onwards, I will live in this Sword Peak, and I hope that everyone will take care of me in the future. What? She wants to move here? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. The lunatic was also stunned, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately said, I don't agree. This Sword Peak is not yours, what right do you have to disagree? Feng Zihan said coldly, and directly turned and walked into the second cave abode. Seeing this, Ma Guang hurriedly said, wait, that. Senior sister, the second cave abode is mine. But before his voice faded, accompanied by a gust of wind, a pile of daily necessities flew out from the second cave abode, and landed in front of Ma Guang in a mess. Just like that, I took it all? Ma Guang looked at the things on the ground, and then looked at the second cave abode, his face full of astonishment. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and patted Ma Guang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother Ma, this is your honor. Honor? Ma Guang was taken aback, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, Brother Jiang, in any case, we are now friends, how can you make fun of me? Brother Jiang did not make fun of you. At this time, a hearty laugh sounded. Hua Yi shook his head and leisurely walked out of the cave abode. Ma Guang glanced at Hua Yi, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, frowning, two brothers, what is the meaning of this? The other disciples, including Gao Xiaowei, also looked at Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi suspiciously. Hua Yi smiled mysteriously, Brother Ma, do you know her identity? Identity? Ma Guang was taken aback, and shook his head. Her name is Feng Zihan, the number 1 on the heaven list. Do you know what it means to be number 1 on the heaven list? It means that she is the strongest among all the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace. Even some elders are not as good as her. Now tell me again, isn't it your honor to be number 1 on the heaven list living in the cave abode you lived in? Hua Yi laughed. Number 1 on the heaven list. She is Feng Zihan. Ma Guang was dumbfounded. The rest of the people were also shocked to the extreme. Wait. Brother Hua Yi, Brother Jiang, she is number 1 on the heaven list, why did she come to our outer sect? Ma Guang looked at the two and asked. I don't know about this. Maybe she is tired of the inner sect life and wants to come to our outer sect to experience life. Hua Yi shook his head. Experience life? Ma Guang and the others were speechless to the extreme. These big shots were really bored out of their minds. Madman glanced at the group of people, and stared at Qin Feiyang, and said, Qin Feiyang, no one knows about me and Feng Zihan, don't talk nonsense behind our backs. Don't worry. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. In fact, he knew that Feng Zihan coming here must have something to do with Madman. Of course, it might also have something to do with him. Really troublesome. Madman sighed and turned to enter the cave abode. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, Madman, wait. What? Madman didn't look back. Qin Feiyang asked secretly, where does the Vice Palace Master live? Vice Palace Master? Madman was slightly taken aback, and said secretly, why are you asking about this? I want to check the history books of 9 Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang replied. Check the information of Qin Badian? Madman was secretly playing tricks. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, haven't you heard of the saying, see through but don't say it? Don't ask me this kind of thing, I won't tell you. Of course, you can ask others, and I won't ask what you want to do. In short, don't look for me if there's nothing. All of you are troublesome. Madman snorted secretly and entered the cave abode, and the stone door closed. Looking at the closed stone door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The number 1 on the heaven list came to our sword peak? What the hell is this? All of them are really bored. The group of disciples shook their heads and sighed, and dispersed one after another. Qin Feiyang and the others also returned to the cave abode, leaving only Ma Guang with a bitter face. He looked at cave abode number 2 for a long time, unable to recover his senses. At first, he wanted to fight for cave abode number 1. But who would have thought that the one living in cave abode number 1 was a guy called Madman? Fine. Then he would settle for the second best and live in cave abode number 2. But now, before he could sit down, it was forcibly occupied by the number 1 on the heaven list, Feng Zihan. Why was he the one who was injured? Cave abode number 1000. Hui Yi leisurely followed Qin Feiyang and walked in. Fire Lotus looked at Hui Yi strangely and said, "Brother Hui Yi, we don't seem to have invited you in." "Sister Fire Lotus, we are all family, is there a need to be so distant?" Hui Yi looked unhappy. "Don't. We haven't reached the point of being so intimate." Fire Lotus quickly waved her hand and said with a pout, "If you say that, I will be sad. After all, in order to inquire about Shengguan Fenglan's residence, I spent a lot of effort." "Fine, I asked for a rebuff, I'm leaving." Hui Yi shook his head and sighed, turned and walked out of the cave abode in disappointment. Shengguan Fenglan's residence? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Fire Lotus hurriedly grabbed Hui Yi and said with a smile, "Brother Hui Yi, I was joking, did you take it seriously?" "Huh, I was also joking." Hui Yi laughed. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He took out a tea table and 3 stools and placed them in the cave abode. Then, he sat on one of the stools in a dignified manner. Next, he raised his head again and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman who were standing at the side. He chuckled and said, "Why are you standing there, please sit." That attitude, that tone, it felt as if he was the owner of this cave abode, and Qin Feiyang and Madman were guests. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other, shook their heads speechlessly, and sat on the other 2 stools. Chapter 2005. First, you were schemed against by Qingli, then, Madman came to spar with you. Now, even Feng Zihan came to find you. Brother Jiang, so many things have happened on the first day of entering Nine Heavens Palace. How are you going to live in the future? Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang sympathetically. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Don't gloat. If they want to deal with me, you won't be able to escape either." Hui Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. "I really regret colluding with you." "Colluding with you? Brother Hui Yi, do you know how to talk?" Fire Lotus looked at him with dissatisfaction. Okay. I was wrong. Hui Yi hurriedly apologized. He looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, "What was the result of your battle with Madman?" "That's not important." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked suspiciously, "Why did you ask about Shengguan Fenglan's residence?" "Not important." Hui Yi was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. "It seems that you still don't know. Right now, all the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace are concerned about this problem. After all, your opponent is Madman. Let them be." Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. "Okay. Pretend I didn't ask. I went to ask about Shengguan Fenglan's residence." "Of course, it was for you," Hui Yi said. "For me?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected. Why did Shengguan Fenglan save you? Obviously, she wanted you to deal with Feng Wenhai. And with your personality, you definitely wouldn't be willing to be a chess piece. So, I thought that you would go and negotiate with her. So, while you were sparring with Madman, I went to ask about her residence. I also learned about Nine Heavens Palace's situation," Hui Yi said. When Qin Feiyang heard these words, he looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. This person was too terrifying. Not only had he seen through Shangguan Fenglan's scheme, but he had also figured out what she was thinking. Fire Lotus asked, Shangguan Fenglan, as the lord of the disciplinary hall, should be staying in the disciplinary hall, right? If that's what you think, Fire Lotus, then you're too naive. According to my investigation, Shangguan Fenglan has been cultivating in seclusion all these years and has not asked about the matters of the law enforcement hall. Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui are basically in charge of all the affairs of the enforcement hall. In other words, right now, the ones in charge of the family are actually Feng Wenhai and his wife. The people from the law enforcement hall basically follow the lead of these two people. In other words, Shangguan Fenglan's position as palace master is only in name. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Wenhai will definitely become the next law enforcement hall master. That is the reason why Shangguan Fenglan wanted to take care of Feng Wenhai. Hua Yi laughed. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother, it's just as you guessed. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked Hua Yi, then where is she staying now? In the depths of Nine Heavens Palace, Lotus Lake. Do you want to go? I can lead the way. Hua Yi smiled. Let's go. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Hua Yi, I really can't wait. Hua Yi shook his head and smiled, then stood up and said, but you're just an outer disciple. If you go find the law enforcement hall master, it will probably cause criticism and even cause people to guess. It's best to cover it up. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he brought Hua Yi to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew out of the cave dwelling, towards the depths of Nine Heavens Palace. Hua Yi looked around in surprise and said, Brother Jiang, isn't this spatial divine item of yours a little too big? Spatial divine item? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked with a smile, isn't it good to be a little bigger? It's good to be a little bigger, but this is too outrageous. It looks like a small world. And there are so many living beings. Hua Yi exclaimed. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, but he was secretly paying attention to Hua Yi's expression. This person was getting more and more mysterious. He must not be careless. Not long after Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi left, a black-clothed youth flew through the air like lightning and landed in front of cave dwelling number 1. He bowed and said, Shi Tai requests an audience with Senior Brother Madman. What's the matter? Madman's voice came from the cave dwelling. Senior Brother Feng Zijuan, let me ask you something. How was your battle with Jiang Haotian? Shi Tai asked. Nonsense. He's just a little rookie. How can he be my opponent? If you dare to ask such a boring question again, I'll cripple you. Scram. Madman's angry voice sounded. Shi Tai's gaze trembled as he carefully asked, then what about Senior Brother and Jiang Haotian? Madman was silent for a moment before he teased, Feng Zijuan wants to know if I have any relationship with Jiang Haotian? I wouldn't dare. Shi Tai hurriedly shook his head. I have nothing to do with him. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't disturb me. Madman said. Yes. Shi Tai replied as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He then turned around and landed below the sword peak. His expression immediately became overbearing as he said, Jiang Haotian, get out here. Inside the cave dwelling, Hua Lian was taken aback. Then, she frowned. Who was shouting and yelling? And from his tone, it seemed like he didn't come with good intentions. Hurry up. Shi Tai shouted impatiently. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows and walked out of the cave dwelling. She looked at Shi Tai and cupped her hands. I wonder why Senior Brother is looking for my brother? The person I want to see is Jiang Haotian, not you. Shi Tai said with a face full of arrogance. I'm sorry, my brother happened to have something to do and went out. Please come earlier next time. With that, Fire Lotus turned and entered the cave dwelling. Since the other party was so rude, there was naturally no need for her to be polite. Stop right there. Shirtai raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Hualien didn't even want to pay attention to him and closed the stone door directly. But the moment before the stone door closed, Shirtai stepped out and rushed into the cave dwelling with a murderous aura. He immediately slapped Fire Lotus's face. Fire Lotus flipped in the air and fell to the ground. The mask on her face was also shattered. But because she fell down immediately, Shirtai did not see her face clearly. Who do you think you are? How dare you show your face to me? Do you know who I am? Shirtai's slap was not enough. He stepped forward and stepped on the back of Fire Lotus's head. Fire Lotus was about to get up when her face hit the ground with a bang. Her head was bleeding. Then tell me, who are you? Fire Lotus's face was pressed tightly to the ground. It was difficult for her to even speak. Her heart was filled with grievances. Shirtai said, I'm Shirtai, an inner disciple, half-step divine lord. I'll remember it. Fire Lotus gritted her teeth and said. From your tone, it seems like you're not convinced. As expected, like brother, like sister. A bunch of arrogant trash. If it weren't for the rules of Empyrean Palace, I would kill you right now. Shirtai sneered and took out an envelope from his chest. He threw it on the ground and said, give it to your brother. I'll be waiting for you at the battlefield tomorrow morning. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with a loud laugh. However, he did not notice that Fire Lotus slowly raised her head. Her blood-stained face was as cold as steel. His eyes were filled with the light of the god of death. After Shirtai left Sword Peak, Feng Zihan walked out of cave dwelling number 2. He looked at Shirtai's back and then lowered his head to look at cave dwelling number 1000. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. In the depths of Empyrean Palace. Under Huiyi's guidance, after an hour of hurrying, the Black Tortoise world finally arrived above a lake. The lake was about half a mile wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror and white mist lingered on its surface. Colorful lotuses were in full bloom. The lake was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Hundreds of flowers bloomed. It was a very elegant and quiet place. On the northern shore of the lake, there was an exquisite attic. It was richly ornamented and had an antique feel to it. At this moment, in front of the pavilion, on the balcony by the lake, a woman in purple stood facing the wind, looking at the quiet lake. A cool breeze blew, her black hair fluttered and her dress fluttered. From afar, she looked like a woman from a painting, extremely stunning. Hua Yi looked through the painting, entranced. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved it in front of Hua Yi's eyes. What are you doing? Hua Yi slapped Qin Feiyang's hand away. He glared at Qin Feiyang and continued to stare at the woman in purple. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said disdainfully, you're drooling. It's none of your business. Hua Yi wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. When we were on the sky stairway, why didn't I notice that this woman was so stunning? No matter how stunning she is, it's not for you. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Why? Hua Yi frowned. Don't you know who she is? Is she a woman that an outer court disciple like you can get? Qin Feiyang was speechless. You're too vulgar. Love has nothing to do with status or poverty. As long as two people truly love each other, even if there is a difference between heaven and earth, they can still walk together. This is the power of love. Forget it, even if I tell you, you won't understand. Hua Yi impatiently waved his hand at Qin Feiyang. He stared at the woman in purple with shining eyes. He's gone mad. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew over. Then, he dragged Hua Yi and appeared beside the woman. The woman in purple sensed the aura of the two and was slightly stunned. She turned her head and said in surprise, it's you too. Hua Yi cupped his hands and said, Miss, I am Hua Yi. Hua as in flames, Yi as in easy. I haven't married yet. I have no other relatives in my family, only a pair of deceased parents. The woman in purple looked at Hua Yi in astonishment. What kind of drama was this? Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He thought that this guy was just joking, but he didn't expect him to really do it. It had to be said that he was really bold. Miss, may I ask how old you are? Where do you live? Do you have any relatives? Do you have someone in your heart? What do you think of me? Seeing that Hua Yi was still chattering, Qin Feiyang directly kicked him and said angrily, "Get lost, don't cause trouble. Jiang Haotian, you've gone too far. I'm pursuing happiness." Hua Yi said angrily. The woman in purple's mouth twitched. She looked at Hua Yi strangely. He actually dared to tease her. This little guy was a little something. P.S. Today's 2 chapters. Chapter 2006. Seeing that the purple-robed woman's eyes were a little unfriendly, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Hall Master, this guy suddenly had epilepsy, don't bother with him." "Wait. Who is having epilepsy?" Hua Yi said angrily. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Couldn't he tell that she was helping him? Who was this Shangguan Fenglan? The hall master of the law enforcement hall. Her strength was unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that she was scheming. Hiding behind the scenes and using their hands to get rid of Feng Wenhai and the others. If she succeeded, the one who benefited the most would naturally be her. And if she failed, she would not lose anything. Even Feng Wenhai would not know that Shangguan Fenglan wanted to deal with him. So, for this kind of woman, it was best to stay away from her. She actually took the initiative to provoke her, wasn't she asking for trouble? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Hua Yi, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said indifferently, "Do you know where this place is?" "Yes. Lotus Lake. The residence of the hall master." Qin Feiyang said. "Since you know, why did you come? This place is not somewhere you can set foot in, hurry up and leave." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Did she really intend to be a person who had nothing to do with her? Since that was the case, then he would not be polite. "Hall master, then let's be frank. If you want to use us, you have to pay something," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and puzzled. "Why don't I understand? Why would I want to use you?" "Hall master, this is meaningless." Qin Feiyang laughed. Shangguan Fenglan said, "I really don't understand." Qin Feiyang said, "Then what is the meaning of the note you gave me? The one you are talking about. I just want you to find out the truth, so that you won't have to bear the infamy of slandering Jiutian Palace for the rest of your life. I am doing this for your own good." Shangguan Fenglan smiled. "Thank you very much. However, this disciple really doesn't mind bearing this infamy. As for the Feng clan, I'm just a small fry. I don't want to offend them. Brother Hua, let's go and find Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai to apologize." Qin Feiyang called out to Hua Yi, then turned around and strode away. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang's back and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This little guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Bring a bramble and ask for punishment? Hua Yi was startled. "I believe that Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai are reasonable people. As long as we show enough sincerity, I think we should be able to bury the hatchet. In fact, these two might even become our backing in the future," Qin Feiyang said. These words were naturally said on purpose for Shangguan Fenglan to hear. "In other words, if you continue to put on airs, then I will go and help Feng Yuan. Let's see who will be at a disadvantage when the time comes." "That makes sense." Hua Yi nodded thoughtfully. He glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned. "What about my happiness?" Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. He wanted to slap him. Shouldn't there be a limit to fooling around? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to go berserk, Hua Yi quickly waved his hand and said, okay, we'll go and apologize." "Wait." But at this moment, Shangguan Fenglan spoke. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, turned around and said, "I wonder if Temple Master has any other orders?" Don't pretend. Shengguan Fenglan glared at him. I'm innocent. Qin Feiyang looked innocent. Aren't you the one who has been pretending? Shengguan Fenglan looked at the two and asked, Tell me, what do you want? I want you. Hua Yi chuckled without hesitation. Get lost. Qin Feiyang couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Hua Yi's butt. Hua Yi immediately hugged his butt and jumped up, grimacing in pain. What a joke. Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at Hua Yi, then looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, First, let me enter the Vice Palace Master's study. Secondly, each of us will pay 100 million soul stones and a legendary level divine art. What? Hua Yi looked at Qin Feiyang dumbfounded. Entering the Vice Palace Master's study. But 100 million soul stones and a legendary level divine art, this was asking for too much. And 100 million soul stones for each person, one for each person. Shengguan Fenglan was also dumbfounded. She really didn't know how this boy dared to ask for so much. Feng Zihan alone can receive 1 million soul stones every month. I think a few 100 million shouldn't be much to you. As for the legendary level divine art, 9 Heavens Palace, as the largest force in the northern region, must have it. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Shengguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. Bursting? Palace Master, you underestimate the appetite of this disciple and the others. This is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Qin Feiyang laughed. Shengguan Fenglan laughed angrily, then shouldn't this Palace Master thank you? There's no need to thank me. After all, we're not outsiders. If I can help, I'll help. Qin Feiyang laughed. The corner of Shengguan Fenglan's mouth twitched. The soul stones are no problem, but the legendary level divine art is a little difficult. But in comparison, this Palace Master is more curious. Why do you want to enter the Vice Palace Master's study? In Hua Yi's view, entering the Vice Palace Master's study might be a small matter. But in Shengguan Fenglan's eyes, this was the most important thing to ponder. Qin Feiyang said, purely out of curiosity. Curious? Shengguan Fenglan shook her head disapprovingly and said, How about this? This Palace Master can agree to the above conditions, but the legendary level divine art must be replaced with a pinnacle level divine art. But these things can only be given to you after the matter is over. After that, she added, in addition, everything you do in the future has nothing to do with this Palace Master. After the matter is over? Qin Feiyang frowned. What if our lives are in danger? Hua Yi asked. Shengguan Fenglan said lightly, That's your own business. It has nothing to do with this Palace Master. This, Hua Yi turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. It's hard to predict the future. If you give it to us after the matter is over, I think we'd better not blindly get involved. Let's go to Feng Yuan and apologize. Okay. Hua Yi nodded. He finally became serious. Threatening me again? Shengguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang pretended not to see it and looked at Hua Yi. When we go to apologize, let's perform well. Maybe we can get more benefits. How should we perform? Hua Yi was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Tell Feng Yuan that someone wants to harm his family. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Shengguan Fenglan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying aura firmly locked onto the two. Hua Yi's pupils shrank, and he quickly became vigilant. Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He looked at Shengguan Fenglan indifferently and said, This disciple knows that with the strength and status of the Palace Master, it's easy to kill the two of us. But since we dared to come, that means we're not afraid. You're quite confident. Shengguan Fenglan sneered. Although the strength of this disciple is low, we still have a little confidence. Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have dared to provoke Feng Wenhai in public at the top of the mountain this morning. Qin Feiyang said. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and pondered. A moment later. She withdrew her aura. Hua Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. When he touched his back, it was already dripping with sweat. If this woman flipped out, then this matter would not be settled peacefully. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You're talking about yourself, Hua Yi, Jiang Rushwang, and Jiang Fire Lotus, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's a total of 400 million soul stones, for peak-grade deity arts. If it were Feng Yuan, he would definitely be able to take it out directly, but this palace master can't get so much in such a short time." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to embezzle the public funds of Nine Heavens Palace." "He wouldn't dare. If he's found to be embezzling public funds, even Feng Yuan would be punished." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you can't go to the resource hall to ask for these soul stones and deity arts?" "Of course. 400 million soul stones, for peak-grade deity arts, is not a small amount. If we go to the resource hall, Feng Yuan will definitely ask where these soul stones and deity arts are. And he will have to ask the first elder." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Although she was the hall master of the enforcement hall, there were many things that she couldn't decide. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Then how are you going to get these soul stones and deity arts?" "That's none of your business. But as you said, the future is hard to predict. This palace master can't give you all at once." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Then why don't you come up with an idea that can satisfy both of us?" Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised. How could such a shrewd woman give him all of it at once? 10 million deity crystals in advance. "I'll give you the rest later." Shangguan Fenglan said. "That's too little. At least half." Qin Feiyang shook his head decisively. "Impossible." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and said, "Don't always think of threatening this palace master. If we really fall out, the one who will suffer in the end will definitely not be me. Brother Jiang, what you said makes sense. Even if we tell Feng Yuan, will he dare to come and settle the score with Shangguan Fenglan? Won't we suffer in the end? Taking a step back, even if Feng Yuan doesn't deal with us and lets us follow him and work for him, with our relationship with Feng Zijuan, I don't know what he will do to us. He might even be a cow or a horse." Hua Yi said to himself. "Of course I know this. I can't really go and join Feng Yuan. But now, what we lack the most is soul stones, so this time, we must do our best to get the largest amount." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Seeing Qin Feiyang silent, Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, 20 million, no more. No. 100 million, no less. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then if you fail or run away halfway, this 100 million soul stones will be wasted. How about 30 million? That's the limit of this palace." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Too little." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Almost." Shangguan Fenglan said. Neither of them was willing to give in, and the situation was in a deadlock. Chapter 2007. Looking at Qin Feiyang arguing with Shangguan Fenglan, Hua Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. How could this person be so bold? The enforcement hall master was a core figure of Nine Heavens Palace. Which disciple of Nine Heavens Palace didn't respect her like a god? But this guy not only repeatedly threatened her, but also refused to back down. If the other disciples were to see this, their jaws would probably drop in shock. "Brother Jiang, stop arguing." Hua Yi hurriedly interrupted Qin Feiyang. If they continued arguing like this, they would really anger this woman. "Brother Jiang, hall master, how about this, we each take a step back. 50 million soul stones first. 50 million soul stones. For you, hall master, you won't suffer a loss or be cheated. And we won't run away from Nine Heavens Palace for a mere 50 million soul stones. As for the rest, we'll pay you in installments." Hua Yi said. "How do we do it in installments?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. "Every time we kill someone, you'll give us some. For example, Feng Wenhai." If we kill him in the future, you'll pay us 100 million soul stones. Hua Yi said. Based on the number of people, this idea is not bad. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Hua Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Jiang, what do you think? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded, I have no objection. Isn't this a happy ending? Hua Yi smiled. But words are no proof. Let's write it down. Qin Feiyang said again. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and immediately said angrily, You're doubting this Hall Master's character. Hall Master, please calm down. Although Brother Zhang's method is wrong, it's pardonable. After all, you're not an ordinary person. If you really go back on your word, then we can only watch helplessly. Hua Yi smiled flatteringly. Fine. As you wish. Shengguan Fenglan glared at the two of them and said in a deep voice. Hua Yi immediately took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Qin Feiyang scribbled furiously and wrote everything on the paper. Then, he pressed a thumbprint on the paper and looked at Shengguan Fenglan. Palace Master, please. Shengguan Fenglan was about to go crazy. He was actually playing such a childish game with two immature brats. It was simply embarrassing. She cut her thumb, gritted her teeth, and pressed a fingerprint on it. Hua Yi smiled, it's finally over. Qin Feiyang was also beaming from ear to ear. He carefully put away the receipt, then extended his hand and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, 50 million soul stones. Wait here. Shengguan Fenglan snorted coldly and turned to enter the attic. Hua Yi laughed mischievously and said, Brother Jiang, we've made a killing this time. I did get the soul stone, but Feng Yuan and the others aren't that easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang sighed. Hua Yi meaningfully said, I think that with Brother Zhang's methods, it shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, From what you said, you're planning to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? No. Since I've taken the soul stone, then I must contribute. However, I also know that I'm not that capable, so Brother Jiang is still the one who comes up with the plan. I can only assist from the side. Hua Yi laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Soon. Shengguan Fenglan came out and threw a chinquan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and kept it. Shengguan Fenglan said, Aren't you going to be more careful? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I still believe in the Palace Master's character. Don't say such high-sounding words. I've already given you 50 million soul stones. I hope to see results as soon as possible. Shengguan Fenglan said with a cold face. Don't worry. Very soon, the Palace Master will know that the 400 million soul stones and the god art will not be spent in vain. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Hua Yi. Brother Hua, let's go. You go first, I'll be right there. Hua Yi responded, looked at Shengguan Fenglan, and smiled like a gentleman. Miss, are you free tonight? Shall we go and have a seat? Scram. Shengguan Fenglan's face darkened as she shouted angrily. I'm sincerely inviting you, and I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to communicate more, Hua Yi licked his face and said shamelessly. But before he could finish, Qin Feiyang angrily dragged him into the Black Tortoise realm and rushed out of the sect like lightning. That's enough. Shengguan Fenglan was about to explode with anger. One openly threatened her, the other unscrupulously teased her, and they were both outer sect disciples. She was a big shot of the Nine Heavens Palace. When had she ever encountered such an encounter? It's best if it can be of some use, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. 50 million soul stones. I don't even dare to dream about it. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang sized up the universe bag, his face full of excitement. To break through to the initial stage of the false god realm, one needed 1,000 soul stones. From initial to small success, one needed 10,000. From small success to large success, 100,000. From large success to perfection, 1 million. From perfection to perfection, one needed 10 million soul stones. In other words, these 50 million soul stones were enough to accumulate 5 perfection war gods in a short period of time. This was a true overnight millionaire. Nya Yun and the others' soul stones were nothing. No. Hua Yi still had a portion. Other than Hua Yi's portion, there seemed to be only 30 million left. Wait. This guy, why isn't there any reaction at all? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Hua Yi, only to see him standing at the side with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking, but he was giggling non-stop. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he patted Hua Yi, and said, "What are you thinking about? What are you doing? You scared me." Hua Yi glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "You were too engrossed in your thoughts. Tell me, are you thinking about Shengguan Fenglan?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "Isn't that nonsense? Could it be that I'm thinking about you?" Hua Yi rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Why are you so stubborn? This woman, you really can't afford to offend her." "I'm only interested in women that I can't afford to offend." Hua Yi chuckled. "You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. How about this, I'll help you," Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" Hua Yi's eyes lit up. "Of course, us brothers, would we lie to you? But if I help you, you have to repay me. You don't need these soul stones and divine arts." Qin Feiyang laughed. Hua Yi was stunned. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, "I knew you didn't feel at ease. Let me tell you, don't play dumb with me. This time, not a single soul stone less. Let me calculate, 50 million soul stones. 4 people equally. 1 for 1. 1 for 2. I've calculated, each of us will get 12. 5 million soul stones. This is just enough for me to break through from the advanced god of war to the peak. Give it to me." Hua Yi stretched out his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, and chuckled. Did he really think he was a fool? Such a large amount of soul stones, he didn't even dare to think about it before. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not want it? "Let me tell you, you're so stingy, you'll never get Shengguan Fenglan." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "This is 2 different things. It's irrelevant. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to take it all for yourself, I'm not done with you," Hua Yi said. All right, who wants to take it all for himself? Don't think that I'm as shameless as you, okay?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and carefully counted out 12. 5 million soul stones, not one more, not one less, and threw it to Hua Yi. In other words, right now, he only had 37. 5 million left. However, he should be satisfied. This amount of soul stones, if placed on an outer court disciple, he would not be able to earn so much in his lifetime. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi finally returned to the outer court cave. But as soon as they entered the cave, Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi were stunned. Fire Lotus was sitting on a stool in a daze. Her face was stained with blood and her body was also somewhat dirty. She didn't even notice Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi entering the cave. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the cave. When he saw the broken mask on the ground, his entire body was filled with killing intent. He walked in front of Fire Lotus and asked in a deep voice, "Who did this?" "Brother." As soon as Fire Lotus heard Qin Feiyang's voice, she immediately shed tears of grievance. "Who is it? Tell me. I'll go kill him right now," Qin Feiyang shouted, his heart aching. However, he didn't notice that Hua Yi, who was behind him, had been staring at Fire Lotus's face the entire time, his eyes flashing with a bright light. "It's a person called Shi Tai. He's an inner disciple, a half-step divine lord. At that time, after you and big brother Hua Yi left, he came looking for me. Originally, I was very polite, but he had an overbearing attitude, so I didn't want to bother with him. But because of this, it seemed to have angered him. He directly barged into the cave, slapped me, and even stepped on my head. As Fire Lotus spoke, she threw herself into Qin Feiyang's embrace and said, "Brother, believe me, it's really not my fault. He was the one who was rude first, I didn't cause any trouble for you." Sure Tai, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with an astonishingly sharp light, and laughed, "Silly girl, of course I believe you. Don't cry, I'm here." "There's a letter on the table?" Hua Yi suddenly noticed that there was an envelope on the coffee table. "That was left behind by Sure Tai," Fire Lotus said. Hua Yi opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. On it, there were 7 words written with a murderous aura. "Tomorrow morning, see you on the battlefield." Battlefield, Hua Yi frowned and handed the letter to Qin Feiyang, saying, "This is a letter of challenge. This Sure Tai invites you to enter the battlefield to fight." Qin Feiyang glanced at the letter and asked, "Where is the battlefield?" "Between the inner and outer sect. To enter the battlefield, one needs to pass through a fixed transmission altar. It is said that this battlefield is formed by a spatial divine object. It is hidden in the void and is very large inside. It doesn't matter how you attack." Hua Yi said. "Spatial divine object." Fire Lotus was shocked and said, "Qin Dage, let's forget about this matter." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Since it is formed by a spatial divine object, then the big shots of 9 Heaven Palace will definitely be able to observe the situation inside. What if your purple gold dragon blood is exposed when you fight with Sure Tai?" Fire Lotus said worriedly. "What about you? What should I do about this?" Qin Feiyang asked, his heart moved. What a considerate woman. "I'm fine. As long as Qin Dage is fine." Fire Lotus thought. What a silly girl. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, a mere half-step divine lord doesn't have the ability to expose my identity." Literature Museum. Chapter 2008. He even dares to bully my little sister, he's simply courting death. There must be a conclusion to this matter. I will immediately investigate Sure Tai's background. Hua Yi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at Hua Yi and said, "When did Fire Lotus become your little sister? Do we still need to distinguish between each other? She's your little sister, isn't that the same as my little sister? Besides, Fire Lotus calls me Big Brother Hua Yi. As a man, how can I let her be wronged?" Hua Yi said angrily. Fire Lotus was moved and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Hua Yi. We're all family, don't be so polite." Hua Yi smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I will go investigate now, wait for my news." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hua Yi turned around and walked a few steps, but suddenly turned to Fire Lotus and said with a grin, "Sister, you should continue to wear a mask in the future." "Why?" Fire Lotus was stunned and looked at Hua Yi suspiciously. "Because you're too beautiful. If those disciples outside saw you, wouldn't they come looking for you every day? I believe you wouldn't like having a bunch of flies following you around all day." Hua Yi chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Fire Lotus said angrily, her cheeks flushed red. After Hua Yi left the cave, Qin Feiyang wiped the blood on Fire Lotus's face and said with a smile, "Go wash up in the Black Tortoise world and relax." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the red lotus instantly disappeared. "Sure Tai, I want to see who gave you the courage to hit my people." Qin Feiyang muttered. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he followed Hua Yi into the castle. "Fire Lotus, are you all right?" Mermaid Princess' voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to Mermaid Princess. He saw the Mermaid Princess sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at Qin Feiyang with concern. "She's fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the Qinkuan bag. He smiled and said, "These soul stones should be enough for you to cultivate for a while." Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the Qinkuan bag with joy. Tan Tai Li's gaze turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, you to cultivate." Look at your cultivation, you've been in the ancient world for so long but you've made no progress, at most, half a month. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. I'll start cultivating now. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. He didn't know how long it would take to refine a soul stone now. He remembered that it used to take half an hour to refine one. After taking out a soul stone and putting the Qinkuan bag on the altar, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and started to refine it silently. Inside the castle. Time flew by. About half an hour later, the soul stone in his hand was finally refined. The time has been shortened by half? Qin Feiyang was stunned. In other words, now he could refine 4 soul stones in 2 hours. 48 soul stones in 24 hours a day. It took 100,000 divine gems to break through to the advanced divine gems. 100,000 divided by 48 was more than 2,080 days. About 5.5 years. What? 5.5 years. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He didn't know this, but he was shocked when he calculated. It took more than 5 years to refine 100,000 soul stones. He was really lucky to have the castle. Otherwise, it would take him a whole 5 to 6 years just to refine these soul stones. The castle's time rule was that 1 day outside was 1 year inside. In other words, now, he only needed 5 to 6 days to refine 100,000 soul stones and step into the advanced divine gems. Compared to others, this really saved a lot of time. Late at night. Above the 9th heaven palace, a waning moon emitted a weak light. A black shadow quietly came to the sword peak and gently knocked on the tightly shut stone door. The next moment, the stone door opened. Qin Feiyang stood inside the door and looked at the black shadow with a smile. Come in. After the black shadow entered, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door, turned around and waved his hand. A flame appeared, illuminating the entire cave. And the person standing in front of him was Gao Xiaolong. Of course. Before Gao Xiaolong came, he had sent a message to Qin Feiyang in advance, so Qin Feiyang was able to open the door in time without any accident. Gao Xiaolong took out 2 jade boxes from his chest and handed them to Qin Feiyang, smiling. This is what senior brother Feng asked me to give you. 2 jade boxes, one was the size of a palm, square in shape. The other one was a rectangular jade box that was a foot long. Qin Feiyang first grabbed the square jade box and opened the lid. A black fruit appeared in front of him. This fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, exuding a trace of black fog, filled with an evil aura. That's right. This was the death god fruit. After closing the lid of the box, Qin Feiyang took the long jade box and opened it to take a look. Surprisingly, there was a tree branch that was half a foot long lying inside. This branch was perfectly round, similar to a straight chopstick. It was pitch black with yin energy swirling around it. In a trance, one could even hear ghostly laughter coming from the yin energy. Yin soul wood. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. This young master Feng was indeed amazing. He got his hands on the death god fruit and yin soul wood so quickly. Gao Xiaolong said, young master Feng also said that although he can't help you with things like soul stones, he can provide you with some herbs. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to look for him. Qin Feiyang closed the jade box and smiled. Thank him for me. Also, I heard during the day that Shirtai issued a challenge to you. Gao Xiaolong asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. This Shirtai, Gao Xiaolong was about to say something. Bang! The cave's stone door was kicked open and Hui Yi stormed in angrily. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked suspiciously at Hui Yi. Isn't it because, before Hui Yi could finish his words, he saw Gao Xiaolong and asked suspiciously, he is? Qin Feiyang said, he's called Gao Xiaolong, one of us. Hui Yi nodded and said angrily, you don't know this Shirtai is actually Feng Zijun's man. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Gao Xiaolong and asked, is that so? This Shi Tai can be considered Feng Zijuan's confidant. He usually follows behind Feng Zijuan like a dog. This time, he issued a challenge to you, 100% it was ordered by Feng Zijuan. Gao Xiaolong said. Not only that, after Shi Tai issued the challenge, he spread the news everywhere, cutting off your escape route. Because now, everyone knows about it. If you don't show up tomorrow, there will be people talking behind your back. Hua Yi said. That's right. Moreover, he spread the news everywhere to embarrass you in front of everyone tomorrow. Gao Xiaolong added. So, it was ordered by Feng Zijuan. What did I say? After knowing that I entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he will definitely make a move. Qin Feiyang laughed. Brother Jiang, why do you look like you're looking forward to it? Hua Yi was surprised. This was my plan all along. However, their arrogance exceeded my expectations. They actually dared to harm the Fire Lotus. This debt, I will make them pay double tomorrow. Qin Feiyang sneered. Plan, Hua Yi muttered. This guy was becoming more and more unfathomable, secretly laying out such a trap. This time, Feng Zijuan was probably going to suffer a big setback. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong and said, You go back, tell young noble Feng to prepare to watch the show. Okay. Gao Xiaolong nodded, turned around, and teleported, disappearing in a flash. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned to Hua Yi, asking, Why did you take so long to gather information? You're not familiar with this place, do you think it's easy to gather information? Hua Yi rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, With your brain, it shouldn't be difficult. Hua Yi smiled embarrassedly, saying, I went to inquire about Shangguan Fenglan's situation. I knew it. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Hua Yi glanced outside the cultivation dwelling and said mysteriously, You don't say, there's something you'll never guess. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Hua Yi said, This Shangguan Fenglan is the sister of the Treasure Pavilion's Shangguan Qiu. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This was something he really didn't expect. I was still thinking that Shangguan Fenglan could get her hands on 400 million soul stones, so she has such a sister. But this Shangguan Qiu is really not simple. Master is the Treasure Pavilion's chief pavilion master. Her sister is the hall master of the law enforcement hall. No wonder she didn't even take Feng Zijuan seriously back then. Hua Yi sighed. The two sisters, then I think Shangguan Qiu is more suitable for you than Shangguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang teased. What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who plays around? Hua Yi angrily glared at Qin Feiyang, but then he rolled his eyes and changed the topic. He laughed mischievously and said, However, if I can get both of these sisters, then I'll be able to hold my head high for the rest of my life. In the future, I'll be able to walk with my back straight. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned and kicked him without hesitation, saying angrily, Get out of my sight as far as you can, and don't appear in front of me again. You're jealous. Hua Yi hurriedly dodged, and then raised his middle finger. He scorned Qin Feiyang and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. You want to get the sisters, and you say you're not a playboy? I've really never seen such a shameless person. Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, now the relationship seemed to have become a little complicated. Shangguan Qiu cooperated with Mu Tianyang, he cooperated with Shangguan Fenglan, and he and Mu Tianyang were life and death enemies. She was almost unable to make sense of it. Headache. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door of the cave residence, entered the ancient castle, and continued to refine the soul stones. Chapter 2009. Between the inner and outer gates, there was a wide river that meandered from north to south. There was a huge square above the river. In the middle of the square, there were 10 altars. On each altar, there was a number. Battlefield number 1. Battlefield number 2. And finally, battlefield number 10. That's right. This was the entrance to the battlefield. Early in the morning, people came to the square one after another. There are a lot of people here today. A mere outer disciple is so popular? Brother, that's not right. Everyone is here to watch the show. Don't you think this Jiang Haotian is too daring? He even dares to offend Feng Zijuan. He's courting his own death. Before Jiang Haotian entered Empyrean Palace, as long as he hid, Feng Zijuan couldn't do anything to him. Now that he has entered Empyrean Palace, how can Feng Zijuan deal with him? Isn't it as easy as killing a chicken? That's right. It's said that a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Now it seems that it's not without reason. He even dares to accept Shirtai's challenge. Shirtai is a half-step divine lord. I heard that he has a perfect divine technique and a perfect support divine technique. He even has a supreme grade divine artifact. How can an outer sect disciple defeat him? Everyone was discussing. When the sun rose, there were already tens of thousands of people gathered in the square. Most of them were outer disciples. The square could hold 50 to 60,000 people. It was very big. Move, move. Suddenly, a slightly arrogant laugh sounded. Fatso, who was wearing a golden coat, had all kinds of golden rings on his hands and a thick golden chain around his neck. Behind him were two followers. He looked like a local tycoon as he swaggered into the square. Brother Fatty, you're here. Brother Fatty, the same old rules? Seeing Fatso arrive, everyone was a little afraid and a little expectant. Of course. Fatso walked to a corner of the square and waved his sleeves. A big golden table appeared on the ground. Let's cut the crap. Shirtai, 1-1. Jiang Haotian, 1-10. Those who are not betting, please move aside and make way. As soon as Fatso finished speaking, the people in the square immediately swarmed forward. I bet on Shirtai. I also bet on Shirtai. It's obvious. We have to bet on Shirtai. Everyone took out their soul stones. Some bet a dozen, some bet a few hundred, and some bet a few thousand. A short while later, the table was filled with soul stones. The two lackeys were busy collecting soul stones and taking notes at the same time. Seeing the crowd swarming over, Fatso beamed with joy. I bet 50,000 soul stones. I bet 100,000. To be able to take out so many soul stones, one had to be an inner disciple. Furthermore, he had to be one of the top inner disciples. It's so lively. At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman stepped into the square. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. They were Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Guo Sueki. What? 1-10? When they heard everyone's discussion, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. Such a high payout. Mu Qing laughed secretly. Ancestor, isn't this obviously giving us soul stones? Keep it low, keep it low. Mu Tianyang chuckled, walked to the table, took out a Qingkuan bag, and slapped it on the table. Fatso was stunned. He looked at the Qingkuan bag and thought to himself, so arrogant, could it be that he was a rich man? Mu Tianyang glanced at the people around and suddenly grinned, saying, I bet on Jiang Haotian, 5 million soul stones. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Mu Tianyang in shock. Fatso and the 2 lackeys were also stunned. They had completely forgotten what they were doing. Voila! There was no suspense. The next moment, the square was in an uproar. What? It's actually Jiang Haotian? It's still 5 million soul stones. Oh my god, he's crazy. Who is he? Isn't he afraid that these 5 million soul stones will be wasted? Fatso came back to his senses and grabbed the Qingkuan bag. After carefully looking at it for a while, his face suddenly twitched. There really were 5 million soul stones. So many soul stones. Who wouldn't be tempted? Fatso swallowed his saliva, looked up at Mu Tianyang, and asked, Are you sure you want to bet on Jiang Haotian? I'm sure. Mu Tianyang nodded. Generous. Courageous. You're the first person who dares to bet on Zhang Haotian. Fatso laughed and even gave Mu Tianyang a thumbs up, saying, Tell me your name. Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said. Fatso looked at the two lackeys beside him and said happily, Quickly write it down. Okay. The two lackeys, one carefully counted the soul stones, and the other recorded Mu Tianyang's name. Mu Tianyang? This name is so unfamiliar. Wait, I heard that among the new disciples this time, there seems to be someone called Mu Tianyang. A new disciple actually has 5 million soul stones? Could he be a disciple of a big family? But to take out 5 million soul stones at once, even those famous rich families don't seem to have the ability to do so. The surrounding disciples felt that it was very unbelievable. Hearing this, Mu Qing sneered. What was 5 million? In a while, this 5 million would become 50 million. Just thinking about it made him excited. What is it? Someone dares to bet on Zhang Haotian? 5 million soul stones? A surprised voice suddenly rang out. It's Shi Tai. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in black standing at the entrance of the square with a stunned face. If it wasn't Shi Tai, who else could it be? The people automatically moved aside to make a path. Shi Tai walked step by step to the gambling table and glanced at the crowd. He raised his eyebrows and said, Who bet on Zhang Haotian? Me. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly. You? You dare to bet on Zhang Haotian? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Shi Tai sized up Mu Tianyang and sneered. It's our freedom to bet on whoever we want. As for whether or not I'll lose everything, we'll know when the results are out. Mu Tianyang smiled. I've never seen such a stupid person. Shi Tai laughed, took out a Qingquan bag, threw it on the table, and said to Fatso, I'll bet 500,000 soul stones on myself. Okay. Fatso nodded. Kid, you'll regret this. Just you wait. Shi Tai smiled coldly at Mu Tianyang, then walked to the altar of the first battlefield. He crossed his arms, glanced at the crowd, and asked, Zhang Haotian hasn't arrived yet? I didn't see him. Everyone shook their heads. Don't tell me he's too scared to come. Shi Tai laughed. Many people also burst into laughter. Zhang Haotian's strength is indeed not good, but he's not that timid. However, at this moment, a faint laughter sounded. Everyone looked up and saw 3 figures flying through the air. The one in the lead was Qin Feiyang. Hua Yi and Fire Lotus followed behind him. Hua Lian also listened to Hua Yi's words, and put on another mask. Looking at the arrogant Shi Tai, a cold glint flickered in the eyes of the 3. They're here. They're finally here. Everyone quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus landed in front of Shi Tai. They really dare to come? Shi Tai was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled, for the sake of face, I have to come, right? Shi Tai was slightly taken aback. He chuckled and said, Face is worthless. Yes. Face is worthless at all. What's valuable is life. Qin Feiyang nodded. Haha. So you also understand. Shi Tai laughed. Of course I understand. Qin Feiyang smiled. The smell of gunpowder is coming. Mu Tianyang smiled secretly. I'm a little puzzled. Isn't Qin Feiyang always afraid of trouble? Why did he accept Shi Tai's challenge this time? Mu Qing was suspicious. I think this Shi Tai must have done something to make him angry. Mu Tianyang guessed. Shi Tai looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Let's not talk nonsense and enter the battlefield. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Jiang, wait. Hua Yi suddenly said. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Hua Yi pointed to the gambling table and said, Before entering the battlefield, you have to bet first. Bet? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There's no time to explain. Come with me. Hua Yi dragged Qin Feiyang to the gambling table and looked at Fatso with a smile. What's the odds for Jiang Haoyan? Fatso glanced at the two and said, 1 to 10. So high. Hua Yi was stunned. His eyes suddenly shone with green light. Without hesitation, he took out a Qinkuan bag and threw it on the table, saying, I bet 12. 5 million soul stones on Jiang Haoyan. What? 12, 5 million. Oh my god. So much. Previously, that Mu Tianyang bet 5 million soul stones on Jiang Haoyan. That was already shocking enough. Now, there's another 12. 5 million. How many nouveaux riches are among the new disciples this time? The square was once again in an uproar. Fatso was also petrified on the spot. 5 million? Qin Feiyang heard everyone's discussion and turned to look at Mu Tianyang. I didn't take a single soul stone from you. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Tianyang said indifferently. You didn't take my soul stones, but how many villages and noble families did you have to kill to get 5 million soul stones? This doesn't include the soul stones that you and Mu Qing have already refined. You're really ruthless. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Don't worry too much. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. Besides, not all the villages and noble clans were massacred by me. Most of them, I only looted their treasure vaults. Mu Tianyang said indifferently. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Uncle Yuan shouldn't have saved this person in the first place. This was simply a scourge. While the two were talking, Fatso had already checked Hua Yi's Qinkuan bag. He looked at Hua Yi in a daze and asked, Brother, are you serious? Of course. Hua Yi nodded. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and register. Fatso's face was red as he roared at the two followers. Literature Museum. Chapter 2010. Hua Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang and urged, Brother Jiang, you should place your bet too. Me? I won't bet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why? Hua Yi looked at him suspiciously. The others were also puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, I don't have confidence in myself. If I lose, won't I lose everything? Ah. Hua Yi was stunned. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were also dumbfounded. What was this guy doing now? The others, on the other hand, burst into laughter, their faces full of ridicule. Shi Tai's smile became even more brilliant. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, At least you have some self-awareness. However, it's best for you to bet. Because later, you might not be able to walk out of the battlefield alive. You're that confident? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. I'm that confident. If you're afraid, it's still too late to back out now. Shi Tai sneered. Even if I'm afraid, I can't be a coward. You're very arrogant, aren't you? Well, if you have the ability, let's have a private bet. Qin Feiyang said angrily. What do you want to bet? Shi Tai was stunned and smiled. 100 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said. What? A private bet of 100 million? The faces of those who were laughing at Qin Feiyang suddenly turned pale. Wasn't the stakes too high? Shi Tai's face also became extremely ugly in an instant. Don't you understand? Then I'll say it again. If I lose, I'll give you 100 million. If you lose, you'll give me 100 million. Do you have the guts? Qin Feiyang shouted. Do you have so many soul stones? Shi Tai sneered. Qin Feiyang stammered and looked a little guilty. If I don't, I wouldn't dare to bet with you like this. Anyone can say that. But who knows if you have it or not? Come out and show us. Shi Tai said indifferently. In his opinion, Qin Feiyang was just putting on an act. In other words, they didn't dare to enter the battlefield with him. They wanted to scare him and take the opportunity to escape. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "There are so many people watching. Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" "Nonsense. If you want to go back on your word, what can you do?" Shi Tai shouted. "So long-winded. I'll vouch for him." An impatient voice was heard all of a sudden. This voice? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed youth standing outside the square with his hands behind his back. His aura was terrifying beyond compare. Lunatic. Everyone's eyes trembled. Even such a terrifying existence had come. The madman looked at Shi Tai from afar and said, "A mere 100 million soul stones is nothing. Shi Tai, I'll vouch for Jiang Haotian. Is that enough?" "Enough, enough, enough." Shi Tai nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman meaningfully, then looked back at Shi Tai and said, "What about you? Can you take out 100 million soul stones?" Shi Tai's face was green and red. "If you can't take it out, just admit it. No one will laugh at you. Of course, you can also find a guarantor. But I believe that such a large amount of soul stones, no one will vouch for you." Qin Feiyang sneered. "That's right." Qin Feiyang wasn't targeting Shi Tai, but Feng Zijuan. If he wanted to play, he would play big. This time, he must make Feng Zijuan pay the price. "Vouch." Shi Tai's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Just you wait." After saying that, he soared into the air and flew toward the inner sect like lightning. What is he going to do? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Shi Tai's back as his eyes flickered. Without thinking, he knew that Shi Tai was definitely going to find Feng Zijuan. This was exactly what he wanted. Hui Yi's eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice, "Brother Jiang, you're cheating Feng Zijuan." "I'm cheating him." Qin Feiyang sneered. "What's that saying again? You can't bear the evil you bring upon yourself. After suffering such a big loss in the treasure pavilion, why can't this Feng Zijuan learn from his mistakes and behave himself?" Hui Yi sighed and said, "However, you must also bet on Fatso Jin." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "This Jin Fatso Jin is Feng Yuan's grandson." Hui Yi glanced at Fatso who was standing beside the gambling table and transmitted his voice. "What? Feng Yuan's grandson?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. In fact, the real banker is Feng Yuan. This kind of gambling has existed in Nine Heaven Palace for many years. And without exception, Feng Yuan is the one behind all of them." Hui Yi secretly said. "So brazen? The Great Elder doesn't care?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Care? That's exactly what the Great Elder wants. Because the soul stones won from this kind of gambling will not go into Feng Yuan's pocket, but into the resource hall's treasury. In other words, this is using the gambling to earn soul stones from us disciples." Hui Yi pursed his lips. "So that's how it is. What you mean is that the resource hall is the one who makes a profit, and the resource hall is also the one who makes a loss?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. The resource hall is actually the Great Elder's house." Hui Yi said. "I really didn't expect Nine Heaven Palace to operate like this." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll place my bet." "Then why did you say those words without confidence just now?" Hui Yi was stunned and suspiciously asked. "I deliberately said that to Shi Tai. Think about it, if I directly bet tens of millions of soul stones, Shi Tai will definitely think that I'm so confident. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Wouldn't it be boring if he chickened out at the last minute?" Qin Feiyang smiled and secretly told the mermaid princess and Qin Rushwang to count the exact number of soul stones. And last night, they had already refined a lot. "You," Hui Yi shook his head and laughed. "How sinister, setting a trap for Shi Tai as soon as he arrived." "What? 100 million soul stones? Where do you expect me to find so many in such a short time?" Intersect. In a cave, Feng Zijuan looked at Shirtai's shadow with a face full of anger. I know this is making things difficult for senior brother, but Jiang Haotian has already said that if I don't agree, wouldn't I be falling into his trap? Shirtai said. Falling into his trap? What do you mean? Feng Zijuan frowned. This Jiang Haotian obviously doesn't dare to fight with me, but he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of everyone, so he wants to use this bet of 100 million to scare me. I think this person has no ability other than a little bit of cleverness. Shirtai said with a face full of disdain. Are you sure? Feng Zijuan pondered for a while and asked. I'm sure. Shirtai nodded. But 100 million soul stones isn't a small number, even my grandfather won't give it to me. Feng Zijuan sighed. Then you can go look for your sister. She can receive 1 million soul stones a month, would she lack this little bit? Shirtai said. This, Feng Zijuan was a little hesitant. Shirtai said, Senior brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Zijuan gritted his teeth and said, wait a moment, I'll ask my sister. Okay. Shirtai nodded. Feng Zijuan turned off the image crystal and sent a message to Feng Zihan. Sister. When Feng Zihan's shadow appeared, Feng Zijuan immediately called out affectionately. Feng Zihan looked at him indifferently and asked, you arranged for Shirtai, right? Feng Zijuan nodded. Feng Zihan said angrily, didn't I say before? Don't get involved in Jiang Haotian's matter in the future, why won't you listen? I know, but this debt, if I don't settle it personally, I'll feel terrible. And this is a good opportunity. Sister, I've never asked you for anything before, but this time I'm begging you, lend me 100 million soul stones, or help me be a guarantor. Feng Zijuan begged. 100 million? Feng Zihan raised her eyebrows. Feng Zijuan briefly explained the situation. Frenzy is also here, Feng Zihan's brows furrowed even tighter. Feng Zijuan said, Sister, I promise, this time I'll get rid of Jiang Haotian. Get rid of him? How did the two people Guiyong sent last time die? You don't know? Feng Zihan said. Those two people are only perfect war gods, and this Shirtai is a half-step divine lord, they aren't on the same level. Feng Zijuan said. Feng Zihan pondered. Feng Zijuan begged, Sister, I beg you, help me. Zijuan, this is no small matter. If you succeed, grandfather and the others will naturally be very happy, but if you fail, do you know how they will punish you? Feng Zihan sighed and said. Don't worry, I won't fail. Feng Zijuan solemnly vowed. Feng Zihan took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll vouch for you, I hope you won't disappoint me. Forget it, I'll go and see for myself. There was some helplessness in her words. Thank you, sister. Feng Zijuan was overjoyed and immediately sent a message to Shirtai. After receiving the news, Shirtai was also overjoyed and flew towards the square. He's back. Seeing Shirtai return, Huiyi's mouth curled into a smile. Shirtai landed opposite Qin Feiyang and sneered, I don't have a soul stone, but someone vouched for me. What? Someone vouched for you? Qin Feiyang looked flustered. What? Are you afraid now? But it's too late. The person who vouched for me is the number 1 on the heaven list, senior sister Feng Zihan. Shirtai laughed. It's actually senior sister Feng Zihan. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Qin Feiyang stared at Shirtai and said in a deep voice, words have no proof. Whoosh. But before he finished speaking, a woman in a light purple dress landed on the square like lightning. It's really senior sister Feng Zihan. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Feng Zihan with eyes full of worship. Shirtai said, Senior sister, this Jiang Haotian still doesn't believe it, you vouch for me. Feng Zihan didn't speak, she scanned the crowd and finally found Madman outside the square. Swish. She took a step forward and landed beside Madman, frowning, what do you mean? You're actually vouching for Jiang Haotian? In fact, she was testing Madman's words. If Madman showed a confident appearance, then this Jiang Haotian might be hiding some unknown method. On the other hand, if Madman was just watching a show, then there was no need to worry. As long as I can enjoy a good show, it doesn't matter even if I have to pay 100 million soul stones. Madman waved his hand generously and said without a care. Chapter 2011. Hearing this, Feng Zihan looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang straightened his back and looked straight at Feng Zihan, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. And this panic was clearly caught by Feng Zihan. Is he really pretending to be calm? Gradually, Qin Feiyang's eyes began to evade, as if the guilt in his heart was about to be uncontrollable. He asked, "Senior sister, are you really going to vouch for him?" Feng Zihan's eyes flashed, and she nodded without hesitation. She was almost certain that Qin Feiyang was pretending to be calm. Haha, Jiang Haotian, now that both of us have vouched for each other, let's quickly enter the battlefield. Right. By the way, let me remind you, once you enter the battlefield, life and death are up to fate. Be prepared. Shi Tai kept sneering, his eyes full of contempt. Life and death are up to fate? The panic on Qin Feiyang's face was obvious in an instant. Frenzy, your 100 million soul stones are destined to be wasted. I just don't understand, how can such a person enter Turtle King Island? Feng Zihan looked at Frenzy angrily and said. Sigh. Frenzy shook his head and sighed. What are you sighing for? Feng Zihan frowned. You are usually such a shrewd woman, but now you are being played in circles without realizing it. Tell me, what are you thinking? Frenzy shook his head. Played? Feng Zihan was taken aback, and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The altar of battlefield number 1 had already been awakened. Shi Tai was already standing on it, looking at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a Qianquan bag, threw it to Fire Lotus, and secretly said a few words before stepping onto the altar. After stepping onto the altar, Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Zihan from afar, and a bright smile crept onto his face. Oh no. Seeing that smile, Feng Zihan had an ominous premonition in her heart. Because it was a sinister smile that indicated that his scheme had succeeded. I bet 37 million soul stones on Jiang Haotian. Suddenly, Fire Lotus's voice rang out again. The entire place fell into a dead silence again. Feng Zihan also looked towards Fire Lotus, only to see Fire Lotus throwing the Qianquan pouch that Qin Feiyang had given her onto the gambling table. 37 million soul stones? Something's wrong. Shi Tai, come down quickly. Feng Zihan's eyelids twitched as he shouted at Shi Tai. But it was too late. The two of them had already sent the altar into the battlefield. Fatty Goldie came back to his senses and looked at the Fire Lotus in shock. He quickly grabbed the Qianquan bag and checked it. Stop looking. Not one more, not one less. It's exactly 37 million. Fire Lotus said calmly. Terrifying. Where did this fellow get so many soul stones? Mu Qing stared at the Qianquan bag, dumbfounded. Who knows? Mu Tianyang whispered. His heart was also shocked to the extreme. For the past half a year, he had been robbing, but he didn't get so many soul stones. Looking at the altar that was gradually dimming, Feng Zihan suddenly turned around and stared at Madman, angrily saying, What do you mean? Are you ganging up to trick me? Trick you? You're thinking too much. You're the one who's stupid, coming here blindly. Madman despised. Feng Zihan was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He coldly snorted, then let me see what ability this Jiang Haotian has to be able to defeat a half-step divine lord. Finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, a wisp of divine power flew out and poured into the blood-colored altar. Following that, a bloody light rushed out from the altar and an image suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. And in the image, there was a dark and boundless world. The earth was fragmented, dark clouds surged in the sky, and there were wisps of tragic auras left in the void. This was the first battlefield. And in the void, two figures stood facing each other. It was Qin Feiyang and Shi Tai. "This is your first time entering this battlefield." Shi Tai smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, Hua Yi had already inquired about the situation of the battlefield and told him on the way here. He knew that now, the people outside were watching, so he had to end the battle quickly. After all, this Shi Tai was a half-step divine lord. The slightest carelessness could cause him to be injured. Injuries were small, but bleeding was a big deal. Shi Tai smiled and said, "Since it's your first time entering the battlefield, then I will kindly tell you the rules of this battlefield." Rules? What rules? Isn't it just to use all means? Don't talk nonsense, let's begin. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You actually know? Shi Tai was surprised. However, Qin Feiyang's attitude made him feel very displeased. Rumble. A monstrous divine might emerged, blotting out the sky as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not move. His face was also without any ripples. Don't pretend anymore. The oppressive power of a half-step divine lord can even imprison a perfect realm war god, let alone a mere initial realm war god. Now I guess you can't even move. Shi Tai walked step by step towards Qin Feiyang. His face was full of smiles as he said, "Do you know how stupid you are?" Qin Feiyang still did not speak. But there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He actually thought that he could imprison him with just this pressure. It's too ridiculous. A mere initial realm war god dares to accept the challenge of a half-step divine lord? Tell me, are you stupid or not? But this is also good. Do you know why? Because you've helped me. Shi Tai smiled. Indeed, I've helped you. After killing me, you can ask Feng Zijuan for credit. At that time, a lot of wealth and a good future will be waiting for you. Qin Feiyang said. He can still talk. Shi Tai's expression froze. The people outside also had a look of disbelief. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be unable to even move his mouth after being imprisoned by the pressure of a half-step divine lord? Wealth and a good future, everyone wants it, but it also depends on whether they have the life to enjoy it. Is the pressure of a half-step divine lord very powerful? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He slowly raised his arm and a murderous aura suddenly surged out. A blood-red long sword quickly condensed in his hand. Boom! As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a shocking murderous aura instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of miles of the void like a tide. Even the people outside felt a great sense of threat. This guy really has a trump card hidden. Lunatic muttered. The outcome has been decided. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly. Indeed. Mu Qing nodded. On the battlefield. Shi Tai stared at the blood-red long sword with disbelief in his eyes. Why is this murderous aura so terrifying? He felt as if he was facing a god of death. His body and mind could not help but tremble. The arrogance from before was also nowhere to be found. Actually, I don't care what you want to do to me, but you hurt Fire Lotus. This is absolutely unforgivable. Forgive me for the mistake you have made. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. He used the travel character art and teleported behind Shi Tai. So fast. Shi Tai's eyes trembled. He hurriedly turned around, divine power surging out as he lunged at Qin Feiyang. Bullying my family, even if you are the heavenly emperor, I will not allow it. Qin Feiyang shouted explosively as he raised his hand and waved it in midair. An expanse of golden light surged out explosively, and it was like a golden tide that roared through the sky as it fiercely collided with the divine energy. Boom! After a short stalemate, the divine power immediately rebounded and drowned Shi Tai. Ah! Screams of pain and agony immediately rang out. What's going on? He actually rebounded Shi Tai's divine power? The people outside were in disbelief as they watched this scene. What kind of technique was this? It was so heaven-defying. Even Feng Zihan's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin looked at each other and glanced at Fire Lotus at the same time. So it was because Shirtai had bullied this woman. He was courting death. What did Qin Feiyang care about the most? That was the people around him. Bullying the people around him was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. But then again, who was this woman? Why did Qin Feiyang care so much about her? I don't think I've seen her before. On the battlefield. How can I be so useless? I'm even afraid of a Lotir god of war. No. I'm a half-step monarch god. One is the sky, one is the earth, how can I lose to him? Shatter. Shirtai, who was submerged in divine power, had an extremely malevolent expression. Following a roar, a huge black tiger broke through the divine power and pounced towards Qin Feiyang with its claws and fangs bared. The terrifying divine power shattered everything in all directions. Divine technique. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes. It was a perfect divine technique. I can't fight it head-on. Swish. The Xing character formula and teleport. In an instant, he disappeared from Shirtai's sight. The giant black tiger missed and shattered tens of thousands of miles of space. Shirtai's eyes were filled with surprise. But in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared behind him. Qin Feiyang raised his blood-colored longsword and furiously chopped down. Waves of blood-red sword energy pounced towards Shirtai like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. I'm a half-step monarch god. I won't lose. Shirtai's hair fluttered in anger. With a clang, a black battle axe appeared. Divine power surged. The battle axe instantly recovered. Then, he grabbed the battle axe and slashed at the sword energy. Rumble. The sword energy was shattered. A mouthful of blood surged up Qin Feiyang's throat, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This was actually a supreme-grade divine artifact. A half-step monarch god's cultivation base coupled with a supreme-grade divine artifact was still somewhat difficult to deal with. Regardless of how strong your means are, it still can't make up for the gap between our cultivation bases. Go to hell for me. Shirtai is floating again. Holding his battle axe, he charges towards Qin Feiyang. You're really arrogant. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Instead of retreating, he moved forward to meet him. Just before the two met, Qin Feiyang flashed again and disappeared without a trace. Don't hide if you have the guts. Shirtai roared. You're thinking too much. I don't want to fight you head-on. I just don't want to destroy that battle axe. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in Shirtai's ears. However, when these words fell into Shirtai's ears, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. He actually had ideas about his battle axe. Clang. With a backhand, he slashed out with the battle axe. The void was shattered, and the wind was deafening. The power emitted was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2012. Your battle awareness is not bad. Qin Feiyang muttered. He dodged the battle axe and teleported. Using the walk character, he instantly appeared in front of Shirtai. Clang. The blood-red sword in his hand went straight for Shirtai's abdomen. But as the blood-red sword was about to pierce Shirtai's abdomen, Shirtai suddenly sped up and retreated. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Do you think you're the only one with an auxiliary divine art? I have one too. Although it's not as good as your auxiliary divine art, it's still a perfect one. Shirtai laughed as the battle axe shone brightly. A giant axe shadow split the sky and the earth as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. He's still a bit difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang murmured. Most of the opponents he had met before were peak perfection battle gods. Although there was only one level difference between a peak perfection battle god and a half-divine lord, their strength and speed were worlds apart. Especially in terms of divine arts. The divine arts of a peak perfection battle god couldn't surpass the divine lord level no matter how high their level was. Because not every divine art was like the 6-word divine art, which could ignore the existence of realms. But a half-divine lord was different. Although a half-divine lord was only half a step, he had officially entered the divine lord level. In other words, a half-divine lord was no longer restricted by this level. Therefore, a divine art used by a half-divine lord was naturally more powerful than a peak perfection battle god. Of course, if Shirtai didn't have a perfect divine art or a supreme-grade divine weapon, Qin Feiyang would still be able to defeat him. For example, Hei Long. He was also a half-divine lord, but because he didn't have a powerful divine art, he couldn't even fight back when Qin Feiyang used the 6-word divine art. In the blink of an eye, the giant axe shadow had already arrived. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to use some tricks. Actually, even if Shirtai had a perfect divine art or a supreme-grade divine weapon, it would be easy to defeat him. The main reason was that Qin Feiyang really didn't want to destroy this battle axe. This was because Tang Hai and the others lacked divine artifacts. As for peak god artifacts, even in the ancient realm, they were very difficult to find. Thus, they could only settle for the next best thing, and start with top-quality god artifacts. After all, a supreme-grade divine artifact had already given birth to an artifact spirit. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow into a pinnacle divine artifact or even a legendary divine artifact. Whoosh! As the giant axe shadow was about to strike, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he activated his concealment art. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, Shirtai instinctively turned his head and looked behind him. However, there was no sign of Qin Feiyang in the void behind him. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why did he disappear for so long? It should be known that regardless of whether it was teleportation or a powerful auxiliary divine art, they could only disappear for a moment. Where are you looking? Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in front of Shirtai. Shirtai shuddered and quickly turned around. However, there was no sign of Qin Feiyang in front of him. What the hell is going on? Shirtai was extremely puzzled. There was only a voice, but no one. Could it be that he knew how to turn invisible? Puff! Suddenly, a blood-red long sword, like a poisonous snake, emerged from the void and instantly pierced into Shirtai's lower abdomen. Ah! Shirtai immediately let out a painful scream, and his aura was like a deflated balloon. Without the support of divine power, the battle axe in his hand dimmed. How is this possible? Shirtai lowered his head and looked at the blood-red long sword in his lower abdomen, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm sorry, I won this battle. Qin Feiyang also appeared in front of Shirtai with a faint smile on his face. How did you do it? Shirtai looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked in disbelief. I have mastered a divine art that can turn me invisible. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You can really turn me invisible? Shirtai was stunned and roared, are you kidding me? Using such a despicable method. Along with this roar, a divine sense that blotted out the sky and covered the earth emerged and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and drew out the blood-red long sword. With a light wave, the divine consciousness was completely shattered. Divine consciousness was like divine power, without the help of any divine art or divine weapon. It was like a dead tree in front of the blood-red long sword, unable to withstand a single blow. With the divine consciousness shattered, Shirtai let out a miserable scream. He felt as if his divine soul was about to be torn apart. With a bang, he fell to the ground below. The battle axe in his hand also fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed on the ground. He grabbed the battle axe and threw it into the castle. Then, he raised his hand and with a clang, the blood-red long sword was placed against Shirtai's neck. He lost just like that. The square outside was dead silent. Tens of thousands of disciples opened their eyes in anger. Shirtai was a half-step divine lord. How could a mere lesser-tier battle god defeat him so easily? Oh my god! What was going on? Was this a joke? Not to mention a small success war god, even a perfection war god would never be able to defeat a half-step divine monarch. What is that blood-red long sword? Even the divine body and divine consciousness of a half-step divine lord were pierced through and shattered. Waves of shock surged through everyone's hearts. A war god defeated a half-step divine lord, in the Nine-Heaven Palace, no. Even in the entire North region, this was the first time this had happened. Actually, many people didn't know that Qin Feiyang wasn't the only one who could do this. Beside them, there was another person who could do this. This person was Mu Tianyang. In the square. Feeling the killing intent and sharpness of the blood-red long sword, Shi Tai fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Is this the result you wanted?" No. It's my fault. I was blind and shouldn't have challenged you. Please let me go. Shi Tai shook his head and his face was filled with fear. It's really nothing to challenge me. What makes me angry is that if you want to send a letter of challenge, then send a letter of challenge. Why did you bully my sister? Qin Feiyang's sword fell and with a flash of sword light, Shi Tai's 2 arms were cut off on the spot. 2 bowl-sized wounds were bleeding profusely. I'm sorry, I apologize, junior brother Jiang, no. Big brother Jiang, I'm willing to compensate for your sister's loss. I'm even willing to kneel down and apologize to her in front of everyone. I beg you, please be merciful. Shi Tai was terrified to the extreme. But before he could finish his words, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and with a flash of sword light, Shi Tai's 2 legs were cut off. I've always been a kind person. But I won't let those who bully my family off easily. Even if you're number 1 on the sky leaderboard, it's the same. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were emitting blood-red killing intent. These words weren't only spoken to Shi Tai, but also to the people outside. Especially Feng Zihan. In short, this was a warning. If there's anything, just come at him. But if anyone dares to bully the people around him, they will all die. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes at this moment, Feng Zihan's eyebrows twitched. Her slender fingers were tightly clenched. She didn't care about the warning. The only thing that made her angry was that he actually pointed out the number 1 on the heaven list in front of everyone. Wasn't this deliberately targeting her? At the same time, the disciples once again looked at Fire Lotus. Their eyes were already filled with fear. In the future, who would dare to bully her? They were also envious. Because everyone wants such a strong brother who loves them so much. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in the image and felt touched. Although they weren't blood-related siblings, she could clearly feel that Qin Feiyang truly treated her as his blood-related sister. On the battlefield. I really know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Shi Tai laid on the ground like a puddle of mud. He looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. His heart was filled with despair. Forgive you? That's too simple. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and lowered his head to look at Shi Tai. He smiled and said, "Do you still remember how you treated my sister?" Shi Tai stammered. He really didn't dare to say it. It just happened yesterday. Don't you remember it so quickly? But, I won't forget. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Shi Tai hard on the face. With a bang, Shi Tai flew out and hit a rock. His head was bleeding. Do you remember it now? Qin Feiyang walked over step by step. I remember. Shi Tai nodded repeatedly. He was filled with regret. If he knew that this person was so cruel, he wouldn't have dared to touch Fire Lotus even if he was beaten to death. It's good that you remember. My principle as a person is that I won't offend people if they don't offend me. But if they provoke me, then I'll definitely repay them 100 times. Qin Feiyang picked Shi Tai up with one hand and raised his other arm. The blood-colored sword dissipated. Following that, he slapped Shirtai's face one after another without mercy. Smack. 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 One crisp slap after another resounded in the battlefield and the square outside. Everyone exchanged glances. An inner sect disciple, and a half-step divine lord at that, was actually abused to this extent by an outer sect disciple. It was truly more painful than death. In the end, Shirtai suffered a total of 100 slaps. His face had long turned into mud. He didn't even have the strength to scream. Can't take it anymore? It's not over yet. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. He took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Shirtai's mouth. He's already been abused to this extent and it's not over yet? He's still feeding him a healing pill? Does that mean that he'll continue after Shirtai recovers from his injuries? Is this guy a devil? Everyone was aghast. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Who could withstand such inhumane torture? Bang! Suddenly. In the scene, Qin Feiyang smashed Shirtai to the ground, then stepped on Shirtai's head and sneered, "Since you like to rub so much, then I'll let you rub as much as you want today." His foot continued to exert force. Shirtai's entire face kept rubbing against the ground. Blood dyed the soil red. The flesh on his face was torn apart bit by bit. That heart-wrenching pain made him faint several times. Devil. He's really a devil. This scene made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. Such a fierce person must be kept at a respectful distance in the future. Chapter 2013. Just kill me. I'm not begging you to let me go, I just beg you to kill me quickly. Shirtai also completely collapsed. This kind of torture was worse than death, it was better to die a quick death. You want to die? Sure. But first answer a few questions of mine. Qin Feiyang was very satisfied. The anger in his heart finally dissipated. Ask. Shirtai said weakly. Qin Feiyang said, "Who ordered you? Don't you know?" Shirtai said. Qin Feiyang said, "I want you to say it yourself." "It's Feng Zijuan." Shirtai said. "What did he ask you to do?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He asked me to challenge you, and then on the battlefield, to kill you," Shirtai said. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Why did he want to kill me?" Back then in the treasure pavilion, you caused him to lose face, so he held a grudge, and wanted to get rid of you," Shirtai said in a staccato voice. Amazing. The dignified resource hall master's grandson, the son of 2 law enforcement elders, actually plotted against me, an outer disciple, behind my back. This 9 heavens palace is indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feiyang sneered, and with a stomp, Shirtai's mind was shattered, and his divine soul was annihilated. Outside. At this moment, the disciples present all looked at Feng Zihan, their eyes extremely strange. Feng Zihan raised his eyebrows, his expression extremely unhappy. The last few questions were obviously deliberately asked by Qin Feiyang. Swish. Suddenly. Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar, without the slightest injury on his body, only the bloodstains of Shirtai. He stood on the altar, like a king returning, sweeping his gaze across the entire place. At the scene. Besides Feng Zihan, Frenzy, and a few others, no one dared to look him in the eye. Feng Zihan coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and soared into the sky. There was nothing he could do about it. He had already embarrassed himself enough today. He really didn't have the face to continue staying here. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Senior sister, are you leaving just like that? What else do you want?" Feng Zihan stopped in the air, turned around and stared coldly at Qin Feiyang. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, she would have made her move immediately. Of course it's the 100 million soul stones. Don't tell me that senior sister's memory is also that bad? Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said, "I'll go to my abode to get it later." She never thought that Shirtai would lose, so she didn't prepare 100 million soul stones. All right. After all, senior sister is number one on the heaven roll. She definitely won't go back on her word. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Feng Zihan was on the verge of exploding. He smiled and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang said again, "Wait, senior sister. Is there anything else?" Feng Zihan clenched her fists and turned to look coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't you think you owe me an apology?" Apology? Feng Zihan raised an eyebrow. Qin Feiyang said, "Is Feng Zijuan your younger brother?" Yes. Feng Zihan nodded, an uneasy premonition rising in his heart. That's right. Your younger brother harmed me behind my back. As his elder sister, shouldn't you apologize to me on behalf of your younger brother? After all, Empyrean Palace is also a place of reason, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Feng Zihan gritted his teeth and said, "This is your personal grudge. What does it have to do with me? Senior sister, touch your conscience and tell me, is this really just a personal grudge between me and Feng Zijuan? Don't take us for fools. If senior sister really has nothing to do with this matter, then why are you vouching for Shirtai?" Qin Feiyang said. Yes. If it's just a personal grudge, why would senior sister Feng Zihan vouch for him? What Jiang Haotian said makes sense. Senior sister Feng Zihan might be the real mastermind behind this. I also heard that senior sister has moved to the outer sect. It probably has something to do with getting rid of Jiang Haotian. Everyone whispered to each other. Feng Zihan scanned the crowd, and his face darkened. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Don't you dare slander me." Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you dare say that you don't know about this matter?" "I don't know." Feng Zihan said coldly. The dignified number one on the heaven leaderboard actually goes against his conscience. How disappointing. Fine. Senior sister is a big shot and has a backer behind her. I can't afford to offend her. Let's forget about this apology. I only hope that senior sister and the others won't make things difficult for me in the future. I'm just an outer sect disciple. I'm no threat to you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Enough. Don't be sarcastic. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my useless brother. I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? Feng Zihan said gloomily. Qin Feiyang gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Senior sister is indeed worthy of being the number one on the heaven leaderboard. You're knowledgeable and reasonable. Thank you for the compliment." Feng Zihan laughed angrily and turned to leave without looking back. Brother. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and immediately greeted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and rubbed Fire Lotus's head. He said with a smile, "Girl, how was it? Are you satisfied now?" Thank you, brother." Fire Lotus nodded. "We're siblings. Why are you being so polite?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Hui Yi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, you killed 3 birds with 1 arrow this time." "I don't understand what you're talking about," Qin Feiyang said. "Still playing dumb?" The first bird killed Shirtai and vented Fire Lotus's anger. The second bird made Feng Zijuan the target of public criticism and made Feng Zihan lose his composure in public. Moreover, he lost 100 million spirit stones. The third bird indirectly proved your ability to Shengguan Fenglan. If this isn't killing 3 birds with 1 arrow, then what is? Hui Yi transmitted his voice. Brother Hu knows me best. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Hey, Jean Fatso, don't just stand there. Quickly exchange for spirit stones. At this time, Mu Qing's voice rang out. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked over and saw Mu Qing standing next to the bet with an excited face. But Jean Fatso opposite her had a bitter face. They thought this battle would definitely be Shirtai's victory. However, they didn't expect that the result would be Jiang Haotian who took the crown of victory. Although this time, everyone bet on Shirtai, and only Jiang Haotian, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang bet on Qin Feiyang. The amount of money these three people bet was too big. One bet was 5 million. It was 75 million each. Jiang Haotian was even more excessive, directly betting 37 million. The bets of these three people were much more than the total bets of those who had bet on Shirtai. And if Shirtai won, then these spirit stones would belong to his resource hall. But now, Shirtai lost. Then he had to pay. And Jiang Haotian's odds were 1 to 10. 1 to 10. In other words, Mu Tianyang, 50 million. Hui Yi, 127. 5 million. Jiang Haotian, 370 million. Losing so many spirit stones could be described as a blood loss. Hui Yi walked up and said with a smile, "Yes, Jean Fatso, don't dawdle, quickly compensate us with spirit stones." Can it be a little less? Jean Fatso looked at them and laughed. No. This time, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang had a tacit understanding and shook their heads at the same time. Fatty Jean looked at them fawningly and said, "But there are too many of them. You set the odds, what does it have to do with us? Hurry up, or we'll go ask the Great Elder for it." Hui Yi said impatiently. Okay. I'll give it to you right away." Jean Fatso's face changed, and he quickly looked at the two little followers and shouted, "Why aren't you counting the spirit stones?" "Brother Fatty, we have already counted. The spirit stones we brought this time are only a little more than 100 million, plus the spirit stones we bet on Shirtai. It's far from enough to compensate." The two little followers said with a bitter face. Jean Fatso was stunned. Mu Tianyang said, "Let me tell you, not a single spirit stone less. If you don't have it, immediately go to the resource hall to get it, or we'll really go ask the Great Elder to help us." Don't worry. Jean Fatso hurriedly smiled apologetically, looked at the two little followers, and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go back and get it." Okay. One of them immediately soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. I'm so envious. Yeah. If I had known, would have bet on Jiang Haotian too. If I had known, would have bet all my wealth. Unfortunately, I didn't know. We've really lost a lot this time. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. They had earned so many spirit stones in one go, which really made them envious. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and looked out of the square, but found that Madman had already left without anyone knowing. This time, he really had to thank Madman. If it weren't for Madman vouching for him, Feng Zihan wouldn't even be able to think about the 100 million spirit stones. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. "Brother Qin, I told you, as long as we cooperate, these spirit stones will naturally fall into our pockets." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "When did we cooperate? This time you're benefiting from me, do you know?" Yes. Thank you." Mu Tianyang smiled very happily. Although he didn't earn as much as Qin Feiyang, he only had Mu Qing and Guosweki by his side. For now, it was enough for a long time. Qin Feiyang was different. With so many people by his side, if he divided a little with each of them, there wouldn't be much left. Speaking of cooperation, I remember something. My cooperation with Shengguan Xiu, it was you who ruined it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Mu Qing acted on his own initiative. It's a misunderstanding, and I've already scolded him. Look, we have no relatives in the northern region, and you're our only old friend. How can we steal your business? Mu Tianyang said righteously. Keep pretending. Qin Feiyang sneered. It would be a pity if he didn't become an actor. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed and said, Brother Qin, don't be angry, why don't we make another plan? To earn some more spirit stones? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's interest was aroused, and he secretly said, Tell me about it. Look, although everyone knows your strength now, they still don't know my strength. I'll find someone to challenge, and then we'll make a big bet. Mu Tianyang smiled slyly. Now, he didn't look like an emperor at all. He was completely a money grubber. Chapter 2014. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. What is it? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Swish. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but at this time, the follower hurriedly ran back and took out 3 Qinkuan bags and handed them to Jin Fatso. Each Qinkuan bag had a name written on it. They were Jiang Haotian, Hui Yi, and Mu Tianyang. Are you done counting? Jin Fatso asked. Yes. The follower nodded. Jin Fatso reluctantly looked at the 3 Qinkuan bags and handed them to Qin Feiyang and the other 2, saying, You can count them. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 grabbed the Qinkuan bags with their names written on them. Mu Qin, you count them. Fire Lotus, you count them. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang threw the Qinkuan bags to Mu Qin and Fire Lotus at the same time. Hui Yi personally counted them and his face bloomed with joy. Mu Tianyang asked secretly, Brother Qin, what's the trouble you mentioned just now? I believe you also know that during the assessment, all the big shots of the 9th Heaven Palace were watching the whole process. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I know about this. Mu Tianyang replied. Feng Yuan must have been there at that time. So he definitely knows your strength. And the manipulator behind this bet is Feng Yuan. Tell me, when you challenge someone else, will he raise the odds? Maybe he won't even let Jin Fatso open the bet. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Makes sense. Mu Tianyang pondered. How about this, I'll challenge people on the heaven list. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and said in a deep voice. Challenge someone on the heaven leaderboard? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The people on the heaven ranking are all extremely powerful. If I challenge them, Feng Yuan definitely won't think that I can win. When the time comes, the odds will naturally go up. Although it might not be as good as your current odds, it should still be 1, 2 or 1, 3. This way, we can earn quite a lot of soul stones. Mu Tianyang said. Challenge someone on the heaven leaderboard? Are you confident? Don't scam me. It wasn't easy for me to earn so many soul stones. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang vigilantly. If I cheat you, isn't that the same as cheating myself? As for confidence, you don't have to worry. Although I lost to you back then, that was because you activated the slaughter zone. Without activating the slaughter domain, you might not be able to defeat me. Mu Tianyang smiled confidently and said, Besides, I have a heaven-defying divine artifact. What are you afraid of? Even with a heaven-defying divine artifact, you can't fully recover. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I can't fully recover right now. But with the sharpness of the blood blade, even if I can't fully recover, crushing a legendary divine artifact is as easy as playing with a toy. In short, you just have to trust me. Mu Tianyang secretly said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. Let me think about this matter. You can plan first. By the way, did Feng Wenhai look for you? Yes. He asked me, what is my relationship with you? Mu Tianyang said. Then how did you answer him? Qin Feiyang asked. How can I answer? Deny it? But after being tricked by you, he didn't believe it at all. Admit it? Then, when the time comes, I will definitely become their target of elimination. So, I can only tell him ambiguously that you and I are enemies and friends. Mu Tianyang said helplessly. Looking at Mu Tianyang's pouting expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. At this time, Mu Qin put away the Qinkuan bag and looked at Mu Tianyang with a smile. Done counting, 50 million, not a single one less. Soon. Hui Yi also put away the Qinkuan bag with a smile on his face. After a while, Fire Lotus also nodded to Qin Feiyang. See, my resource hall is open and above board, I will never cheat you disciples of your soul stones. Jean Fatso laughed. Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded. Mu Tianyang sent a sound transmission, Brother Qin, then I will go and plan first. And Qin Feiyang secretly replied. Let's go. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and left with Mu Qin and Guosweki, his face beaming with joy. Let's go too. Qin Feiyang smiled at Huolian and Huolian. Then, under everyone's envious gazes, he flew out like lightning. Brother Fatty, this time they are really lucky. The two lackeys looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others with a gloomy expression. Don't worry, my resource hall's soul stones are not so easy to take, sooner or later they will spit it out. Jean Fatso secretly sneered, then rubbed his forehead and sighed. This matter is troublesome, the old man must be very angry now, how can I explain it to him? Hearing this, the two little followers looked at each other and looked at Jean Fatso sympathetically. They were just errand boys, everything was done by Jean Fatso, so even if they were to blame, it couldn't be blamed on them. However, Jean Fatso would definitely be punished this time. At the same time, 9 Heaven Palace, Conference Hall. The Great Elder sat majestically. The group of giants next to him all lowered their heads and remained silent. Shangguan Fenglan and Feng Yuan were also there. However, the expressions of the two at this moment were completely opposite. Shangguan Fenglan's face was calm, but there was a trace of ridicule in her eyes when she looked at Feng Yuan. The anger on Feng Yuan's face was undisguised. At the same time, he was also extremely nervous, floating up to the Great Elder from time to time. Sweat could be faintly seen on his wrinkled forehead. The Great Elder suddenly looked at Feng Yuan and said lightly, "Aren't you going to explain?" Feng Yuan quivered and hurriedly got up. "Great Elder, I don't know about this." "You don't know?" "Feng Yuan, do you think that this old man has become muddle-headed? What is your grandson doing? How can you not know?" The Great Elder laughed hoarsely. Feng Yuan wiped his sweat and said anxiously, "Great Elder, I really don't know. If I know, I will definitely stop Feng Zijuan." The Great Elder smiled and said, "Feng Yuan, you don't have to be nervous. In fact, this is not a big deal. Between disciples, there are grudges, and friction is normal. Feng Lan, am I right?" Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the Great Elder changed the topic and said, "This old man doesn't care about the friction between disciples. Even if Feng Zijuan killed Jiang Haotian, it can only be blamed on Jiang Haotian's incompetence. But if we senior figures also intervene in the grudges between disciples, it is absolutely intolerable. Because this will destroy the balance. Once this balance is broken, there will be internal strife in Jiutian Palace. Feng Yuan, do you want this balance to be broken?" The Great Elder looked at Feng Yuan with a smile and asked. "Of course not." Feng Yuan hurriedly shook his head. "That's right. This person, especially the management like us, must be fair and just in front of the disciples, and be a good example. That's why we'll just have to watch the disputes between the disciples below." The Great Elder laughed. Great Elder's words are very true. Feng Yuan nodded. "All right, let's put this matter behind us. And this Jiang Haotian is indeed a talent. If there's a chance, let him enter the inner sect." The Great Elder said. This, Feng Yuan frowned and said, "Great Elder, I'm afraid this matter is not appropriate. He slandered our Jiutian Palace. To let him stay in the outer sect is already benevolent. If we let him enter the inner sect, I think many disciples will not be convinced." "That's true." The Great Elder nodded. "Great Elder, can I say my opinion on this matter?" Shangguan Fenglan suddenly said. Feng Yuan looked at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned without a trace. The Great Elder was stunned and said with a smile, "Go ahead." "I think so. If Jiang Haotian stays in the outer sect for the rest of his life because of a moment of youthful frivolity and made a small mistake, it is a bit cruel." Shangguan Fenglan said. "What you said makes sense." The Great Elder nodded. Shangguan Fenglan, slandering our Jiutian Palace, Is it only a small mistake in your eyes? Feng Yuan said angrily. Feng Yuan, why are you angry? I love talent and can't bear to do it. Besides, this person is not a saint, who doesn't make a mistake. Shengguan Fenglan said. Then what do you mean? Feng Yuan said. I suggest that we observe for a while. If Jiang Haotian really repents, then we might as well give him a chance to enter the inner sect. Shengguan Fenglan said. This suggestion is good, it's decided. The matter of observing Jiang Haotian will be left to the law enforcement hall. The great elder said with a smile. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, Great elder, I'll leave this matter to Feng Wenhai, I believe he will handle it impartially. That's good. That's it for today, go do your own things. The great elder waved his hand and said with a smile. We'll take our leave. Everyone got up and bowed respectfully, then turned and walked out one after another. But suddenly, Shengguan Fenglan seemed to have thought of something and stopped. When Feng Yuan passed by Shengguan Fenglan, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask much and walked out of the hall without looking back. Seeing Shengguan Fenglan standing still, the great elder asked suspiciously, Fenglan, is there anything else? When everyone left, Shengguan Fenglan turned to look at the great elder and said, Yesterday at the stairway to heaven, Master told me something. The great elder was stunned, then shook his head and said with a smile, That old man, what good news can he tell you? Master told us to stop looking for the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master. And he also asked me to tell you to be careful not to draw fire to yourself. Shengguan Fenglan said. Stop looking for him? The great elder frowned and said, Does he know the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master? I asked, but he didn't say. Shengguan Fenglan said helplessly. It's really his character. The great elder shook his head and said helplessly, Then what did he mean by drawing fire to himself? I don't understand either. But I feel that it should have something to do with Jiang Haotian. Because at that time, the old man and I were discussing Jiang Haotian. Shengguan Fenglan said. Jiang Haotian, the great elder pondered for a moment, and after a while, he sighed deeply and said, This old man should know something, but with his character, no matter how we ask, he will definitely not tell us. Forget it, pay more attention to Jiang Haotian in the future, he must be under our control. Then what if we lose control? Shengguan Fenglan asked. I think, you should know what to do. The great elder said with a smile. Understood. Shengguan Fenglan nodded and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left quickly. After staying in Jiutian Palace for so long, she knew this old man very well. Although he seemed kind, in fact, he was a very ruthless person. Chapter 2015. Outer Sect. After returning to the Sword Peak, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the cave abode number 1 in silence. Brother, what are you looking at? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I really want to thank Madman in person. Then let's go. Fire Lotus said. This time, Madman had indeed helped them a lot. Forget it. He obviously doesn't want to interact with me too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head, brought Fire Lotus, walked to the entrance of the cave abode, and opened the stone door. But suddenly, he lowered his head to look at the ground, a trace of doubt crawling up his face. Under the stone door, there was a Qinkuan bag. Why is there a Qinkuan bag? Fire Lotus also noticed it. She picked up the Qinkuan bag and checked it. Her expression was suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi looked at her in confusion. Take a look for yourself. Fire Lotus handed the Qinkuan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. What is it? Hua Yi became more and more suspicious. 100 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. Ah. Hua Yi was stunned, and said, Did Feng Zihan give it to you? Who else could it be other than her? But this woman is really careless. She actually threw 100 million soul stones at the door. Isn't she afraid that someone will pick it up? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his expression full of helplessness. Who would dare to pick up Feng Zihan's things? But she really took out 100 million soul stones, which is somewhat beyond my expectations. Hua Yi shook his head and smiled. With so many people watching, if she were to act shamelessly, she would be destroying her own image. Qin Feiyang took the Qinkuan bag and entered the cave abode. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. Seeing that Hua Yi had also followed in, she asked suspiciously, "Big brother Hua Yi, you've already earned so many soul stones, why are you still following us? Those who don't know would think that you're our little follower." "How much do I have?" "Look, brother. Jean Fatso has 370 million, and Feng Zihan has another 100 million. All of this adds up to almost 500 million soul stones. What I have is just a fraction." Hua Yi said with an envious expression. "Small change?" Hua Lian was slightly taken aback and said speechlessly, "Then give us the change." "Yeah. We don't mind." Qin Feiyang also laughed. "Don't even think about it." Hua Yi clutched his universe bag, his face full of vigilance. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. "Brother Hua, to be honest, you don't want to cultivate, but we do. Can you give us some privacy?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's good. Let's cultivate together and have a companion, right?" Hua Yi chuckled. Fire Lotus said angrily, "I just don't understand. We just met by chance, why are you pestering us?" "Little sister Fire Lotus, if you talk like that, I'll feel uncomfortable. After all, we've gone through thick and thin together." Hua Yi looked at Fire Lotus with dissatisfaction. "If I tell you to leave, then leave. What nonsense are you talking about?" Fire Lotus was speechless and pushed Hua Yi out. Hua Yi kept scolding him for being heartless. However, Fire Lotus remained indifferent. With a bang, she closed the stone door. Following that, Fire Lotus turned and walked in front of Qin Feiyang, and said helplessly, "Qin, shu." Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture and said, "In the future, other than in the ancient castle and Black Tortoise realm, you have to call me brother. Especially the word Qin, don't mention it." "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. In this ancient realm, many people have hidden soul stone. So, even in the cave, even if there's no one around, it's not necessarily safe. Qin Feiyang secretly said. "You mean, there might be someone spying on us in the dark?" Fire Lotus looked at the void in surprise. "I don't exclude this possibility. Maybe there's someone standing beside us with a spatial divine object." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay, I'll be careful." Fire Lotus nodded. "Let's go to the ancient castle." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them instantly disappeared. Pa! At the same time, in a large hall, accompanied by a loud slap, a purple-clothed youth flew out and slammed into a stone pillar in the hall. Blood gushed out of his mouth. This person was Feng Zijuan. An old man stood in the middle of the hall, his hair standing on end. He was fuming with rage, his eyes glaring. If this person wasn't Feng Yuan, who else could it be? Feng Zihan, Feng Wenhai, and Jean Fatso were also there. The three of them stood by the side and looked at the angry Feng Yuan and the embarrassed Feng Zijuan. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Bastard, bastard. What stupid things have you done? Today, I must beat you to death." Feng Yuan was furious to the extreme. He stepped forward and kicked Feng Zijuan's lower abdomen again. "Ah!" With a scream, Feng Zijuan flew out again. He then covered his lower abdomen and curled up in the corner, groaning in pain. "Grandpa," Feng Zihan couldn't bear it and was about to plead. "Pa!" However, before Feng Zihan could say anything, Feng Yuan went forward in anger and slapped Feng Zihan's face. A blood-red palm print suddenly appeared and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It's fine if your brother is stupid, but why are you being stupid too? In front of so many people, you were played by that little bastard. In the future, won't you, the first person on the heaven roll, become a joke? Feng Yuan shouted angrily. I was wrong. Feng Zihan was the first on the heaven roll. In front of this old man, he did not dare to disobey him at all. He lowered his head and said. And you? Feng Yuan looked at Jean Fatso again. Jean Fatso's body trembled. He quickly knelt on the ground and said in panic, Grandfather, I'm sorry, this old man wants to know, why did you raise the odds to 1 to 10? Feng Yuan said. Jean Fatso stammered. Feng Yuan said, you want to say that you think Jiang Haotian is just a waste and will definitely lose to Shirtai? That's what I think. Jean Fatso simply admitted it and then closed his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't avoid being beaten up. However, Feng Yuan did not make a move. Looking at Feng Zijuan, Feng Zihan and Jean Fatso for a long time, he let out a long sigh and turned back to his seat. He actually didn't beat me? Jean Fatso opened his eyes and looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. You are all this old man's descendants. How could this old man really have the heart to beat you to death? It's just that today's matter really made this old man angry. Do you know that the great elder is already betting on Yigleo's husband? Feng Yuan said. What? Feng Wenhai was shocked and hurriedly asked, what did he say to you in the great council hall? He didn't mention any names, but everyone present knew that he was talking about this old man. Regarding Jiang Haotian, we must settle this matter as soon as possible. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment, looked at Feng Wenhai, and said, Wenhai, go and make some arrangements. Arrange what? Feng Wenhai was suspicious. The great elder admires Jiang Haotian very much and has the intention to let him enter the inner sect. This matter is absolutely not allowed. Get someone to continue to pretend to be Jiang Haotian's accomplice and go outside to slander the Nine Heavens Palace. This way, when the great elder receives the news, he will definitely not show mercy. Feng Yuan said. Feng Wenhai frowned, then where is Shengguan Fenglan? Shengguan Fenglan's attitude is still to let you deal with Jiang Haotian's matter. I can see that she doesn't suspect you and still trusts you. Go ahead and do it. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Feng Wenhai respectfully responded. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zijuan and said, Feng Zijuan. Grandson is here. Feng Zijuan hurriedly got up and knelt beside Jean Fatso. Feng Yuan sighed, this old man doesn't ask you to be as promising as your sister, I only ask you to stop making mistakes for this old man. Grandson understands. Feng Zijuan hurriedly nodded. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zihan and said, Zihan, grandfather has a question to ask you, why did you go to the outer sect? Feng Zihan looked a little flustered. Feng Yuan said, is it because of Jiang Haotian? Yes. Feng Zihan nodded. In fact, she was doing it for frenzy, but there were some things that she didn't dare to say. Enough. You're doing this out of kindness. However, there are already people discussing this matter, you'd better return to the inner sect immediately. You can't ruin your reputation in Nine Heavens Palace and affect your future because of a mere Jiang Haotian. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Feng Zihan nodded respectfully. Since things had already turned out like this, what else could she say? Everyone, disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand. An ant-like outer sect disciple had caused their Feng family to become like this, it was simply a great shame. Late at night. Buzz. Qin Feiyang, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Gongzi Feng. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang, Gongzi Feng gave him a thumbs up and smiled, Big Brother Jiang, today's show is really wonderful. As long as you're satisfied. Qin Feiyang smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. That Feng Zijuan was beaten up miserably by my grandfather during the day. Gongzi Feng smiled until his face was round. You were also there? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. Me? How could I be there? What happened to the Feng family? They never thought of me. I only learned about it when I went to see Feng Zijuan later. Gong Zifeng pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, "That's good. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter. You've already told me this, I remember." Gong Zifeng nodded and smiled, saying, "You didn't see how much Feng Zijuan hated you. However, because he hated you too much, he let down his guard against me and said something that was extremely unfavorable to you." Gong Zifeng's expression turned serious. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Last time, didn't you ask me to investigate those who pretended to be your accomplices and slandered Nine Heavens Palace? I didn't investigate those people. But this time, my grandfather asked my father to arrange for people to pretend to be your accomplices and slander Nine Heavens Palace. Big brother Jiang, this might be an opportunity." Gong Zifeng said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, saying, "You won't cry until you're in the coffin. Big brother Jiang, my grandfather is determined to kill you this time. You have to think of a way as soon as possible." Gong Zifeng was worried. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked up at Gong Zifeng and said, "Let me ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Don't hide anything." "Of course." Gong Zifeng nodded. Chapter 2016. Although you appear to hate your grandfather and father very much right now, I can tell that within that hatred, there is also a trace of longing. You desire to receive their love and care. Qin Feiyang said. "I won't. I only have hatred for them. I want to avenge my mother." Gong Zifeng shook his head. "Don't deny it. I have the same experience as you, so I know very well what you are thinking in your heart. You want to take revenge on them because you want to seek justice for your mother. What I want to ask you is, if one day I really want to kill them, what will you do?" Qin Feiyang said. Gong Zifeng wanted to say that they deserved it, but he hesitated when the words were about to come out of his mouth. Some things, when one really had to face it, one would know that it was a very difficult choice. Qin Feiyang said, "See, in your heart, you don't really want them to die. Otherwise, you wouldn't hesitate now." Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang with some dissatisfaction, but after a long time, he lowered his head dejectedly and said, "Big brother Jiang, am I very weak and incompetent?" Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. It was really not good to criticize these things. Because in the past, when faced with such things, he had also felt helpless and helpless. How about this? I won't force you. You have your choice, and I also have my own things that I must do. I only have one condition: don't betray me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you, big brother Jiang." Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully and said solemnly, "Don't worry, even if I die, I won't betray you. I believe you. Don't betray the trust one have in you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and then turned off the image crystal. "Qin Dage, you really believe him?" Fire Lotus stood at the side and looked at Qin Feiyang with a frown. "Isn't it good to have more trust between people? Besides, he doesn't know my true identity. Even if he wanted to betray me, the most he could do is give Feng Wenhai some information about me." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "All right, I'll leave it to you. However, Feng Yuan framed you this time. You can't just sit and wait for death." Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. "I know. Once I break through to the greater success Battle God realm, I'll make the arrangements. Go outside and keep an eye out for me." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Fire Lotus away. Then, after pondering for a moment, he sent a message to Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. After giving them a few instructions, he began to focus on refining the soul stones. 470 million soul stones was already enough for 4 people to step into the half-step Divine Lord realm. Thus, Qin Feiyang could finally boldly refine them without worry. But all in all, these soul stones were far from enough. After all, in this ancient castle, besides him, there was the mermaid princess, Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushwang, White-Eyed Wolf, Lei Bao, Willow Tree, Golden Leopard, Chui Li, Yu Huang, and Blood Kirin. In addition to Zhao Tai Lai, Tang Hai, and Dan Wangkai. 8 people and 5 ferocious beasts. The number of soul stones required for this was an astronomical figure. This did not include the fire lotus. Once he found the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace and got rid of his undead body, the fire lotus would also need soul stones to cultivate. This was a problem that he did not dare to think about. Because when he thought about it, Qin Feiyang had a headache. He even had the impulse to rob the soul line of the 9 Heavens Palace. Day after day passed. Outside, the disciples were in an uproar. What? Jiang Haotian's accomplice is still slandering our 9th Heaven Palace? He really won't change. This person must be severely punished and our 9th Heaven Palace will be cleared. Everyone was discussing this. Fire Lotus had been paying attention to this news. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, she was worried. Fortunately, the upper echelons of 9th Heaven Palace did not make any moves. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 bright moons, shining brightly. And his aura had soared to the level of a great success war god. With the ancient castle and soul stones, it's indeed fast. Feeling the surging power and divine power in his body, Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles. Then, he restrained his aura and looked at the mermaid princess and the others. The blood Kirin had also broken through to the level of a great success war god. After stabilizing its realm, it began to break through to the level of a great success war god. In its eyes, with so many resources and such a good cultivation environment, if it did not work hard, it would be a waste of time. The white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, as well as the mermaid princess and the others, had all become lesser success war gods. Now, they were all working hard to break through to the level of a great success war god. Everyone's cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. Only Dan Wangkai was lacking. Phew. After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang stood up and left the ancient castle. When he appeared in the cave, he immediately saw Fire Lotus sitting on a stool with a worried expression. What's wrong? Did someone offend you? Qin Feiyang smiled. You can still smile. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and briefly explained the current situation. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I'm worried to death. Why aren't you worried at all? Fire Lotus frowned. What's the hurry? Haven't I already come out of seclusion? Qin Feiyang said. Then what are you going to do? Fire Lotus asked. This matter, Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Jiang Haotian, Jiang Rushwang, Jiang Fire Lotus, Hui Yi, come out. Following that, a cold voice rang out. Qingli. Fire Lotus was stunned and frowned. What is he doing here? Won't you know if you go out and take a look? Qin Feiyang smiled and strode out of the cave. Looking at Qingli who was standing in the sky, he cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Elder Cheng. May I know why Elder is looking for this disciple? At this moment, Hui Yi also walked out of the cave and looked at Qingli suspiciously. Qingli glanced at the 3 of them and frowned. Why don't I see Jiang Rushwang? Qin Feiyang said, Elder, my sister is in seclusion. May I ask why Elder is looking for the 4 of us? Even now, she still has the mood to cultivate in seclusion? Qingli secretly sneered and said, The law enforcing Elder has received orders from Wenhai to bring you to the law enforcement hall immediately. Feng Wenhai, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he asked suspiciously, What happened? What happened, don't you know in your heart? Hurry up. Qingli coldly snorted. Fire Lotus's eyelids twitched, and she said, Qin Dage must be starting to deal with us. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang secretly comforted and said with a smile, "This disciple is going to tidy up some things. Elder, please wait for a moment." After that, without waiting for Qing Li's response, he pulled Fire Lotus and turned back to the cave. Hua Yi also hurriedly ran into Qin Feiyang's cave. Qing Li was taken aback and suddenly sneered. A person who was about to die, why would he need to tidy up? However, he did not know that when Qin Feiyang entered the cave, he immediately took Fire Lotus and Hua Yi, entered the Black Tortoise world, and flew towards the heaven stairway without anyone knowing. About several hundred breaths of time passed. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the others did not appear, Qing Li stepped in front of the cave and impatiently shouted, "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" But after waiting for a moment, there was still no response. Qing Li frowned and quickly walked in. Looking at the empty cave, he was stunned. Where were they? Meeting hall. A group of big shots sat silently at the table, each of them thinking about their own matters. After a while, the Great Elder was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a smile. "Now that I think about it, ever since this Jiang Haotian entered Nine Heavens Palace, we've been gathering here every few days. If it was before, we wouldn't even see each other once in a year." Feng Yuan said unhappily, "Great Elder, from what you're saying, are you praising him? Everyone has their own value. Maybe the value of Jiang Haotian's existence is for us to meet here more often and improve our relationship. Have you really not noticed that we are much more harmonious than before?" The Great Elder smiled. Feng Yuan was speechless. Shangguan Fenglan, who was sitting opposite Feng Yuan, had a calm expression, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. What the hell was this kid doing? It had been 5 or 6 days, but there was no movement at all. Duh. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man in black walked into the hall, his face full of anger. Feng Yuan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" Feng Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Father, Hall Masters, Great Elder, something bad has happened." Everyone was puzzled. Feng Wenhai said, "Jiang Haotian and the other 3 have fled for fear of punishment." What? A group of big shots stood up. Only the Great Elder, who had been sitting in his chair, did not have much of a reaction. "How do you do things? Just a few outer disciples, you actually let them escape?" Feng Yuan said angrily. Chapter 2017. Father, this has nothing to do with me. Not long ago, I sent a message to Qing Li and asked him to bring Jiang Haotian and the other 3 to the enforcement hall. But just now, he sent me a message saying that the 4 of them are missing. If it were me, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Feng Wenhai said. Then why didn't you go there yourself? Feng Yuan shouted. How would I know that Qing Li is so useless? I didn't know that they would escape. Feng Wenhai said with grievance. Bastard. Feng Yuan was furious. The others also had angry looks on their faces. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly turned to look at the Great Elder and said, Great Elder, give the order to arrest these 4 people. She was worried that Qin Feiyang and the others would run away with the soul stones. It really happened now. How dare they lie to her? She couldn't forgive them. Great Elder, it's obvious now that not only did they not repent, but they also entered the 9th Heaven Palace with a purpose. Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. What purpose? The Great Elder frowned. Didn't they earn some soul stones a few days ago? That's their purpose. Feng Yuan said. These little fellows are really audacious. The Great Elder shook his head and smiled. All right, we'll do as Shangguan Fenglan said and immediately issue the arrest warrant. Back to Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Before Feng Wenhai went to the conference hall, the 3 of them had already walked down the sky stairway and passed by the white-haired old man, disappearing into the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Because the news had not spread out, the white-haired old man did not know. Soon, Qing Li ran over and asked the white-haired old man. When he heard that the 3 of them had left, he became anxious and immediately sent a message to Feng Wenhai. Feng Wenhai was furious. He took out an image crystal and quickly sent out an order. Somewhere in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Inside the Black Tortoise Realm. Hua Yi looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Jiang, Fire Lotus, what's going on? You don't know? Fire Lotus was surprised. I've been in seclusion these days. Wait. Did something happen in the past few days? Hua Yi was bewildered. How rare. He actually went into closed-door training. I thought you went to inquire about Shangguan Fenglan's situation again. Qin Feiyang joked. Hua Yi's face darkened, and he said, Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me, what happened? Something big happened. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Fire Lotus, tell him. Fire Lotus nodded and told him about how Feng Yuan and his son had framed them. Damn it. This is too much. Hua Yi was infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's words. He frowned and said, That's not right. If we leave the Nine Heavens Palace now, isn't that the same as fleeing from punishment? Absconding? That's the effect I want. Qin Feiyang sneered. What? Hua Yi and Fire Lotus looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Feng Wenhai and the others must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. But Feng Yuan is the hall master of the resource hall, and Feng Wenhai is an elder of the enforcement hall. It won't be easy to kill them. So, this matter must be made known. It's best if everyone in the northern region knows about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Are you crazy? Hua Yi said angrily. You don't understand. There are very few people who know about this matter. Even if we tell the truth now, we can't bring down Feng Wenhai, let alone Feng Yuan. After all, their status is too high. The Great Elder will at most give them a few words of punishment. But if the entire northern region knows about this matter, the situation will be different. Do you know what's different? Public anger. The two giants of the Nine Heavens Palace actually framed their disciples. If they don't give the world a satisfactory explanation, the Nine Heavens Palace's reputation won't be as simple as tarnishing. Qin Feiyang said. I understand. When the truth is out, to save the public's anger and restore the Nine Heavens Palace's reputation, the other giants will definitely kill one as an example. Hua Yi said in realization. Yes. Although Feng Yuan is behind all this, he definitely won't die. Then it must be Feng Wenhai who will be the scapegoat. Qin Feiyang said. Ha, brilliant. Hua Yi laughed. Hua Lian also looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. It turned out that he already had a card up his sleeve. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. Wait. Since it's the truth, there must be evidence. Do you have any evidence in your hands? Hua Yi frowned. I think I should have. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Should? Hua Yi was stunned. What did that mean? Qin Feiyang didn't explain and smiled. Brother Hua, I'll have to trouble you to disguise yourself and sneak into Sky Dragon City to investigate the situation. Okay. Hua Yi nodded and asked, What about you? Of course I'm going to find evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Hua Yi said, I'm counting on you this time. I'll try my best. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's not that you have to try your best, it's that you have to do it. Without evidence, no matter how perfect your plan is, it's useless. Hua Yi glared at him and swallowed an illusory pill, turning into an old man in his 70s or 80s. He then nodded at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Hua Yi immediately appeared in the void outside. He then opened an altar and quickly disappeared. Fire Lotus asked worriedly, Qin Dage, can you really find evidence? It's not me. It's Xiao Tailai and Tang Hai. Before I went into seclusion, I told them that with their ability, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out an image crystal to send a message to Xiao Tailai and Tang Hai. Buzz. The two's shadows soon appeared. Young master. The two seemed to be in a restaurant and bowed to Qin Feiyang. Where are you now? Qin Feiyang asked. Jade Zither Pavilion. Zhao Tailai said. What? Jade Zither Pavilion? Brother Zhao, Brother Tang, don't you know that Jade Zither Pavilion is Feng Zihan's territory? Fire Lotus was shocked. Of course I know. But Fire Lotus, there's a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhao Tailai smiled. I really admire you guys. Fire Lotus shook her head helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, Old Zhao, looking at the smile on your face, is it done? Of course. Old Tang and I have gone out in person. Is there anything we can't do? Zhao Tailai said proudly. Qin Feiyang said, what about the alchemy fire, the furnace, and the background of the city lord of Star River City? It's all done. Zhao Tailai nodded. Amazing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. We didn't waste our time by your side all these years. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Stop flattering me and get to the point. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Tailai and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, are you coming to us or are we coming to you? I'll come to you. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said. Tang Hai nodded and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared above the Sky Dragon Mountain range with Fire Lotus. Then he opened the altar and went directly to Jade Zither Pavilion. It's them. At the same time. In the conference hall. Feng Yuan suddenly stood up and pointed at the image in the void in front of him. These big shots had been here all along. And the first elder had personally used his great ability to find Qin Feiyang and the others. Even if we find them, there's nothing we can do. Yeah. Because we don't know where they've been teleported to. A few of the big shots sighed. Feng Yuan frowned and looked at the first elder. It's useless to look at me. With my current ability, I can only spy on the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Beyond the range of the Sky Dragon Mountain range, there's nothing we can do. The first elder shrugged helplessly. Shengguan Fenglan said, I think it's very likely that they've gone to Sky Dragon City. I'll send someone to search immediately. What have you been doing? Feng Yuan snorted. What do you mean? Shengguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Did I say something wrong? If you hadn't let them go at the stairway to heaven, would this have happened? Feng Yuan said. Shengguan Fenglan said angrily, I did that for the good of Jiutian Palace. Yes. I admit that. But you also have to admit that this situation is caused by you. Feng Yuan said. Don't worry. I will take full responsibility for the mistakes I have made. Chapter 2018. Jade Zither Pavilion. In a room on the 6th floor. The tea room was filled with the rich aroma of tea. Qin Feiyang sat at the side of the tea table and took a sip from his teacup. He looked at Zhao Tailai and the other man sitting across from him and smiled. Tell me about it. It's like this. 5 days ago, after receiving your message, Old Tang and I discussed for a while, and then we split up and hid in the various restaurants. After 2 days of waiting, we finally met 2 of Feng Wenhai's lackeys in an inconspicuous tavern. They pretended to be your subordinates in the tavern and said all sorts of things. We were very angry at that time, but we didn't alert them. We only used a recording crystal to record their conversation. Young master, please take a look. Zhao Tailai took out a recording crystal and waved his hand. An image appeared in the air. In the image, there were 2 middle-aged men. They were dressed very simply and didn't have the flame inscriptions of Nine Heaven Palace. The 2 of them sat across from each other, drinking and slandering Nine Heaven Palace. They're too much. Fire Lotus said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a while, then looked at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai and asked, what happened after that? After that, the 2 of them left the tavern and went to another tavern. They continued to use your name to slander Nine Heaven Palace. They waited until midnight before leaving Sky Dragon City. Tang Hai and I followed them all the way until we met Guyong in a forest outside the city. After meeting up with Guyong, the two of them showed their true faces. So they're from the enforcement hall. Zhao Tailai said. Guyong? Qin Feiyang frowned. We've recorded all of this. Zhao Tailai waved his hand and an image appeared. On the screen, there was a dense forest. Within the forest, the two black-clothed brawny men were like ghosts as they rushed to the top of a mountain. Guyong stood on the mountain peak. Brother Gu, it's done. The two burly men walked up and smiled obsequiously. With a smile on his face, Guyong asked, no one noticed, right? No. The two shook their heads. Very good. Guyong nodded and smiled. One of the brawny men looked around and said in a low voice, Brother Gu, since the matter has been settled, what about the benefits that Elder Feng promised us? Don't worry. I will definitely give you the benefits that I promised you. Let's go. Follow me back to Nine Heavens Palace to meet Elder Feng. Guyong smiled. All right. The two of them nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. But at this time, a cold light flashed in Guyong's eyes, and he suddenly attacked the two of them. Before the two of them could react, they had already become wandering ghosts. After doing such a thing, it's obvious that he'll kill you to silence you. You still want a reward? What a bunch of idiots. Guyong sneered and destroyed the corpse. Then, he opened an altar and left without looking back. The scene ended there. However, Qin Feiyang was not happy after reading this. Instead, he frowned even more. Young master, what are you doing? Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang asked, didn't you see Feng Wenhai from the beginning to the end? No. Zhao Tailai shook his head. This is a bit difficult. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. Isn't the evidence already conclusive? How can it be difficult? Zhao Tailai was puzzled. Old Zhao, you think too little of Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai. When these two videos are exposed, with Feng Yuan's ruthless character, he will definitely make Guyong the scapegoat. In other words, we went through so much trouble, but in the end, the person we got rid of was just a pawn, Guyong. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. When the time comes, Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai will insist that Guyong did all this behind their backs. Then, they will be able to clear their names. Fire Lotus said. Zhao Tailai was stunned and frowned. Old Tang and I didn't think about this. Then what do we do now? Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Although Feng Wenhai didn't show up, these two videos can be used to make Guyong hesitate. Young master, you mean to use these two videos to threaten Guyong and make him cooperate with us? Zhao Tailai said. That's right. Guyong can get to Feng Yuan's side and make Feng Yuan trust him so much. He must be a smart person. As long as we take out the videos, he will know what the consequences will be. I believe that in this world, there should be no one who isn't afraid of death. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Fire Lotus said, then let's go back to Ninth Heaven Palace to find Guyong now? Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. Girl, do you think we can still go back now? Fire Lotus was stunned. Indeed. It was estimated that the entire Ninth Heaven Palace was looking for them now. But if they didn't go back to Ninth Heaven Palace, how could they find Guyong? Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, we don't need to go back to Ninth Heaven Palace to find Guyong. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took out the video crystal. Wang. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was Gong Zifeng. Big brother Jiang, where are you? Do you know that the Great Elder has issued an arrest warrant for you? I heard that the Law Enforcement Hall Master, Shengguan Fenglan, has personally gone to Sky Dragon City. Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, Gong Zifeng said anxiously. Arrest warrant? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This speed was really fast. Gong Zifeng sighed. Big brother Jiang, I know you were wronged, but you can't just run away like this. I didn't run away. Qin Feiyang said. You didn't run away? Then why did you leave Ninth Heaven Palace? Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You don't have to care about this. Now, I need you to do me a favor. Qin Feiyang said. What favor? Gong Zifeng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know Guyong's background? Guyong? Gong Zifeng was stunned and nodded. Of course I know. He was originally from a small village. Later on, he entered Ninth Heaven Palace and gradually became my grandfather's confidant. Small village, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Then where is his small village? I'm not sure about the exact location. But now, it's useless even if you look for him because his family has already moved to Sky Dragon City. Gong Zifeng said. Moved to Sky Dragon City? Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled. This saves a lot of time. Big brother Jiang, don't tell me that you're in Sky Dragon City now? Gong Zifeng asked carefully. Not only am I in Sky Dragon City, but I'm also in your big sister's restaurant. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gong Zifeng was stunned and exclaimed, Jade Zither Restaurant? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Zifeng's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He's actually in Jade Zither Restaurant? Oh my god. This is too crazy. You don't have to worry about me. Tell me, where is Guyong's family in Sky Dragon City? Qin Feiyang asked. Near the North City Gate. I'll give you the coordinates. After Gong Zifeng gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang, he frowned. Are you going to do something to Guyong? Why? You can't bear to? Qin Feiyang asked. How is that possible? This person has my grandfather's support and has never taken me seriously. Even if he is monitoring me, he is brazen. I have long wanted to kill him. Gong Zifeng snorted coldly. You will get what you want. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned off the image crystal. Qin Dage, let's quickly retreat. If Shangguan Fenglan finds us, we won't have a good time. Fire Lotus immediately said. Retreat? Qin Feiyang shook his head and took out an illusory form pill to change his appearance. What are you doing? Fire Lotus was surprised. Of course I'm going to find Guyong. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the three of them to the castle. Then, he opened an altar and directly descended on a small path near the North City Gate. This was considered the outskirts of Sky Dragon City. There were independent courtyards all around. The small path was lined with trees and it was quite quiet. And in front of Qin Feiyang, there was a courtyard that covered an area of 500 to 600 feet. In the courtyard, there was a lotus pond. The green lotus leaves were like jade plates. Under the sunlight, they shone with a sparkling light. Beside the lotus pond, there was a 3-story pavilion. At this moment, there was a woman who was trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. It should be here. Qin Feiyang muttered and walked to the door of the courtyard. Through the fence, he looked at the woman and asked, Excuse me, is this Guyong, Senior GE's house? The woman stopped what she was doing and looked up at Qin Feiyang. She asked suspiciously, Yes, may I ask who you are? The woman's cultivation was not strong. She was only a 7-star combat emperor. I am Mu Shan. I took the liberty of coming here today to thank Elder Gu. May I know if Elder Gu is here? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. He was gentle, polite, and approachable. But even so, the woman was still vigilant and asked, Thank him for what? Senior Gu accidentally saved my life, so I have been looking for an opportunity to thank him in person. Qin Feiyang said. Then you can send a message to him. The woman said. I want to too. But I don't have a deep relationship with Senior Gu. Back then, he saved this junior unintentionally. Perhaps he didn't even notice this junior. But to me, it is equivalent to giving me a new life. So when I came to Sky Dragon City this time, the first thing I did was to ask about Senior Gu. I didn't expect Senior Gu to be from Nine Heaven Palace. I can't enter Nine Heaven Palace, so I can only come here. Please inform Senior Gu. Qin Feiyang bowed and said with an extremely sincere expression. The woman hesitated. Don't worry, I will not disturb him. I will thank him in person and leave. Please grant this junior's wish to repay your kindness. Qin Feiyang said. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and slowly let down her guard. She nodded and said with a smile, all right, come in and sit for a while. I will send a message to him. After saying that, the woman turned and entered the pavilion. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and slowly walked into the courtyard. He looked around like a curious baby. Chapter 2019. At the same time. In the attic. Beside a window, a woman stood there, secretly peeping at Qin Feiyang. It seems that there is no problem. After a long time. The woman muttered, then took out an image crystal to send a message to Guyong. I didn't expect a woman to be so vigilant. It seems that this Guyong has done a lot of heinous things. Qin Feiyang glanced at the attic. But why didn't he see Guyong's other family members? Could it be that this woman was the only one? A moment later. Boom! A terrifying aura descended in the sky above Sky Dragon City. Following closely. A majestic spirit sense enveloped the entire Sky Dragon City. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, his eyes full of surprise. It seemed to be Shengguan Fenglan's aura. She really came to Sky Dragon City. Looking at this woman, she must have thought that he had run away with the Soul Stone. He took out the hidden Soul Stone without leaving a trace. It was the hidden Soul Stone that he had obtained from the statue of the first leader of the Vangu League in the Black Tortoise world. At this time, the woman hurriedly ran out, looked at the sky in surprise, and said, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head, then looked at the woman expectantly, and asked, "Senior Gu, when will you be back?" "I'll be back soon." "But from what he said, he really doesn't have any impression of you," the woman said. At that time, when Senior Gu saved this junior, there were a lot of people around this junior. And this junior is just a nobody. A big shot like Senior Gu will definitely not notice this junior. Qin Feiyang laughed. The woman smiled and continued to look at the sky. About a moment later, Shengguan Fenglan's spirit sense retreated, and her aura also dissipated. However, the entire Sky Dragon City was in an uproar because of Shengguan Fenglan's arrival. Swish! Finally, an 8 feet tall man descended into the courtyard. It was Guyong. The woman pointed at Qin Feiyang and said to Guyong, "He's the one looking for you." Guyong nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment. He smiled and said, "Little brother, how come I don't remember where I saved you?" "Senior, you're so forgetful. How long has it been since I left Nine Heaven's Palace? Have you already forgotten about me?" Qin Feiyang snickered. Guyong was shocked. He transmitted his voice. "Could it be that you are? Senior's memory is pretty good." "Yes. I'm the Jiang Haotian you're looking for." Qin Feiyang thought. "Damn it. What are you doing here?" Guyong immediately roared. These two sentences were not transmitted through voice transmission. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Guyong was about to speak. Qin Feiyang snickered, "So this is your wife, then you have to be careful, don't scare her." Guyong's pupils shrank. He tried to calm down and waved to the woman, "You go back to the house first, I have something to discuss with this little brother in private." "Okay." The woman looked at the two suspiciously, nodded, then turned and entered the house. "What do you mean?" Guyong thought. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "It's not convenient to talk here, let's go to a safe place." "Where to?" Guyong raised his eyebrows. You'll know when you get there, don't resist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Guyong to the courtyard of the Black Tortoise world. This place is? Guyong looked around, his face full of surprise. My spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pointed to the stone bench beside him. Please sit. Guyong looked at the stone bench and said gloomily, You're too despicable. Haven't you heard that you shouldn't implicate your wife and children? I didn't say I was going to hurt her. Why are you so agitated? Sit. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong snorted coldly, Don't give me that. If you have something to say, just say it. Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Zhao Tai appeared out of thin air, smiling. Old Zhao, let him see. Okay. Zhao Tai took out an image crystal, and the two images appeared in the void above at the same time. What? Guyong was stunned as he looked at the two images. What's going on? There was no one nearby at that time, so why was it recorded? And by someone close to Jiang Haotian? A moment later. The images finally finished playing. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench and smiled. Tell me about your current mood. Zhao Tai also put away the image crystal and looked at Guyong mockingly. Guyong stood there for a long time, unable to recover his strength. Qin Feiyang was a little impatient. He knocked on the stone table and said, I'm waiting for your words. Guyong quivered and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tai. Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly and said, You want to use this to threaten me? Obviously. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Ha, kid, you're too naive. If you directly handed this evidence to the big shots above, I would definitely not be able to escape death. But you came to find me in private. Aren't you courting death? Guyong laughed. Is that so? Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're just a small success war god. You've already broken through? That doesn't matter. A mere large success war god is not even an ant in front of a small success divine lord like me. As for the person next to you, he's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. As long as you're dead, who will know about this evidence? So, you're still too inexperienced. Guyong sneered as his divine aura rolled out. Who's the inexperienced one? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. The power of laws of the Black Tortoise realm suddenly appeared out of thin air like a tide and pressed down on Guyong. What kind of power is this? Guyong was shocked. Under this power, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move an inch. It's indeed very easy for you to kill us outside. But here, you're just a little lamb. So, don't resist. Sit down and have a good chat with the young master. Zhao Tai sneered. Guyong looked at Zhao Tai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, With your brain, I don't believe that you can't guess. That's impossible. It's not like you don't know Feng Yuan's position in the Nine Heavens Palace. If you want me to help you deal with him, it's the same as sending me to my death. Guyong said angrily. If you don't do this, when these videos are exposed, you will still become their scapegoat. Isn't the result the same? Qin Feiyang smiled. But, Guyong hesitated. Qin Feiyang said, I can promise you that as long as you help me, I will let you go and won't hurt your family. Guyong said, Even if you let me go, Feng Yuan won't let me go. Then, don't give him the chance to kill you. As for me, I only need a video. I don't need you to testify in person. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong was taken aback. You mean, you want me to get a video of them framing you? That's right. When you get the video, take your wife, hide your identity, and run away. Although this way, you won't be able to return to the Nine Heavens Palace, at least your life will be saved. After all, in a person's life, power and status are fleeting clouds. Life is the most important thing. Qin Feiyang smiled. You even thought of my escape route in advance. You're really benevolent. Guyong sneered. I'm a good person to begin with. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless. Guyong laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang didn't care at all and smiled. Then, are you going to do it or not? Guyong lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Will you really let me go? A gentleman's word. I won't lie to you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who? Guyong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll do it. That's the right way. But I don't really dare to trust you. So, it's necessary to control you. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. What's this? Guyong frowned and his face was full of vigilance. Don't worry, it won't hurt your life. It's just controlling your divine soul, so that you won't betray me. When I get the evidence, I'll immediately remove the control on you. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. In order to deal with this boy, it could be said that he had deliberately and racked his brains, but in the end, he fell into the hands of this boy. If it was a funny ending, it would be really funny. Don't resist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the enslavement seal disappeared into the top of Guyong's head. After the enslavement seal was completed, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai were completely relieved. My enslavement seal can not only erase your divine soul, but also peek into your inner thoughts, so don't play any tricks. Qin Feiyang said. At this point, what tricks do I dare to play? I just want to end this matter quickly. Guyong sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, if you want to be free, then quickly send a message to Feng Yuan. Send a message? Guyong was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, is there a problem? Guyong frowned and said, didn't you ask me to get a video of them framing you? Why are you sending a message now? What do you mean? Do you think that I asked you to go back to them to get evidence? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't it? Guyong asked rhetorically. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You and Feng Yuan can talk as usual, and we'll record it with the video crystal next to you. It's also evidence. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Guyong was slightly stunned and patted his head hard, saying with a wry smile, look, I'm scared silly by you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, calm down, don't show any flaws. Let's begin. Guyong let out a long breath, took out the video crystal, and poured his divine power into it. The video crystal immediately emitted a dazzling light. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from Feng Yuan. What's going on? Zhao Tailai frowned. Guyong thought, maybe Feng Yuan is still in the conference hall. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, then send a message to Feng Wenhai. Chapter 2020. Zhao Tailai was stunned and hurriedly said, young master, sending a message to Feng Wenhai and sending a message to Feng Yuan are two different concepts. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. Think about it. If we send a message to Feng Yuan now, with this evidence, we can directly accuse him. But if we send a message to Feng Wenhai, Feng Yuan will definitely be able to find an excuse. And relatively speaking, Feng Yuan is a bigger threat than Feng Wenhai. So now that we have this opportunity, we should get rid of Feng Yuan first. Zhao Tailai said. Naive. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Guyong mocked first. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said, do I not make sense? What you said is very reasonable. But you ignored Feng Yuan's position in Nine Heavens Palace. In other words, even if this matter is exposed, he will be fine. At most, he will be punished by the Great Elder. Guyong said. Are you kidding? Zhao Tailai frowned. Do I look like I'm kidding? Feng Yuan not only has a high position, but he is also good at winning people's hearts. Even if the Great Elder wants to kill him, the other big shots will plead for him. Facing the pleading of the big shots, what do you think the Great Elder will do? He will definitely give him a way out. The most important thing is that everything in the resource hall is managed by Feng Yuan. If he is killed, the resource hall, which has no successor, will definitely fall into chaos. This is the situation that the Great Elder doesn't want to see the most. Guyong sneered. Makes sense. Let's follow the previous plan and start with Feng Wenhai. As for Feng Yuan, we have to do it step by step. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. This is a wise move. However, although we failed to topple Feng Yuan this time, I reckon that after this incident, the Great Elder will also begin to arrange for the next successor of the Hall Master of the Resource Hall and slowly strip Feng Yuan of his power. Guyong said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, you are quite farsighted. If I can't even think of this, then all these years in Nine Heavens Palace have been wasted? Guyong snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then let's send a message to Feng Wenhai. After saying that, he took a few steps back with Xiao Tai Lai. Guyong activated the image crystal again. Wang. About 10 breaths of time passed. A phantom appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Wenhai? Old Zhao, get ready. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Xiao Tai Lai nodded. He took out the image crystal and started recording. Old Gu, what's the matter? Feng Wenhai smiled. Guyong replied, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, have you found Jiang Haotian's whereabouts? No. Feng Wenhai shook his head. Guyong sighed. I'm also investigating, but there's no news at all. It's as if he's evaporated into thin air. Don't worry. The entire northern region is under the control of our Nine Heavens Palace. We'll find him sooner or later. Feng Wenhai sneered. I know that too. But I can't help but worry. This Jiang Haotian is like an old fox. If he finds evidence of us framing him, won't we be finished? Guyong said worriedly. Feng Wenhai's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He said in a low voice, Old Gu, don't talk nonsense about this. Be careful not to be heard by others. Don't worry, I'm the only one here. Guyong said. That's good. Feng Wenhai heaved a sigh of relief. Guyong sighed. In order to frame him, we've planned for so long. We can't fail. He won't. The arrest warrant has been issued, and the Great Elder also believes it. Moreover, the people I sent to pretend to be his accomplices have been silenced. Where can he find evidence? This matter is already set in stone. Don't think too much about it. Feng Wenhai comforted. Silenced, Guyong murmured, Wenhai, tell me the truth. Will there be a day when you will silence me too? How is that possible? You're someone by father's side. Even if I had such thoughts, I wouldn't have the guts. Wait, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so strange? Feng Wenhai looked at Guyong suspiciously. Guyong sighed. It's all Jiang Haotian's fault. He's making me feel uneasy and uneasy. Feng Wenhai smiled in realization. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. All right, I'll continue to investigate. Guyong said. Feng Wenhai nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Guyong exhaled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is it okay now? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xiao Tai Lai. Xiao Tai Lai nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Guyong. It's okay. Guyong said, then quickly fulfill your promise and remove your control over me. However, Qin Feiyang smiled without saying anything. Guyong's eyelids twitched, and he said angrily, you lied to me? Qin Feiyang said, I'm not a gentleman, so from the beginning, I never thought of letting you go. You're despicable. Guyong roared. Don't be agitated, let me finish. Although I wanted to kill you at first, what you said when you talked about Feng Yuan made me look at you in a different light. Qin Feiyang smiled. And then? Guyong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, I want you to abandon the dark and join the light. Abandon the dark and join the light? Guyong was slightly taken aback. You want me to join you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I don't raise timid people here. I'm timid and afraid of death. Who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a thing? Ask the person next to you. See if he's afraid. Guyong was a little unconvinced. Are you talking about me? Zhao Tai asked expressionlessly. Yes. Guyong nodded. Zhao Tai said resolutely, I will never betray the young master, even if I die. You make it sound nice, but that's because you haven't encountered it yet. Guyong sneered. You're wrong about that. We've gone through so many life and death situations together, but every time, he was by my side. The friendship between us is not something you can understand. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Guyong still had a look of disdain and asked, since you're not joining you, then what do you mean by abandoning the dark and joining the light? Gongzi Feng. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng? Guyong was stunned, then his face changed. What do you mean? You want me to join Gongzi Feng? Could it be? Yes. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time, and he told me a lot of things about you. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong's face was dull. He really didn't expect Gongzi Feng to be with Jiang Haoyan. Qin Feiyang said, you're smart and strong, so I want you to go to his side, help him plan and protect him. Him? To put it bluntly, he's not qualified at all. Guyong sneered. Don't underestimate anyone. Especially someone with Gongzi Feng's experience. Of course, if you refuse, I won't force you, but this will be your burial ground. Qin Feiyang smiled. You, Guyong glared at him and shouted, you're forcing me. I didn't say anything, I'm discussing with you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Guyong sighed dispiritedly and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Very good. If he has any tricks, report to me immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Tricks? Guyong was stunned and frowned. You're not asking me to help him, you're asking me to monitor him. Helping and monitoring are the same. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. But I'm already in this state. If I return to Nine Heavens Palace, Feng Yuan will definitely not let me go. Guyong said. I believe you'll have a way. As for the slave seal, when Feng Yuan dies in the future, I'll naturally help you remove it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really careless. When others see Feng Yuan, they can't wait to hide, yet you still want to kill him. Guyong said. So what if he's Feng Yuan? If he provokes me, even if he's the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, I'll make him pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Guyong's mind buzzed. What kind of young man is this? His courage is so terrifying. Right. How long have you been following Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang asked. Guyong thought for a moment and said, it should be more than 3,000 years. Qin Feiyang said, then you should know a lot of secrets about Nine Heavens Palace, right? Secrets? Guyong was suspicious. Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang said word by word. What? Qin Badian. Guyong's gaze trembled, and there was deep fear in his eyes. You know? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Of course I know. Not only me, everyone in the North region has heard of his name. It's just that too much time has passed, and people have gradually forgotten him. Guyong said. Qin Feiyang asked, then where is he now? I don't know. Guyong shook his head. How can you not know? Haven't you heard Feng Yuan mention it? Qin Feiyang frowned. The name Qin Badian is a taboo in Nine Heavens Palace. No one dares to mention him, including Feng Yuan and the other big shots. Guyong said. Taboo, Qin Feiyang murmured. What did my ancestor do in Nine Heavens Palace? Why is everyone so afraid of him? Zhao Tai comforted, young master, don't worry, we'll find out sooner or later. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're investigating Qin Badian? Why do you want to investigate him? Is it his enemy? Or? Guyong heard Zhao Tailai's words and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Zhao Tailai shouted, "Don't you know what you should ask and what you shouldn't ask?" Guyong's pupils shrank, and he didn't speak again. Enough. While there's still time, go and settle down your wife. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes, I have to settle down properly. Guyong sighed. He knew Feng Yuan too well. When he knew that he had betrayed them, he would definitely not let his family off. By the way, do you have any children? Qin Feiyang asked. No. But my old mother and father are still alive. They should be in a small tea house nearby, drinking tea and chatting with friends. Guyong said. Then go and settle them down quickly. In addition, you have to go and exchange for an image crystal. Qin Feiyang said. I know this. Guyong nodded. Okay. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Guyong out. Chapter 2021. Zhao Tailai frowned and said, Young master, are we really going to let him go? He's being controlled by the slave seal. He can't do anything. It's okay. Has the treasure pavilion auctioned any 9 yellow dragon pills these days? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Not only the treasure pavilion in Sky Dragon City, but the other pavilions in other cities are also crazily auctioning, causing quite a stir. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Are they soul stones or divine crystals? Divine crystals. However, I don't know how Mu Tianyang and Shengguan Qiu made the deal. Zhao Tailai said. My head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If it weren't for Mu Tianyang and Shengguan Qiu, it would be a large sum of soul stones. Young master, what is Mu Tianyang trying to do? Sometimes he's against us, sometimes he's nice to us. Zhao Tailai was suspicious. That's easy. He doesn't have the confidence to get rid of me. Otherwise, he would have killed me. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded and took out 2 iron boxes and an alchemy furnace from his chinkuan bag. The alchemy furnace was the size of a wash basin. The lower half was green and the upper half was red. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong divine power. This furnace is called the Green Phoenix Furnace. It's a low-grade divine alchemy furnace. Don't blame us. After all, the divine crystals you gave us can only buy alchemy furnaces of this grade. As for the 2 iron boxes, they contain alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Why would I blame you? I'm already very happy to get this alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang smiled. He glanced at the azure one cauldron and opened the 2 metal boxes. Waves of heat immediately surged out violently. The aura emitted was undoubtedly a 9th-grade alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile, We bought the alchemy fire and furnace from the Star River City branch. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. Didn't you ask us to investigate the background of Star River City's city lord? Tang Hai and I have discussed it. Since Shengguan Qiu doesn't want to sell, we'll go to Xinghe City. After arriving at the treasure pavilion in Celestial River City, Old Tang and I disguised ourselves a little and easily bought these alchemic flames and alchemical furnaces. Zhao Tailai smiled. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and asked with a smile, Then, did these branches ban us? We didn't go to the other branches, so we don't know. But it seems that the treasure pavilion of Star River City has also banned us. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. This Shengguan Qiu is really ruthless. I have to admit that this woman does have some skills. However, I'm very unhappy with her way of doing things. After all, there's a saying that goes, even if the transaction fails, the benevolence remains. Is it necessary to ban us? Zhao Tailai snorted through his nose. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Then, his eyes flashed and he said, We can't just sit and wait for death. Young master, what do you mean? Zhao Tailai was surprised. You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. Let's go to the castle. We'll fuse the alchemic flames and start refining. Qin Feiyang smiled. What about Feng Wenhai? Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked. We've got the evidence. There's no hurry. Let them continue to make trouble. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, I understand. The higher you jump, the harder you fall. Qin Feiyang laughed and led Zhao Tailai into the castle. Did you hear? There's a man called Jiang Haotian who is wanted by the Ninth Heaven Palace. I've known about this for a long time. I heard that before entering the Ninth Heaven Palace, this Jiang Haotian had been slandering the Ninth Heaven Palace behind their backs and was found out. Then why didn't they punish him severely? This is the mercy of the Ninth Heaven Palace. Not only did they not kill him, they even allowed him to enter the Ninth Heaven Palace. But I didn't expect that after becoming a disciple of the Ninth Heaven Palace, he still didn't change and continued to slander the Ninth Heaven Palace behind their backs. Don't you think this kind of person is despicable? Despicable? He deserves to be killed. Yeah. The big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace are not bad. It's fine if he doesn't repent, but he actually went from bad to worse. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Outside. Not only in Sky Dragon City, the news had already spread in other cities and there were curses everywhere. Treasure Chamber. Sheng Guanxiu sat in the study room with an account book in his hand and looked at it carefully. Swoosh. Suddenly, a purple-robed youth appeared in the room out of thin air. Sheng Guanxiu frowned slightly and looked up. When she saw the purple-robed youth's face, her brows relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. The purple-robed youth cupped his hands and smiled. Steward Shengguan, it's been a few days. How have you been? Sheng Guanxiu smiled and said, thanks to you, I've been in a good mood these days. The purple-robed youth said, so, the batch of Juku yellow dragon pills that I gave you made a lot of money? No. Brother Mu, you're wrong. It's not me who made money, it's the treasure chamber. Sheng Guanxiu stood up and pointed to the tea table beside him and said, Brother Mu, please take a seat. No need. The purple-robed youth took out a Qingquan bag and threw it on the table, saying, there's a total of 10,000 pills here. It should be enough for the auction for a long time. Sheng Guanxiu grabbed the Qingquan bag and checked it carefully. The smile on his face grew wider. Don't just smile. The last batch of pills has been sold. Isn't it time to split the profits? The purple-robed youth said. Yes. Sheng Guanxiu came back to his senses and took out a Qingquan bag, saying, I've already prepared it. The purple-robed youth took the Qingquan bag and checked it for a while before putting it away. He looked at Sheng Guanxiu and smiled, saying, Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Sheng Guanxiu smiled and asked curiously, by the way, what's your relationship with Jiang Haotian? The purple-robed youth was stunned. He frowned and said, Why do you ask? This person was none other than Mu Qing. At first, when you came forward to stop me from cooperating with Jiang Haotian, I thought you were old enemies. But 2 days ago, I received news that you seem to have an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Haotian's elder sister and younger sister. Sheng Guanxiu said. Nonsense. Mu Qing could not help but get angry when he heard this. Is this nonsense? At that time, after the assessment, many people saw it with their own eyes. Sheng Guanxiu said. Mu Qing did not bother to explain. He frowned and said, Does this have anything to do with our cooperation? No, I'm just curious. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me. Sheng Guanxiu quickly smiled apologetically. Mu Qing said, Actually, you should thank me. What do you mean? Sheng Guanxiu was suspicious. If I didn't come forward, you would have cooperated with Jiang Haotian. Now that Jiang Haotian is wanted, your treasure school will definitely be affected. Mu Qing said. Sheng Guanxiu was stunned. He smiled and said, That makes sense. Last question, do you know where Jiang Haotian is now, Brother Mu? Mu Qing was surprised and asked suspiciously, why are you asking about him? No other reason. I'm just curious. Sheng Guanxiu smiled unnaturally. You can't always use the word curious as an excuse. Mu Qing's eyes became playful. Really? I don't think so. Sheng Guanxiu smiled embarrassedly. Miss, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're not from Ninth Heaven Palace, don't worry about them. More importantly, don't affect our cooperation. Mu Qing said meaningfully. Then, he opened an altar and left without looking back. Sheng Guanxiu stood alone in the study for a long time. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. A woman in purple walked out of the void. It was Shengguan Fenglan. Sister. Sheng Guanxiu was not surprised at Shengguan Fenglan's appearance. He had known about Shengguan Fenglan for a long time. I wanted to use you to get some useful information from Mu Qing. I didn't expect him to see through me. Shengguan Fenglan sighed. Sister, I'm useless. Sheng Guanxiu blamed himself. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, don't blame yourself. It's not that you're useless. These people are too smart. You don't have to worry about this. Otherwise, if you annoy him, it will really affect your cooperation. Okay. Sheng Guanxiu nodded. I'm puzzled. What kind of people are Jiang Haotian, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing? Each one is more clever than the other. Shengguan Fenglan was quite angry. After thinking for a while, she snorted and said, no, I have to meet Mu Tianyang in person. I don't believe that I, the leader of the law enforcement hall, can't defeat a mere disciple. Mu Tianyang may not know where Jiang Haotian is, right? Sheng Guanxiu said. No. I have a feeling that he knows. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head, opened an altar, and left. It's a mess, a mess. Sheng Guanxiu shook his head and sighed. He had stirred up a storm in Sky Dragon City. He was really a star of misfortune. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang had merged with his elixir fire. The nether devil flame had also been promoted to the level of the inferior divine elixir fire. Divine elixir fires and divine elixir furnaces were also divided into inferior, medium, superior, supreme, peak, and legendary. It was the same level as a divine weapon. However, after merging with his elixir fire, Qin Feiyang did not immediately refine the spirit-breaking pill. This was because he had to familiarize himself with the new elixir furnace and elixir fire. After all, he only had one set of ingredients for the spirit-breaking pill. He could not afford to fail. And now, the elixir he was refining already had 9 elixir veins. He was only one step away from becoming a divine elixir. After an hour of familiarizing himself with the elixir, he could finally control the fire. After calming himself down for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the 9 suns thunder fire, death fruit, ghost wood, and ghost flower and placed them beside the elixir furnace. After that, he opened the elixir scripture and carefully read the steps of refining the spirit-breaking pill, as well as the fire required for each ingredient. After a while, after memorizing everything, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and activated the nether devil flame again, starting to refine the spirit-breaking pill. Everyone was cultivating in peace, including Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. After knowing that Qin Feiyang had obtained a large number of soul stones, they no longer had any worries. They recklessly refined the soul stones and tried their best to break through to the god of war. Chapter 2022. The first ingredient was the departed spirit flower. 30% completion. Remove the impurities and extract the spirit liquid. During the extraction process, not only did he need to focus, but he also needed precise control. If the temperature inside the cauldron was a little higher or lower, the cauldron would be destroyed. The cauldron might even explode. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to be careless. And at this time, he couldn't make any noise. Otherwise, it would disturb his concentration. For ingredients like the departed spirit flower, extracting the spirit liquid would take a long time. Gradually, Qin Feiyang's forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Fire Lotus took out a handkerchief and wanted to help Qin Feiyang wipe it off. But suddenly, the blood Kirin silently appeared beside her. It stopped Fire Lotus and said, "Don't touch him." What? Fire Lotus thought. Don't you know how to make pills? At this time, the worst thing is to be disturbed. The blood Kirin thought. Fire Lotus heard this and cold sweat appeared on her back. You can just stand aside and watch, the blood Kirin said, and then retreated. Fire Lotus quickly and quietly retreated to the blood Kirin's side. She asked, "Why are you awake?" "I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I saw the young master making pills. I was afraid of disturbing him, so I didn't break through," the blood Kirin thought. Huo Lian nodded in realization. The blood Kirin asked suspiciously, "Don't you know anything about alchemy?" "I don't know." Fire Lotus shook her head. "You don't know? What do you mean?" The blood Kirin looked at her, confused. "My mind is blank. I don't even remember the god skills I used to have." Fire Lotus sighed. "Don't worry. When the young master makes the departed spirit breakthrough pill, you will definitely regain your memory." The blood Kirin smiled and comforted her. "I hope so." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang again, her eyes full of anticipation. A moment later, wisps of faint medicinal fragrance floated out from within the azure phoenix cauldron. Rays of gray divine light also shot out from within the azure one cauldron. Fire Lotus stood on her tiptoes and looked into the cauldron. She immediately saw a drop of gray spirit liquid floating within the cauldron. In addition to the medicinal fragrance, there was also a very strong evil aura. The departed spirit flower had already disappeared. I didn't expect the first medicinal herb to take so long to refine, the blood Qilin mumbled. Could Qin Feiyang's spiritual power last until the end? Although Qin Feiyang's mind power had already reached a shocking level, this was still his first time refining a pill of this level. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. His expression remained calm. After refining the spiritual medicine of the ghost flower, he did not rush to refine the next one. Instead, he slowly increased the heat. When the flame had stabilized at 55%, he gently waved his hand. A strand of mental energy appeared and swept the Een spirit wood into the azure phoenix cauldron. This was because the Een spirit wood required 55% of the flame. Qin Dage is really amazing. Although this is his first time refining the departed spirit barrier breaking pill, he did it without any hesitation or sluggishness. Fire Lotus's eyes were full of stars as she transmitted her voice. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be called a monster of alchemy? I think even the alchemy geniuses of Empyrean Palace might not be as good as him, the blood Qilin said proudly. Fire Lotus said in surprise, "You know him quite well." "Although I haven't been with him for long, I know all about his past deeds." The blood Qilin laughed inwardly. About half an hour passed. The Een spirit wood and Reaper fruit spirit liquid had been refined one after another. Actually, refining the spirit liquid was nothing for Qin Feiyang. The most important step was the next step. The departed spirit flower, Een spirit wood, and Reaper fruit were all items of extreme Een and evil. Therefore, the spirit liquid that was refined also contained an evil aura that was difficult to erase. If he wanted to refine the departed spirit barrier breaking pill, he had to completely dispel the evil aura. This required the 9 Suns lightning fire. The 9 Suns lightning fire was an item of extreme yang and could be considered the nemesis of items of extreme yin. The next step was to fuse the 9 Suns lightning fire with the 3 drops of spirit liquid to dispel the evil aura. Qin Feiyang had never experienced this method of refining pills before. Although items of extreme yang were the nemesis of items of extreme yin, they were also incompatible with each other. The fusion of these two auras would inevitably cause a collision. If there was a collision, there was a possibility of failure. Therefore, his energy had entered a state that he had never been in before. He was highly focused and forgot everything. In other words, at this moment, there was nothing in his mind other than alchemy. A wave of mind power emerged from the top of his head and wrapped around the Nine Suns lightning fire, sealing all of its aura. Then, he used his mind power to control the Nine Suns lightning fire and slowly entered the Azure Phoenix cauldron. At the same time, the 3 drops of spirit liquid in the pill furnace were also enveloped by mind power, completely sealing off the evil aura. This was done to prevent the 2 auras from colliding. Because, if he did not seal these 2 auras, the moment the Nine Suns lightning fire entered the pill furnace, it would probably riot. On the contrary, if he sealed these 2 auras, they would not be able to collide. Finally, the Nine Suns lightning fire entered the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang had to control the temperature of the fire, control the Nine Suns lightning fire and the 3 drops of spirit liquid, and seal their auras. It could be said that he was doing 3 things at once. In less than an instant, beads of sweat flowed down his forehead like rain. The blood Qilin said to himself, let's retreat a little more to prevent the furnace from exploding. If the divine level pill furnace exploded, even a divine beast that was about to step into the realm of war god would be seriously injured. The fire lotus nodded. As the blood Qilin retreated, he also secretly woke up the white-eyed wolf, the mermaid princess, and the others. Everyone opened their eyes at the first moment and quietly retreated to the back corner, looking nervously at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's mind stirred, and the mind power that wrapped around the 3 drops of spirit liquid and the Nine Suns lightning fire slightly loosened. Immediately, a wisp of extreme yang qi and a wisp of extreme yin qi appeared and filled the pill furnace. However, whether it was the extreme yang qi or the extreme yin qi, they were both very weak and could not even be felt. Qin Feiyang did not dare to completely remove the seal. Otherwise, the 2 auras would rush out at the same time and collide with each other, causing the furnace to explode. On the contrary, just like now, by unlocking the seal bit by bit, allowing the 2 auras to slowly meet and gradually devour the evil aura, it would greatly reduce the risk. Taking a step back, even if the 2 auras collided, it would be under control and the furnace would not explode. Time passed quietly. The entire castle was dead silent at this moment. The 2 auras occupied one side of the pill furnace and did not pounce on each other for a long time. It was as if they minded their own business. This gave Qin Feiyang a headache. One was extreme yin, the other was extreme yang, and they were playing peacefully. What kind of joke was this? However, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry and waited quietly. About a few hundred breaths passed. Finally, the extreme yang qi emitted by the heavenly thunder flame began to slowly surge towards the extreme yin qi. The extreme yin qi seemed to have also sensed the provocation and threat, and was unwilling to be outdone as it surged towards the extreme yang qi. The 2 auras finally met. Qin Feiyang could clearly sense that the aura in the pill furnace had become chaotic. As soon as the 2 auras met, a scene of you chasing after me appeared, both wanting to devour the other. But in the end, it was still the extreme yang qi that steadily gained the upper hand and obliterated the evil yin qi. The chaotic aura also stabilized. It works. Fire Lotus's spirit was lifted. There was definitely no problem. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. After the previous fusion, he had already grasped the propriety and began to gradually increase the release of the seal on the 9 Suns thunder fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The 2 auras met again. The aura in the pill furnace became chaotic again, as if it would explode at any time. This process was even longer than refining the spiritual liquid. It wasn't until an hour later that the evil yin qi was completely expelled. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and began to fuse the 9 Suns thunder fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The next step was simple for him. After the fusion, it solidified into a pill. About a moment later, under everyone's expectant gaze, a purple pill took shape and flew out of the pill furnace. At the same time, A strong medicinal fragrance, like a tide, instantly flooded the entire ancient castle. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief, and following that, a sense of dizziness welled up in his heart. Seeing that he was about to fall, the mermaid princess hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang, calling out, "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus's expression also changed, and she anxiously ran to Qin Feiyang's side, her eyes full of concern. "It's okay. It's just that my nerves were too tense, and my energy was too focused for too long. Now that I've relaxed, I can't recover." Qin Feiyang shook his head hard and waved his hand with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts finally relaxed. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the undead barrier-breaking pill floating above the pill furnace. The pill was perfectly round, and the purple light was dazzling. The aura it emitted was also very pure yang qi, and not a single trace of evil yin qi could be felt. On the surface of the pill, there were even traces of electric arcs. The blood Kirin turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked with concern, "Young master, how much power do you have left?" Qin Feiyang froze and asked suspiciously, "Are you worried that my power will run out?" The blood Kirin nodded. "How is that possible? During the last test, my power was over level 50. It must be higher now." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." The blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Fire Lotus. He smiled and said, "Girl, are you ready?" "Yes, this is not a child's play." When the inner demons went through the test, it was, Zhao Tailai said. "Ahem." Before Zhao Tailai could finish, Tang Hai coughed and interrupted him. Then, he pointed at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Tailai's face changed, and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to mention the inner demons." "Why are you so nervous?" "The inner demons are our friends. When you mention them, it's normal to think of them. I was worried that you would forget about them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "No matter who we forget, we won't forget him. We were just worried that we would bring up the past and make you sad." Zhao Tailai said.